morning, everyone. I warmly welcome all of you to this Parihara session on sustainable water, rainwater, and STP monitoring session. Here we are going to see rainwater, STP monitoring, and automation are the topics for the today. First half, we have rainwater harvesting. And the second half, we have STP monitoring and automation. From rainwater to reuse, every drop counts. This workshop highlights how decentralized rainwater harvesting and automated STP monitoring can align with regulatory compliances and create long-term environmental impact. Let's reimagine water sustainability not just as compliance, but as a collective responsibility. I would like to invite Mr. Arun Kumar, General Secretary of BWSSB, to introduce you to the BWSSB network and BWSSB. Thank you. Yes, sir.
She didn't introduce herself. Her name is 𝗕𝗫𝗫. Did you introduce yourself? 𝗕𝗫𝗫 is the Sustainability and Programs Executive at Bangalore Apartments Federation, and I think some of you are already have been in touch with her. So looking forward to today's session. Thank you for steering today's program. So many things, the groundwork for today's program significantly has been done by 𝗕𝗫𝗫. So a round of applause to her. Go ahead. And let me invite 𝗕𝗫𝗙 also for a moment. 𝗕𝗫𝗙, KCV as we fondly call him, is engaged with our entire member network ongoing basis to make sure that your membership is constantly renewed and also bringing in new members into the network. Any of you who are not from BWSSB member communities, I know Praveen mentioned he may not be, he's one of the presenters. Anyone else who's not part of BWSSB member community, please raise your hand. Please get in touch with him. He will help you, get your membership. Thank you so much, KCV. Thank you. And before I go further, I would like to introduce some of our leaders who are present here. One is Prasad. He is my fellow governing council member, and he is the North chapter lead, as well as he is engaged in so many other initiatives at BWSSB. Prasad has been championing specifically this solid waste management movement that is happening right now. He's played a key and very important role because the entire thing started at the north, and you will see him in many of the WhatsApp groups, very active. Thank you, Prasad, for your leadership. Our cluster president from JP Jaiprakash sir, and Deepak, cluster secretary from Electronic City. So warm welcome to you. And most importantly, warm welcome to all of you, dear learners of today's sessions, both the morning rainwater harvesting as well as afternoon treated water, recycled water handling. We are facing a significant challenge that we saw 2 years back, around this time 2 years back, where there was a severe water crisis, shortage, etc. So there are a lot of solutions that are available. We need to just peek in and go and look at these solutions, what is applicable, and incorporate it. But before that, let me just quickly give you a brief of BWSSB for those who are relatively unfamiliar. BWSSB was formed in 2013, registered in 2014, and by now, the members of BWSSB are apartment complex associations or villa community associations or residential communities or even RWAs. They are members. Individuals are not members, but the associations are members. By now, we are about 1,450 members which are spread across the length and breadth of Bangalore. And we are also organized, in two ways. One is geographically and one is vertically. Geographically, in the sense, like I mentioned, Deepak is from Electronic City, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 sir is from JP Nagar. They lead a cluster, a geographical grouping called cluster, and each of our members belong to one cluster. So if you are in a Yelahanka area, you will belong to a Yelahanka cluster. If you are in 𝗕𝗲𝗃, you will belong to a 𝗕𝗲𝗃 cluster. So there are about 31 clusters across Bengaluru and Greater Bengaluru. And over the past 6-8 months, when the corporation BBMP got split up into 5, so we've created 5 chapters aligned to the 5 corporations: East, West, North, South, and Central. And we have leadership spread across each of these groupings. But our members are spread beyond this geographical boundary of erstwhile BBMP/current GBA corporation. Our members go beyond also into the what I call, for example, the Electronic City, or for example, beyond 𝗕𝗏𝗏 also, and beyond 𝗕𝗲𝗃, etc. So our spread is way beyond Bangalore. And aside, we are also organized in multiple thematic ways. One of them is sustainability and environment. Coincidentally, Rajesh, who just stepped in, he leads sustainability and environment. Rajesh, if you can come ahead. That is one. Then there is a group called Programs and Training, where Partha Kundu is leading that group. So we are organized in about 10 such groupings. One is growth, another is non-member revenues, and we are grouped multiple ways, and so that we can have leadership which can focus in those respective areas. So Rajesh is leading sustainability and environment. Today's program is part of that sustainability and environment also. So that's broadly what I wanted to mention to you all. So today, again, back to the focus of water only. So, water is a serious issue that we are grappling with in Bengaluru. So we brought in, 2 flavors. One is, how to conserve water, how to harvest that rainwater so that we can try and be as much self-sufficient on that as possible. The other is a lot of work that BWSSB has done in the past in terms of the government policy intervention on the sewage treatment plant, the requirement of a sewage treatment plant, and operations of a sewage treatment plant, and the applicability of it. But going beyond that, how do we make sure that we make it an efficient resource, we make it a productive resource, and it's not just a formality or a compliance aspect for each of our communities. So we have a lot of coverage on that subject also. So that's broadly what I wanted to offer to you. So hope you have a wonderful session. The most important success factor for us at BWSSB and for each of you will be how these, whatever you learned today gets translated into ground action. This is not a theory session. It's a lot of don't look at it as theory. Please go back and see how you can implement what you implemented, how you can, how you can deepen the implementation is also an option for you. So we have a series of speakers. I think each of you have got a schedule for today, and, the speakers are all stalwarts in their respective areas. So we thank them for their presence today. And this session itself, from the time we advertised to the time we are today, is a very short span. We want to do more and more such sessions on various subjects over the next period of time. One other critical thing, actually, let me take 2 more minutes. There are issues bogging us apartment complexes. Let me just, ask you for a raise of hands. Is waste management and compliance expectations an issue in your apartment complex? If you can raise your hands. Waste management and compliance to latest rules. Is water an important issue from your perspective? Okay, more water than. Is this property tax and is property tax an issue in your communities? That's okay. So I could see 3 or 4 raised hands. Yeah. Is e-Khata still an issue for some of you? Is apartment governance, which is, issues between committees and residents, between residents and residents, paying and non-paying, is that an issue with some of you? I think many of you are raising your hands. BWF is working on each of these themes that I just asked you a question about. Each of these themes, please stay abreast what BWF is doing, how you can contribute to BWF. You are BWF. You are not apart from BWF, you are BWF, you are a member of BWF. I represent a community and I stood for an election and that's why I am standing here. But otherwise, each of you are eligible to contest elections and, be part of the governing council, executive, etc. So it is our city, it is our neighborhood, we have to protect it. So it's good that each of you have volunteered and come across here and go back and voluntarily going to implement some of these. But just be rest assured that BWF is working on each of these themes and many more themes, including, bringing fresh fruits and vegetables to you at doorstep. Did you hear that? What is that? Hopcoms? They came to your home? They came to your building? They came to your building? Today they're there? Wonderful. So if that is an opportunity, please make use of it. How many of you or how many of your residents registered for learning a language? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which language, sir? Kannada. We have a Kannada Kalyona program, where, people who are not familiar with Kannada, who have not learned Kannada but are living in the city, have come and registered with our program. This batch is about 2,920 people have registered to learn Kannada. So BWF is, in touching lives in many ways into each of us. Stay aware, stay abreast of the communication that we offer, and please engage your residents also in some of the relevant aspects of it, whether it is Khata, property tax, Kannada, Hopcoms. Rainwater harvesting, is a subject, but they may not come and, sit and work with you. That you need your general body approval to make it implemented. So with that, I hand back to Monisha. Thank you, Monisha.
So much, sir, for the introduction. We have Navneet R from the Karnataka State Council of Science and Technology. He is in Project Associate on Rainwater Harvesting Cell in KSCST. He has an experience of 18 years in rainwater harvesting projects. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Navneet, working on Rainwater Harvesting Cell. I'm from Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology. So we are located inside Indian Institute of Science campus. I'll just tell about our background about our organization. Our organization was started in such a way that, before that presentation, I'll start the introduction. So our organization was started in such a way that one of the director of the then Indian Institute of Science, Professor 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗿, thought that most of the innovations used to stay in the labs or it used to stay in the papers. So it wasn't reaching the common people. So he needed some organization or some means to push it to address the issues in the social, for the social cause. So with respect to that, he thought that such organization was required. So that's how Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology came in. So the main objective is to take the innovations or any research that has happened to the common people, so that we can, as a society, we can have a better living and address many issues. So with respect to that, it started in such a way that many of you have heard in Karnataka, 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗿 was the one such intervention that started. As you know, most of the people in rural area, they used to use firewood for cooking. So most of the firewood, when it was combustion used to happen, combustion was not happening properly. Lot of soot or smoke used to come, and that used to harm people, and wastage of food also. With respect to that, 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗿 came in and designed in such a way that the combustion used to happen in a properly with a proper chimney, and the people used to suffer less from this combustion related issues. So like that, we designed such as 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗍 and made sure that many of the villages install such 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗍 like that. So after that, solar water heaters came in. Many people used to have geysers, electric geysers. They used to have a lot of electricity. So like Karnataka State Council took in such water heaters to the roadside and it was installed in a vehicle, and take it to the each and every households, and make sure that it stays there from morning till evening, and confirm that okay, we can really get hot water from the solar water heaters and with less cost effective. And we took it to certain extent that we see one of the advertisers for RCB, MV Solars, they were trained by Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology. So such many, now Bangalore is having many such solar manufacturers, just because not only 𝗕𝗫𝗃, many such people, such innovations happened. We trained people, and as you can see, we don't need any government push to install solar water heaters. So then came the issues of water, because then in 2005 it was installed rainwater harvesting cell. So then BWSSB was the only supplying water to the Bangalore. We used to get water, we still get water from 90 kilometers far and 1 kilometers high, and we pay around 1.5 to 2 crores per day as water charges. So that was the state. And when we started searching what is the best solution that we can address to water conservation, then we thought of rainwater harvesting. There are two reasons why we thought of rainwater harvesting for Bangalore is because there is water scarcity. The other one is there is ample rainfall in Bangalore. Bangalore receives good rainfall when compared to the neighboring districts. So earlier people used to get water from either rivers or wells in their villages. Urbanization happened. Then tapped water supply started. And then once the tapped water supply started, there were a lot of disruptions because there is requirement is too much, and availability of water is very less. And that is why we have thought of coming up with rainwater harvesting cells. So rainwater harvesting cell has come up a very long way. First, for 5 to 10 years, we started creating awareness how to do rainwater harvesting, because rainwater harvesting is a sustainable and eco-friendly way of conserving water. And as long as you have a property, once it is installed, you are going to get water. 1 year it may rain less, 1 year it may rain more. So ample amount of water, that is sure shot that you can't any borewell digging or any other sources, tankers may say that I'm going to give supply for a very long time. So whereas rainwater harvesting is the one solution that you are going to get water as long as you have a building or a catchment area. So with respect to that, we started rainwater harvesting, and we have a very good success rate. And from 2005 to 2009, we started awareness, and then we tie up with BWSSB, Bengaluru Water Supply and Sewerage Board. From 2009 and until 2012, lot of activities happened in 𝗕𝗫𝗃 and BWSSB, and one such effort. The solution was, the result was the establishment of theme park. So we needed some place to bring in all the people to come here, say this is the place where you can see rainwater harvesting happen, we can see collect water harvesting. And we can see various interventions spread around this park. And we made a law, rainwater harvesting, compulsorily they have to do rainwater harvesting. That law came into effect in 2009. From 2009 till 2016, we only started issuing notices to individual residences. From 2016, the then chairman thought that we have given enough time for the residents. Let us start penalizing them, not to take or not to engulf money, but to take it to the next level, so that we had to bring in more awareness and pinch more people. So that's how that thing. As of now, around 8.5 lakh registered houses are there, individual residents. Out of that, around 2.5 lakh residences have already run on rainwater harvesting. So when we started rainwater harvesting compulsory measures, we thought of visiting the neighboring state of Tamil Nadu, Chennai, where rainwater harvesting was already compulsory there. So there they have made only provision for only groundwater recharging. So we thought that it's a coastal area. During rainy season, the water table is already high. So there was no point in allowing more water to percolate during rainy season. So the law was changed. Make sure that the first preference for harvesting rainwater harvesting is to store and reuse. Let all the residents give priority to store and reuse. So at least when there is rain, they will be able to store rainwater harvesting. And during rainy season, they can store the water, and they can, give less burden on the conventional sources like Borewell or BWSSB supplied water. And maybe depending upon the usage, 20 to 30% or 40% of the water consumption could be met by rainwater harvesting. So we have established the theme park. We have trained people in Bangalore. Around 3,000 people have been trained. So when we started rainwater harvesting project compulsorily, residents asked that, okay, we are interested to do rainwater harvesting. Who are the people who are going to help us in implementing that? So with respect to that, plumbers, engineers, all the people who come from all these backgrounds, plumbing, engineers, contractors, architects, everybody, we started identifying them and we started training them. And we have all those people's list in our website and as well as BWSSB. So any residents who can take their help, they can call them, they can get to their house and they can get the implementation done from them. Or else they can come straight away to two help desks. One is at theme park in Jayanagar. The other one is at 𝗕𝗂𝘁 in IISc campus in 𝗪𝘁𝗲. They can simply walk in, they can bring in their status of their house, check what is the thing, and we are going to say that approximate cost of these things. So this is for our normal residents. Apart from this, we also take up consultancy projects for bigger apartments, bigger buildings, bigger government buildings. Recently, we have done rainwater harvesting for KSDL, Karnataka Soaps and Detergents, one of the buildings in KSDL administration building, Aranya Bhavan, ICMR. So many. I will show few of the interventions in our presentations. So with respect to this, we have been associated with Bangalore Apartments Federation from past 2.5-3 years. We have done some of the awareness programs, and some of the apartments have also implemented rainwater harvesting. Some of them may also present their case studies about how the rainwater harvesting is been effective in their apartment and how the water solution has been improved after implementing rainwater harvesting. So I'll just go through the slides. As Mr. Arun told, it is not a class, it's just an experience sharing thing. So what all we have gone through, you can just go through the slides. And if you have any doubts, after that I'm going to break for this thing. So rainwater harvesting, as you know, there are 4 stages in rainwater harvesting. So collection, channelization, filtration, and storage and recharge. So first thing is that we need some collection area wherein whenever it gets rain, so we need some catchment area so that water will come here and store it, and then we are going to divert it. So channelization is we need pipes to divert it to a single pipe, single lane, and after that filtration system. So filtration system is not made mandatory in rainwater harvesting because we don't need filtered water for all the other purposes, especially for drinking and cooking purposes. We need filtration system. So that's why we have not made mandatory about filtration system. But the guideline says that rainwater harvesting cannot be used directly for cooking and drinking purposes. Further filtration system is required. Whereas apart from cooking and drinking purpose, you can use it for any other purposes. So last will come as storage and recharge. So after harvesting water, collecting water, either you can store it in a tank, reuse it for so many number of days, or else you can have a groundwater recharge pit. Why we need groundwater recharge? Because the water table has gone down. We have been, digging bore wells, drawing up water from the groundwater from a very long time, but not much amount of water is being percolated into our ground. Many of you have seen few days ago, whenever it has rained, our underpasses get flooded, our drainages get filled, because that's the main reason is because we don't have ample space for the water to percolate. So whole city is completely built up. Even our walk paths have been plastered out, roads, everything is there. So there isn't enough space for the water to percolate. That's why we need some accelerated groundwater recharge infiltration wells. I will show you. So these are all some of the interventions. So inclined roof. You can have an inclined roof like this. Because of the inclination, you can collect the water and you can have gutters. With that, you can channelize the water and you can store it. Or else you can have a RCC roof like this. Take rainwater pipes and from that you can collect the water if it is RCC roof. I will not go detail about the calculation part because many of you have known. So when you go to the calculation part, we need to do two things. One is the area of the apartment or the buildings in terms of square meters, and then ample amount of rainfall of that particular area in terms of millimeters. So that will give you annually how much amount of water that you are going to get in terms of liters. So for an inclined roof, we can have a calculation like this. So this is the calculations. So the area for a small house, like if the area is 100 square meters, if the rainfall is 1000 millimeters, if you multiply both, you are going to get annual rainfall collected from that house. For a house of 100 square meter with annual rainfall of 1000 millimeters, you are going to get 1 lakh liter of water per year for that particular house. This is a simple calculation. With respect to the area, with respect to the rainfall, the numbers will change. So you can ask that for a normal house, if in a 30-40 house, if a normal people, 4 people for a family stays, they may require around 1.5 to 1.6 lakh liters. So if they get around 70 to 80,000 liters, 50% of the water could be met with rainwater harvesting. So this is a simple calculation. What the rule says. So BWSSB has set a rules for harvesting rainwater. So what rule says that? Suppose it is a 60-40 house. So assume that this is the only major rule that BWSSB states. 60-40 is the site, and in this 60-40 site you have a built-up area for around 1,800 square feet. So 1,800 square feet is the built-up area. Each square meter, Okay. So Mr. Arun will be able to, with him will share the presentations. You can take the presentations. So in 2,400 square feet, 60 feet area, 60-40 site, if a house is built in 1,800 square feet, the rest all is open area. So 1,800 per square feet of your area, it is 6 liters. That is the calculation for a minimum storage tank that is required. So open paved area is 600 square feet. So per square feet is 3 liters. So cumulatively it will be around 12,600 liters. So this should be the minimum storage capacity that a residence has to have if he has to comply with guidelines of BWSSB, Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board. Whereas these rules will change for apartments. So apartments, the calculation is similar, but since the area is more than 1,000 square meters, they cannot go for a recharge pit for this. Then they must have a groundwater storage tank. Whereas a residence, if he can build a tank for 12,600 liters capacity of tank, and he can say that I have a 12,600 liter tank, I comply with the BWSSB guidelines. Or else he can have 1.22 cubic meters of volume of recharge pit, and he can say equivalent amount of volume of recharge pit I have in my house, then the comply with the BWSSB will also be supplied. Whereas the same will not be applicable because the area will be very huge for apartments. They can't say that I have equivalent volume of a recharge pit and I have done rainwater harvesting. They must have a storage capacity. That's why I request that many of the apartments, whenever, maybe you may agree that during the implementation, they would have provided the tank, very less capacity of tanks. The major hurdle that I have visited from past 18 years is that they don't have infrastructure to store huge amount of water tanks in their apartments. And when we do the study and when we give the detailed project report, the project cost will immediately shoots up just because they don't have a storage capacity. The major cost comes in rainwater harvesting is the storage capacity. 70 to 80% of the cost goes up with storage capacity. So that's why many apartments will find it difficult. I don't say that they don't come up, but they have their own problems. They find it difficult to convince their members to mobilize so much huge amount of water, money to bring in for the implementation purpose. So that's how the fact is. So these are the calculations I have told you. So this is the rule says that as per the rule, Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board has been in rule from 2009. And from 2009, the rule has been revised many times. As I told you, now it is 6 liters per square feet. Earlier it was 2 liters per square feet. So they have done modifications regarding this. And these, So these guidelines is available in BWSSB and even in 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 website as well. So it is, anybody can take in images or details from the website. So as I told you, rainwater harvesting is a simple task. Have a channelization from the rooftop, pass it through the filtration system, store it in a tank, and then you can reuse it. There are various filtration systems available in the market. All the filtration systems are only meant to filter physical impurities. They don't make the water potability. So anybody who comes and says that this is a very pure water, and after getting this, installing this filter, you can use it for drinking, please don't believe that. So the main rule, the logical end of how to go about using the water for potability is, after installing the rainwater harvesting, let it go and store in the tank, and then you can get it tested biologically and chemically. So rainwater is pure water. Is rainwater dirty water? Dirty water? Clean water. So the rainwater is relatively clean water. Once it comes in contact with the roof is prone to anything. It's open to our atmosphere. Any bird droppings, any carbon particles emitted from the vehicles could have accumulated on that. So once it mixes with this, the water gets contaminated. So you can just get it tested randomly. Any labs, private labs will do. Mines and Geology in a racecourse road does the water testing, chemical biological analysis. You can get it tested. They will give the parameters. With respect to the parameters, you can have a filtration system which could also make the water potability. So that's why guidelines states that you are not supposed to use this water for potable purpose, because many of you, we even in our villages, we are going to use the water from the open well that itself. But here we are very much cautious. We pass the drinking water supply from the BWSSB through RO water, and many of you, our households, would agree that some of you even wash the hands with that before they could go for the dinner. So that's the mindset, and that's the filtration system that has been come. RO is a worst thing that could have happened for us. 10-15 years ago, we have sustained without RO. Now, as soon as the house is installed, we first think of RO systems, and a lot of water gets discharged. I use a bucket, store it, and use it for flushing. So that's how many people can do that. So as I told you, don't go with the filtration system available in the market and say that they are going to make it for potable purposes. That is not true. So you can have a simple sandbed filters, 3 layers, so pure sand and small aggregates and bigger aggregates. Pass in through all these 3 layers. Silt and dust particles will segregate here, and beneath that, between each and every layers, you can make a mesh of this, and pure water will come up. and once in a year or twice in a year, you have to remove everything, you have to wash it, and again you have to place it. You don't have to replace it again and again. You don't need to replace it again and again. Same quantity of water. And for a 30-40 house, 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, 1 cubic meter of volume of this is sufficient. I am telling you the ratio. For a 30-40 house, what should be the volume of this filtration system? This is one filtration system that is been developed by 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿. Mr. Shivkumar, who was at 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗍, along with us, he has developed. So this is for apartment purpose. So initially, I'll just go through that. Initially, when it rains, whenever rainwater happens, all the rainwater and some of the silt that would have been already segregated on the roof, it will come and settle here. And after that, it will pass through the filtration system. And here, the filtration, all the debris will settle here. And then it will pass through the filtration system. Here we have a filtration system like this. When we go for the demo, I will explain there. Here the filtered water will come, and that filtered water will be delivered to the tank. Or Mr. Sanjay's apartment has this filtration system. So they have been using from 3-4 years. So this is one such filtration system that we have installed in BMS college in Bull Temple Road. These are all the structural details about those filtration systems. And storage structures, as I told you, the key component for rainwater harvesting is that storage structures. So you can have a storage tank either at a roof, overhead tanks, or at underground tank, or at ground surface. So if there are multiple layers of buildings, you can have a overhead tanks on the above. As rainwater flows through gravity, you don't need any pump for it to flow. Whenever you have a roof, the water from the roof will come, pass through the filter, channelization, and get stored it, and you can use it for various other purposes. So this is surface tank that can be used if you have lot of space around the building. So all such interventions are available in this rainwater harvesting theme park. So we have put in the menu for you to choose which is convenient for you, whichever that feels good or that fits good, or which is more economic. You can choose any of the things. So all the 28 interventions that is available, you can't put it in your single locations. But we have tried to see to it that which all are economically and feasibly, such interventions have been installed here for demonstration purposes, and you can use it. This is underground sump, as many of the, because each and every square feet of area is very precious. People would have already built every house of their house. So where to have a new tank? They can provide some provisions to make a tank beneath the parking space, beneath the garden. Those who don't have space, they can somehow try to make space for having a storage tank. What you are not supposed to do. Many people ask that, can rainwater be stored for a long time and use it without getting spoiled? Not only rainwater, any water. Even the water supplied from BWSSB, you can't keep it in an open space and say that it can be used for a long space. Any organization that has to germinate or that has to, get taken to life, you need two things. One is light and air. Most of the tanks that would have been made provision, but still I'm telling that you can't make it airtight, but you can make it light proof. Any storage tank that you are going to make sure that you make it light proof, so that it will arrest the growth of the organizations, so that you can use that water for a very long time. So this rainwater harvesting happens in such a way that whenever it rains, you are going to use. Suppose if your house receives around 15 to 20 millimeters or 30 millimeters of rainfall, you are going to get around 500 liters of water for that day. But that water you are going to use it on that single day. Next day it is again going to rain. So like that, the water is kept on circulation. It is not that initially and July, August you are going to get the rain and the same water you are going to use it for till December or January. That is not the thing. Since it will be in circulation, and if you take such precautions, I am sure that the water will contamination will happen very less, and you can utilize that water for a relatively longer time. So these are all some of the precautions that anybody can take. And as I told you, some of the measures that 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿 has suggested to BBMP and many civic bodies, because small things does matters. As you have noticed that many of the footpaths, they have completely plastered it out. many of the trees, such a wonderful trees, they collect water and with those loops and that thing, channelization, comes straight away through the bark and it gets recharged into the groundwater. That has completely dismantled it. And then chairman, Sri BBMP commissioner, Sri Siddhaya was the commissioner. We from 𝗕𝗫𝗄𝗏 had taught a case study and presented him and told him. They validly agreed it and they have vacated such things, many of the trees, so that it will help in recharging the groundwater. So such open paved pavers, instead of having a plastered thing, we can have such paved perforated pavers. So these helps in two ways. In theme park, we have made sure that if you have walked through the theme park, maybe you would have also observed that all such walk paths are having such perforated pavers. One is it will reduce 50% of less material. The other important thing is that it will help the water to percolate into the ground. So our groundwater recharge will happen with such pavers. So such things, such measures. This is the theme park image that we have given. And we have surveyed around 700 parks in Bangalore for groundwater recharge. As you know, many of the parks, BBMP parks, they don't have supply from BWSSB. Either they would have had a borewell in-house in their park and they would pump the water and they are maintaining the park. So there is no, so such parks required rainwater harvesting. What we thought of, we surveyed such parks and such recharge pits were designed. And on a pilot basis, we have installed rainwater harvesting in recharge pits in 𝗕𝗲𝗏𝗵𝗿, a veterinary college area. So what we can do is, anyone who intends to grow for groundwater recharge have such things. Go for the excavation. 3 feet dia is a minimum diameter and 10 feet is a depth. So you can have an excavation. Place a cement rings one above the other and make it. And between this gap, you can have a boulders and have a safety mesh so that since it's in a public places, nobody could fall. And another ring and boulders, and then place it with a perforated slab. So this is the simplest method wherein it will help the groundwater table to increase. Either you can, with the help of a roof, you can directly let it, or the surface water, any waters that will flow in the surface can also be diverted to this groundwater recharge methods. So the commitment has to be there if you have to go for rainwater harvesting. So initially when we started rainwater harvesting program and started communicating people and convincing people, it was very difficult for us. People told that it will take around thousands of rupees. If you give around 200 back then, 10 years back, 12 years back, 200, 300, 500 rupees, a tanker guy will come and get the water during summer season. For that, why we have to install it? Then we told that, okay, tanker will guy, but the tanker will keep on running whenever till you have a property. Whereas if you have a rainwater harvesting system, you don't need that. The roof is sufficient. So such interventions, we find it very easy to convince, because in such places, one of the places in 𝗕𝗏𝗏 area, where the groundwater table had lot of fluoride contents. They didn't had any rivers or any freshwater supply that was surrounding to their areas. So when we started convincing and we started implementing this simple method, as you can see, the figure will explain. Sir, inclined roof, channelization, and small first flush. First flush is the simplest method. Initially, whenever it rains, what will happen? Water from the roof will come here, and it will pass through that, and there is a simple wall. Any silt and dust particles it will come. Initially, when you are at home, you can open it and all the silt and dust particles will get flushed it out. After that, when you close it, some of the water will stay here. 70% of the debris would have already gone. And from here, a filtration system. As I told you, a simple sandbed filter. From this, a filtered, after the filtration system, beneath this is a tank. A simplest form of rainwater harvesting in anybody's house. And they were surprised to see the quality of water, and their dal was boiling much better when compared to the borewell waters, because it does hardly contains any minerals. And they started using this water only for drinking and cooking purposes. So intent has to be there. So that's why I'm showing this. So if they realize that they are going to get a pure water, sustainable water at their doorstep, you will be finding very difficult and easy for them to get convinced. As another house, inclined roof, water from the roof and filtration system, and then a tank. They don't need any electricity. As long as their house is intact, they are going to get water whenever it rains at their doorstep. And since it's a surface tank, they don't need any pump or any electricity. And such interventions were much more successful in schools. You might have seen many schools, many NGOs or many CSR funds building toilets, building bigger buildings for them, but lack of water. Many schools lack water, pure water at their house. Bisi uta, everything is supplied, but there is no water. I have seen many schools, even surrounding Bangalore, Indian Oil Corporation or many, I don't want to name, they have every infrastructures, but there is no water. Any few schools, the water was supplied from 3 to 4 kilometers far away from the schools. So we thought of implementing such interventions in schools, which was first very much successful initially. And you can see the quality of roof. There is a lot of tree. Any government schools you can, this is, of course, when we visited, after visiting, they would have done. In a normal way, it wouldn't be the conditions, because they realize that the pure water at their school can do. Nobody else is going to supply pure water on a daily basis. If they keep their roof clean, they are going to get pure water. And that, with respect to that water, the children are going to be very happy, and hygienic way they are going to get water at their schools. So such very good examples are available in elsewhere. And some of the cross sections of where and all we have done rainwater harvesting from past 15 years, 17 years. Many of the even government buildings, private buildings, they have all installed rainwater harvesting. Still we have a long journey, and this is one such interventions in 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿 in University of Agriculture Science in Bangalore, or 𝗕𝗲𝗙. Most of you don't have noticed that rainwater harvesting is still in place in 𝗕𝗲𝗙. So 𝗕𝗲𝗙 has 2 courtyards. When then Chief Minister 𝗕𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗃 built that, from the outside you can't see any single rainwater pipes. So there's a courtyard. Beneath that courtyard, all the rainwater pipes have been interconnected. Earlier, these were the conditions of the pipes. After interconnection, we have bought all the interconnected rainwater pipes. There's a vent. There's a vent that takes the water from inside the courtyard to the outside. We have bought it through the huge hume pipe, and have a filtration system. And beneath this garden, we have around 3.5 to 4 lakh liters underground sump. With respect to that sump, collects water from this 𝗕𝗲𝗙. 50% we could make, and another 50% we couldn't convince them, and it has been pending. So one of the landmark buildings, our corporation office, our head office, corporation head office, earlier there used to be a swimming pool. That swimming pool has been converted to a underground sump, and 7 lakh liters of underground sump has been converted, and all the rainwater pipes have been interconnected. And beneath this garden there is a tank, and even BBMP head office is also conserving water. And so Union Bank of India in Banerghatta Road, we have done rainwater harvesting. There was a huge open pond, and all the water from the channels used to have been diverted, and some of the guest houses, main buildings, and there was such 3 open wells. We have rejuvenated them, and they are yielding lot of water now also. So Union Bank of India have done rainwater harvesting. And ICMR in Pujanhalli near airport, Indian Council for Medical Research, so they have also done rainwater harvesting, recharge pit, open wells, storage tank. All those interventions have been made. Our as I told you, administration office in Karnataka Soaps and Detergents Limited, 1 lakh liter storage capacity has been made, and in a phased way they are going to implement it. So first part was administrative building. There also we have done GLRs, ground level reservoirs of BWSSB. They are available almost all in the Bangalore. So they are meant for collection of rainwater, and for the GLRs, ground level reservoirs, we have done rainwater harvesting. Few places we have made a storage tank, and few places we have had a groundwater recharge for them. So ground level reserves. And Aranya Bhavan in Malleshwaram, nobody can notice in such a way that we have planned 50,000 liter capacity of tank is beneath this walk path. So in Aranya Bhavan, High Court of India, Karnataka, 50,000 liter capacity on the courtyard. It's a very old building, and near the Kadban Park there is a storage tank. We have been able to do that. So such many such interventions. I can just go through this rainwater harvesting. And as I told you, theme park. See, so theme park was one such interventions. Last I will just few slides. It is close to 1 acre plot, and it is having 28 kinds of interventions. Most of the area is open. All the rainwater that falls here, it will stay here only, and all the buildings that collect water are having storage tanks. And it has been successful in bringing lot of students from schools, from colleges to bring in awareness program. And many of the students, as per the national education policy, they have made mandatory that they should have a case study on rainwater harvesting. And this park has made a very good role in bringing awareness program about rainwater harvesting. So nowhere in the country such parks existed until this rainwater harvesting theme park in Bangalore, our state, Karnataka. After that, such parks existed in Nagpur, Kanpur, Allahabad, and many other places. They have Hyderabad. So they came here, we visualized and saw that such parks existed. So this park is such a unique park. We are proud to have in Bangalore, and has made lot of awareness programs, and we created impact among residents. So these are some of the strategic parts. 50% of the water can be received from Kaveri, 20% of the water from rainwater harvesting, another 20% from groundwater recharge and recycled well. So this is how we can go closer to sustainability for water storage in water collection in Bangalore. So as I told you, in parks where we have done rainwater harvesting, from the walk paths we have bought rainwater, have a infiltration gallery, and from that silt and dust particles will segregate here, and from that you can allow it to percolate into the ground. So surface water we can't store it. It has lot of debris and silt particles that is suitable for allowing it to percolate into the ground. Whereas rooftop rainwater harvesting is relatively clean water. That water you can allow it to channelize it and store it in a tank. So like that, we have also developed an app with the help of UNESCO. They have some funded us. So anybody who can stay far away, they can take the help of this app, and we have made all the details like rainfall data. If anybody can enter few details like what is the area, how many number of people stay there, and which location they are. With respect to that location, it will take the rainfall of that particular area. It simply calculates and just gives you, this could be the approximate amount of water that is available for your house, and for how many number of days you can sustain with the help of this inputs, and you can take such solutions. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 advisor. So I stay in Malleshwaram. I also come here very often, and we have a help desk in Jayanagar theme park and Malleshwaram. Anybody who wants to get rainwater harvesting solutions, they can simply walk into any of our help desks. We are here, and with Bangalore Apartments Federation, such people we require, because as a small 2 or 3 engineers at here and 2 or 3 engineers at BWSSB, we will all be able to awareness and build awareness and take it to the residents people. So with the help of Bangalore Apartments Federation, we can take it to each and every parts of Bangalore. Thank you. Any questions? I'm open. Yeah. Yeah. So
are there anything special we have to tell them to do?
Nothing.
Nothing.
See, if you have to collect rainwater, one thing is that, see, what all the collection that happens, it will happen at the rooftop. So what you are not supposed to do is, you should not put any scrap materials or waste materials into that. Or some of the people would do rooftop gardening.
That take care.
Rooftop gardening will not hamper. But if they use pesticides, then that is going to contaminate the water. So all such precautions that they have to take care.
Okay.
So
number 2, sir. I forgot.
Yeah.
Number 2, we have a rainwater pit.
Okay.
But what I don't know is, it was built by the builder. 8 years it is there, but is it really working? How to know it is efficiently working, or we have to do some maintenance to it?
You have to dig it and open it and see to it that there is lot of silt that is happening. First thing is, if the recharge pit is getting water or not, you have to see, because there is lot of drains that will lead to that. So you have to see to it that from which catchment area it is collected. So
can we do on our own with our own resources, or requires any?
You can do initial studies. You can with the help of your own staff, or if you're with your own people. Whenever during rainy season, you can see how the water is going to flow, and if there is any obstacles, if it is diverting, if there is any fractures in your drainage network, you have to rectify that. Make sure that all the water brings up with that point, and after that, whether the recharge pit is sufficient enough to take amount of water or not, that you have to take care.
This looks a bit technical, beyond our abilities. So is there anybody who does such things? Sorry.
So there are two practitioners who actually are going to come and present.
I'll ask them.
Let's keep that after that.
Understood.
Yeah.
So third, only one observation I have to do on the capacity of, I am learning soil biology. To some extent I have learnt. So the major cause, what I see in Bangalore is the soil is so compacted. The soil is completely without biology.
Yeah.
The soil has organic matter, not even 2%, my estimate everywhere. And that is the reason water surface puddling is happening. The whatever water falls in my own society around us, the water falls on the ground, it doesn't even go to not even few centimeters.
Correct.
It stays there for 4 or 5 days. It stays there and then it evaporates, because the rain stops, it evaporates. So the basic problem in percolation issue, the percolation is a larger issue. Is my own observation, and based on what I have, the academic background I have, that soil is lacking biology, soil is lacking organic matter, and because of that biology, so it is not creating the pathways for water to go and percolate and go inside. That's just why I want to.
One thing I'll last one that I will attend, and then see I don't think so. The biology will help you, but there is a soil strata and the layers in the soil with respect to the each and every layers. So there is clay layer, there is rocky layer. So with respect to these layers, the water doesn't percolate. Many of the places, as you told, whenever it rains, it stays for a very long time, but it doesn't percolate. So that's where we need to assess at what level, at what different levels layers of the soil is there. And if there is a clay layer, we have to puncture it and go beyond that, and beyond that we have to allow it to percolate into that. So if there is a rocky layer, there is no scope for groundwater recharge.
So I had one question. So
they are requesting that the question answer session be at the last.
Some of the questions may get answered.
okay.
So other I will be available. So other gentleman is waiting for him to. So we'll just reserve your questions. So we'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you, Navneet, for your wonderful presentation and explanation of rainwater support for BWSSB for very long time. You can also consult them for any of the consultancy for your apartment complexes. Now we have an case study of apartments by Mr. Praveen Kumar. Praveen Kumar is an BWSSB trained and certified rainwater harvesting professional over 16 years of experience. He is also an founder and director of 𝗕𝗫 Rainwater Harvesting Projects and Private Limited. He has widespread of his projects are over 200 apartment complexes. Few of them are from Shobha, Prestige and Brigade. He also has an very strong projects in dry borewell recharge, and also he has very few featured press conference of the projects like the Green and the Simpsons. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
I am Praveen Kumar. Namaste to everyone. I am Praveen Kumar. Before I begin this presentation, let me just begin with my own case study. As a youngster, when I was a school-going kid, I come from a drought-prone region called Gadag, Hubli and Koppal, one of the case studies mentioned by Navneet sir here. So we have a very less rainfall. This is the third driest region in India. So we always were touched and pained by the farmers' suicide cases. Yes. Okay. And I also used to feel very bad when my parents used to struggle to arrange water for us. So one day when it was raining, when all my family members were out for some wedding or some event, I started collecting rainwater from the pipes, from the rainwater pipes, and started filling in the sump. Initially, it was met with a lot of resistance. My parents obstructed me, and when I tried to do that thing by collecting my house rainwater and pouring it in the nearby open well, community open well, the neighbors called me lunatic. They objected me from doing so. But I did not give up. And one day when my parents had gone for a longer period of time, I filled my entire 8,000 liters sump. And the next day, all my neighbors were in a long queue somewhere paying money to buy water. We were the only family in that neighborhood that did not buy water for weeks. Seeing this, my father felt there is value in what I did. So what he did is he bought a hose pipe and connected to multiple drain pipes from my house, and he connected to two different sumps. From then on, I started learning more and more about rainwater harvesting, and I wanted to help my farmer brethren. So, but my parents had different aspirations from me. They wanted me to be a software engineer, which was the craze during those times. For fulfilling their dreams, I became a subject matter expert and worked with the 𝗕𝗲𝗿 𝗵𝗵 for 4 years, but that was never my choice of field. I always wanted to be involved with part of the solution, water conservation. So in the year 2010, I joined one water conservationist from Bangalore named Mr. 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗵, who was the founder director of Water Literacy Foundation. So from 2010, I worked with him for 2008 and did a lot of rainwater harvesting projects. And from 2008-9, I started my own firm called 𝗕𝗫 projects. So with this, my house own case study, let me begin the presentation, sir. I again welcome you all to my presentation, and I proudly call you all water warriors because you want to be part of the solution. So what I learned in last 16 years is the problem we are facing is because of the water illiteracy and myths that is obstructing the people from taking the right decision. So these are the same questions that I've been getting from every other apartment, every other household I reach. They all come up with the same questions, and I believe you will also ask me the same questions, and I'll try my best to give as much satisfactory and logical answers as possible. Okay. The first myth is water scarcity. So you may all think my grandfather had water problem, my father had water problem, we also have the same problem. No. What they had is water accessibility problem. We had abundant water some time back, 30-40 years back. So that was accessibility problem. So we did not have tankers facility those times. We did not have boreholes those times, and we did not have a powered connection. So when there used to be a sign, only 2 to 3 water availability. We could not get water because half of the queue used to be left with dry. Now what we are having is actually the water scarcity. Now if I call a tanker guy is ready to come, but there is no water. Pipe connection is there from Kaveri, but there is not enough to meet half of Bangalore's water requirement. And then if I switch on, water can pump as high as 27 floor, 30 floor building, but there is no water, sir. So what we are facing is actually the water scarcity, not the water accessibility, sir. You're getting my point, sir? Yes. Then there is another myth saying that there is enough water, we don't have to do rainwater harvesting now. We have our borers full of water, we get ample Kaveri water, we have n number of tankers. We don't want to do any rainwater harvesting. But the problem here is, we are only having 1% of the water. So if this is the entire water on earth, only this 1% is the fresh accessible water. Out of that, 0.67 is groundwater, which means there is more water under the ground than what is there in the rivers and ponds and other water bodies. And imagine, sir, in last 40 years, so 44 years, borewells were introduced to Karnataka in 1983. So from last 43 years, we have exhausted so much water that we have to wait for that particular rainy season to replenish our borewells. And half of Bangalore is running on borewells. So, and Kaveri is not able to even meet the complete demand of the people where they are already supplying water to. So in this case, what is the next solution? Many people think, okay, no problem. If there is not enough Kaveri water, if there is not enough water, we will drill our borewells deeper. We will drill more borewells. So this is taking us to another problem, sir. That another problem is something like what is shown in this newspaper article. This says there is a village in Kolar where the village population itself is 500, whereas 700, whereas there are 500 boreholes in the tiny village, sir. Okay, and this is the case of Bangalore, where average depth is close to 1,000 feet. Okay. Okay. Let me just wait for a video, sir. If it doesn't play, no problem. No problem, it's not playing. So what is the solution, sir? So then they say, the experts like 𝗪𝘂𝗙 and we say, sir, please adopt rainwater harvesting. That should be our way of life. But then again, they pose me with another question saying that, another myth, Praveen, there are not enough rains, so we do not do rainwater harvesting. They say there is only rains from June to September or max to max October. No, that's not the case, especially with Bangalore, sir. In Bangalore, rains start from March 15th onwards. You can just start noticing it, sir. From March 15th onwards, it starts raining. And only during October time, it will be little less rainfall. Again, November, if not November, December, there will be cyclonic rain. That is equivalent to 1 month's rainfall, which is 100 mm rainfall. Which is a big rainfall, sir. It is as high as what we get in September and October, sir. So September and August. So that's not true. And also, India is one of the rainiest places on earth, sir. We get 1,000 mm rainfall. This is what the case is. So India is one of the rainiest places, whereas Israel, which is a dry area, which is a desert area, it has become so much self-sufficient, they supply water to the neighboring countries. So it is a mismanagement issue, sir, not actually the scarcity. And when it comes to Bangalore, I vividly remember that I came to this field in the year 2010. In the first year, we had very good rains when I started working in the water conservation field. Second year, we had very good rains, 12. Only in the year 2013, we had about 750 to 800 mm rainfall, which is 200 plus mm less rainfall. But after that, it has always been raining 1,200 mm rainfall, sir. So Bangalore average rainfall is increasing. So we are getting more rainfall than the average, sir. So it's not true that we are not getting enough rains. We are getting more than enough rainfall, sir. What is deceiving people here is they are counting numbers. They are not counting the volume. So in one of the display board here, sir, it says Bangalore gets about 60 good rainfalls. That was the case about 1 or 2 decades ago. So now what's happening is the same 60 numbers are maybe 5 or 10 rainfalls less or more. What's happening is today it rains. Then there is a dry period of 10 to 15 days or maybe a 1 month. Suddenly on next rain, it will be a 1 month rainfall condensed in small 1 or 2 hours like this. You can see in Bengaluru in the year 2016, in 15-20 minutes we received 1 month rainfall, sir. So numbers may have shrunk, but volume of rainfall that is there is still the same. It has not changed, sir. We are still getting 1,000 plus mm rainfall. It may be in 10 rains or it may be distributed in 60 plus rains. So volume always remains the same, sir. We should be ready with the structures. So nature is doing its job, but we should be ready with the right infrastructure. But when we say do rainwater harvesting, this is one of the most frequently asked questions, like how 𝗪𝘂𝗙 answered a few of the case studies here. Rainwater is contaminated. Okay. Can you guess what this could be, sir? Yes, leaves. Now actually this is 𝗪𝘂𝗀𝗏 behind RV Engineering College, Mysore Road. This is 𝗪𝘁𝗏𝗏𝗏 river, sir. This is a tributary to our Kaveri water. Like this, there are almost all rivulets that are joining the Kaveri river. They are all the same, sir, literally. Mysore waste, Kushalnagar waste, Srirangpatna waste, everything is ending up in Kaveri. If we are treating that water and consuming it, why not consume our own roof rainwater, which hardly has dust, and here and there some bird droppings that can be easily treated with the kitchen RO, UV aqua guards, or while cooking. Cooking is boiling. Boiling will kill the pathogen, sir. Or in apartment cases, I'm sure all apartments have, almost all apartments have water treatment plant. The very function of WTP is to make it disinfected, safe water for consumption, sir. And here I would like to show this water quality report, sir. This is taken by the Central Pollution Control Board, a body that sits above the KSPCB, sir. So they tested in the year 2018. So they tested Kaveri water at the source, sir. So in one of the sources of the river Arkavati near the Sangama, the fecal coliform was 1,000 CPO or MPN per 100 ml, sir. And at river itself, sir, Kaveri near the Sangama, it's another 1,000. Whereas you will be surprised if I show you the STP water quality report, sir. So this is what I found in one of the hotels in Yelahanka, sir. Their STP water had far lesser bacteria than river itself, sir. That's a ground reality, sir. So compared to STP, our rainwater will even have far for lesser bacteria or may not even have bacteria, sir. I have a couple of gated communities who I told them to validate it by themselves, sir. When it rained, I asked them to collect water from the stormwater drain. I'm sure you have stormwater drains in your community, sir. I asked them, don't believe me or don't believe any other writings. Do it practically by yourself. Okay. So I asked them to collect the rainwater in a fresh water bottle, send it for testing. And about 2 people came up saying that their water was found to be bacteria free, sir. Surface water. Because our gated communities are as clean as modern Western world, sir. Sorry to do the comparison, but they seem, everyone takes their example as in terms of hygiene, sir. They have far cleaner streets, roads than developing countries. So our gated communities in Bangalore and other metros are as good as world class infrastructure, sir. Which means our rainwater is far better than STP water or Kaveri water, sir. Okay. And finally, what I would like to say is, sir, the problem we are facing is shortage of water, not the technology, sir. We have affordable technologies to make water safe. If there is no water, then all these technologies of no use, sir. So first we need to become water abundant, then think of treating it, disinfecting it for consumption, sir. So if you don't do water conservation itself and still only depend on depleting resources, then these technologies will also go obsolete. Okay. So coming to case study, sir. In last 16 years, some 10 plus gated communities have been featured in different newspaper articles, sir, online, print media and all things. And some of you might have read about Chaitanya Samarpan gated community in Whitefield. They became 80% water self-sufficient. They are buying some water to maintain good relationship with the local water suppliers and the panchayat people there, sir. And then this is one of the most prominently featured in the newspaper articles, the Green's apartment, Dodnekundi. Okay. And then we have SV Symphony apartment on Sarjapur Road. And that's me, that pointed arrow is pointing towards me. And these 4 gated communities are featured in the, about 6-7 months back, Times of India had featured. Sitaram Srishti in Yalanka, Green Light in 𝗵𝗿𝗵𝗵, Mitra Maigate in Hormau, Cascading Meadows layout in 𝗕𝚹, sir. So, except Cascading Meadows, the first 3 apartments, they had literally dry borewells. They became water self-sufficient. Their borewells started yielding water and they stopped buying tankers. And that is what was covered in this newspaper article, sir. So today's main topic is 𝗕实Garden Bay, an apartment complex in Yalanka, behind the CRPF on 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏 Road. So it has about 8 towers, 2 podiums, and all put together 6 acres catchment area. Okay, they were buying 10 to 12 tankers on a daily basis, which means 100% tanker dependent. Okay, and there are other problems included, like how Navneet told, lack of storage. They had just 1 lakh liter storage tank, to which all 8 towers and 2 podium water was getting connected. So because of medium to heavy rainfall, everything was getting pumped out, because otherwise it would flood their basement. Then they had a high recurring expense, because limited storage capacity, they had to throw out water out. Their throwing exercise costed them 25 to 30,000 rupees per month, because high power consumption, so 10 HP, multiple pumps running. Otherwise their basement would flood the water. And they had a dilemma in selection of rainwater filter, like how Navneet told. Not all rainwater filters are applicable to all infrastructures. Every apartment requires its own rainwater filter. Okay, and their positioning is very important, sir. They were in the basement, and all the pipes are in the basement, whereas sump was on the ground. So they could not find a suitable filter that could transit water to the sump. So that was one of the reasons that was stopping them from taking rainwater harvesting project. So I gave them the information in all the consultation, and through the builder I was appointed as a consultant for them, for the gated community, the residents. So builder had already provided 29 recharge wells, which of 4 feet, 12 feet, 4 feet diameter, 12 feet depth, and there was a 1 lakh liter sump. Okay, and each tower roof area is about 1,000 square meter. And despite of having a rainwater tank, they were not able to use the rainwater, because rainwater was mixed with planter boxes, couple of balcony pipes, and the podiums. Podiums are nothing but green belt areas. So that water was also going to the basement. From basement through the pipes, it was entering in the rainwater tank. So literally it was brownish colored water. They did not know what to do. So they were just collecting, throwing it out. Okay. Mixed up, sir. Yes. Okay. So this was the case. Earlier, all the water was these are the towers. These are the two podiums, roughly 1000 square meter. This is 1000 square meter. Tower 1. Tower 1 to 8. All the white colored boxes that you see are the towers. They were all connected to the 1 lakh liters Rainwater storage tank there. And from there it was pumped out. So it was not in theory they say, yes, there is a rainwater harvesting project. Practically there was non-existent. So then we came up with our intervention, sir. Since taking all rainwater to one place was challenged, because this is very far from that sump, and this is also very far from the sump. So what we decided is, we made a cluster of 2 or 3 towers. So tower 4, tower 5. This rainwater, we built a new storage tank, like how my previous panelist told, there is a need for bigger storage tanks to store most of rainwater. We built a 85,000 liters of rainwater tank at the back end. So this tower 5 and 4, half of it was connected to that sump. And then the tower 8, tower 2 and tower 1, that is the entrance side. We stored it in the massive 1000 K liters or 1 lakh liters sump in the football ground. And then we retained the existing 1 lakh liter sump and connected half of this tower 4, tower 7 and tower 3 rainwater to the 1 lakh liter sump. So this took care of the sump, but this still there will be a overflow, because these days rains happens in a sporadic manner. Less time, more rainfall. That time my storage tank will spill over. I am more interested in that spillover, because spillover generates big amount of water. So that water, what we did is, we took surplus water from this 1 lakh liter sump, we connected to the nearby borewell there. So it's a recharging there. Any excess, you go here, it does the groundwater recharge. So this one came back to life. The backyard, this one. So any excess from 85,000 liters sump was used to recharge that blue colored box borewell there. And clubhouse, there is a clubhouse there, where white box you see. That I connected to recharge the clubhouse borewell. Plus, now minimal pumping, sir. Earlier everything was getting pumped. Now some water, because of the height difference, they could not take it through gravity. I pumped that water to that borewell. So now, in theory, you can say this is a zero runoff community, sir. Practically it is not. Still they are pumping some water, because they have to pump this, because this is at a low level area compared to the outside world. So they have to pump it out. So because of this intervention, so pumping cost saved by 80,000. So their monthly pumping cost was saved by 20,000. Weak borers, they are actually not drawing much water, but still they were drawing. So that weak borel started yielding water, and the active borel yield doubled, and it started yielding non-stop water. So that one borewell made them water self-sufficient, and their daily tankers reduced from 12 per day to 2 to 3, and these 2 to 3 they are buying to maintain relationship with the vendor there, sir, because he may say no to them and they may need in reality, sir. Yes. And borewell water quality started improving, sir, because of dilution, like how my previous panelist told. Rainwater is very soft. He asked you a question, is it good water? Yes, it is a good water, because it is soft water. There may be bacteria, that is a different topic, sir. Once we send rainwater, it dilutes the hardness, sir, and TDS. So water quality becomes better. If water quality becomes better, it will directly impact your performance of the WTP. WTP rejects less water. Your individual RO, UV, kitchen, they also reject less water, which means overall your roof tank becomes less frequently empty. If that becomes less frequently empty, your pumping cost is saved. So everything is interrelated there, sir. And flooding issues also mitigates. Earlier all basement used to get flooded. Now it is reduced, sir. They are easily managing the flooding water, sir. These are a few of the project photos. These are the big tanks that we constructed at that time. And some of the challenges we faced during rainy season projects. The plumbing, and this is the borewell recharging photo, finishing. Yes. And, some thoughts, I don't know how you will receive it, sir, just for you to read it for yourself, sir. Sir, rainy season we always face this problem, sir, delays. Yes, yes, sir, yes, yes. Builder, they try their best to give as much information, as much infrastructure as possible, sir. But some missing link causes the whole project to be jeopardized. For example, they give the big rainwater tank, but because of filtration, they may end up not tapped full potential. They may give the big tank filtration, but somewhere with the rainwater pipe, they mix balcony pipes. So that again becomes a new job. So these kind of things are obstructing each and every apartment community, sir. Not every apartment is 100% rainwater harvesting friendly. That's the reason many consultants, they start giving the consultation, sir. Sir. I'll hand over the...
Thank you. So this kind of a problem is there in a lot of apartments.
Yes, sir.
So while I see there is a regulation to say, okay, the apartment of certain size and all should implement RWH, how it is implemented, isn't that basically policed? Because what we land up is we create a problem, or the builder leaves us with a problem, and then we are left to solve it. And in many cases, like in this case, the rainwater part, if they are already going into basement, RWH becomes a challenge. Where to put the filter, do we have the gradients and all those problems. So why are these not getting, or is there regulatory thing to also police what quality of infrastructure is built?
Okay. Yeah, sir. When I came to this field, sir, in the year 2010, so we had buildings that were very old compared to what we have now, sir. And they were designed it to cater to that kind of era infrastructure requirements and those things, sir. So when we started doing rainwater harvesting, the builders, which means what I learned from my former employer and Dr. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗵 sir, architect 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗵 sir, they started pioneering rainwater harvesting in Bangalore, sir. Okay, when they started modifying the infrastructure delivered to the end users like you, they learned that yes, we had to isolate the rainwater pipe from the balcony pipes. We should not connect planter box pipes. So that way, builders are evolving. They are giving their best with the next projects, sir. Like you can take the example of 𝗕𝗂𝘁. In one of the earliest 𝗕𝗂𝘁 projects in the year 2009-10, sir, we did work in 𝗕𝗂𝘁 𝗣𝗵𝗿, very long back, sir. I was newcomer that time. So we had a very small storage tank. Plumbing was good. So okay, we did the rainwater harvesting by constructing multiple recharge pits and some additional storage tanks, sir. So then we got a small work from the builder himself, sir, for one of their projects. We did that work, and now if you go to any of the new 𝗕𝗂𝘁 buildings, you will see massive 5 lakh liter sump, 8 lakh liter sump, 10 lakh liter sump, which means theoretically everything ends up in their sump, which is then passed through WTP and provided to the gated communities for all kinds of consumption, sir. Which means they are trying their best to become better compared to the previous projects, sir. The same thing is happening. Earlier those days, when you used to say 2040 house, except in Jayanagar, Malleshwaram areas, if you take city outskirts, all the houses where 3040 means 3040 used to be a big box, hardly any setback areas, sir, and hardly any recharge pit area. Now they are they are creating space for recharge wells and additional storage tanks, sir. With now guidelines coming, strictly coming into enforce that for each square feet there should be a 6 liter storage tank. They are building big storage tank by default itself, sir. And it has the notice has already reached almost all engineers and architects and contractors, sir. So things are improvising.
Sorry. Sure.
See, this issue that you're speaking about, you know, the infrastructure provided not matching with the infrastructure required at the community is something that you just pointed out. The builders building something and ticking off one checkbox, and we are left to grapple with the... And this is a universal subject, not just on water, on multiple other subjects, whether it is maintenance funds also, whether it is, you know, the quality of construction many times, handover of documentation. So this is a large issue. Until the time we are focused only on myself in terms of my 1200 square feet of apartment, you know, so that my family can live comfortably, and not abstracting ourselves that we are part of that, you know, 100, 200 member community and volunteering ourselves, our time, etc. This issue is going to continue with builders. This issue will continue with the government. This issue will just continue. So we as BWSSB are trying to do as much as possible in intervening with some of these. So for example, this afternoon, one of the builders is coming to present a solution, you know, what they are doing about a particular solution around treated water. But we have to come together. There is no magic wand which will say that tomorrow onwards, all the builders are going to be, Harishchandras and will comply to every expectation, aspiration of residents and residential community. Until then, we have to, keep pushing the envelope and fighting for it. That's the broad point of it.
Just one question.
Carrying forward, let us see the building is already over. Builder is not catered for anything. Rainwater sump.
Yeah.
I've got total basement. I've got the total basement. Basement is interconnected between all the blocks. Where do I now create a structure? My problem is that.
So the baby is born now. The
baby is born.
Ours. We have to take care.
Yes.
We have to find innovative solutions with solution providers like them.
Okay.
And the government is not coming to our rescue. The builder may or may not come to our rescue. We have to worry about it. And let's collaborate between the apartment community and BWSSB collectively, identify solutions and solve it, sir. That is on the immediate basis. And see root cause analysis, how we can prevent. Is RERA such an institution which is supposed to, take care of our interests, taking care of our interests or not, and go back and tell them that, what the hell you gave compliance certificate to these? How did you give occupancy certificates to these complaints? This is an endless conversation. But I'm thinking I'm touching upon the answer. There is no magic answer.
No, we are looking at solutions.
That's where he is here.
That is what we are looking at.
That's where he is here, sir. That's where here. Today is all for existing apartment complexes. It is not for new apartment complexes.
Yes.
For new apartment complexes, anyway, we are talking to CREDAI and saying, please build A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. It is not an obligation, but, please be, cognizant to our requirements, sir.
So,
Okay. Can you pause this point for a little later time, because some of these have to come up and we will come up also, sir.
So typically,
sir, can we keep the questions to after the next session, please?
Two tanker suppliers and groundwater. All of them were contaminated, E. coliform, at various levels. So none of them, whatever we say, we are not going to escape from that reality. The quality of water is going to be as bad as what it is. So what we have done is, we have built a strong defense in the form of a very functional and monitored WTP. Plus, we have also provided an RO for the kitchen usage purposes. So, from our experience, there is no going back. I mean, there is nothing which is, nobody is going to give you very clean water.
Yes.
Whether it's rain, even our rainwater, some had contamination because of the bird droppings, animal, etc. So that's something which for apartment complexes, we'll have to build that defenses and use the available water.
Okay, I will request Navneet and Praveen to stay on for a little more time, so that we can have a collective Q&A. Yes. In the meanwhile, let's anything else?
I'm done, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Praveen.
everyone. Thank you. Thank you, BWSSB. Yes.
If he gives us consent, we will share the slide further. Yeah. Sorry, did I put you on a spot? I don't know.
I don't know whether Praveen remembers me or not. He remembers me. It was his first project, one of the first projects which he did in our apartment way back in 2011. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿𝗄𝐻 apartments in 𝗕𝗂𝘁. It was done by 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿. It was done by 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗂𝗍. 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗂𝗍, the company name was Water 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗂𝗍. It's called as Water Doctor. So it was done in 2011. That before that we used to pick up about 3 or 4 tankers a day. After 2011, I don't remember any instance of picking a water tanker. I don't remember. because I've been 4 times secretary there, except for just filling our swimming pool. That's all we have picked up. Otherwise, these guys did a fantastic job. Praveen was very aggressive at that time. Young blood. So, yeah. So now, so good to see him in a different position. But he used to work very, very close with 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗵𝗵, Nivedita, right? Sujata. 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗵𝗵's daughter. She's taking care of the. He's still fit, right? Yeah. Oh, he's passed away. Okay. Because 𝗕𝗿𝗄𝗵𝗵 was he was famously called. He regenerated a land parcel in Anantapur which was completely dry. He actually created a farm out there. So that was he famous for. Okay, great. Thanks.
Take the opportunity to invite Sunil Mysore. Sunil Mysore is a deep environmentalist and evangelist for environmental causes, and he's done an amazing amount of work on various segments, and today he is going to talk about specifically focus on rainwater harvesting. Sunil.
My name is Sunil. I am basically a civil engineer. I have been practicing this rainwater harvesting for quite some time, doing it as a hobby, doing it professionally, doing it commercially also, and with that I am handling other kinds of environmental services also. But specific to the topic today, yes sir. Mic back, huh? I thought I get it. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, is it better now? Yeah, sir. So I will talk mostly about some of the case studies, some of the work which I have done in the past few years regarding rainwater harvesting. So I will skip most of it because Navneet and Praveen have spoken mostly about what is rainwater harvesting all about. So I'm not going to touch upon most of it. It's already been spoken about. I will try to put some case studies and mostly to talk about what can work and what cannot work also. Okay. So, we'll skip all these academic photographs and usual, the presentation photographs just to say, okay, this is the problem, this is the solution. Yeah, we'll skip all these things for. What is important for me is this, when we talk about water, mostly this is the kind of scenario we are looking at today. 250 cubic kilometers of groundwater we extract every year in India, which is more than China and US put together. And furthermore, we don't know what is the case. The kind of extraction we are doing and very conspicuous consumption pattern that we are seeing these days, I don't know. It's very difficult to predict what next. Okay. We always, every year we have a problem, we will find a knee-jerk solution. Something will come up, something will work. And more or less, once the quantity is there, we'll forget the quality. Okay, at least ನೀರಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಪ್ಪ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ we'll talk about the quality later anta. See, this has been happening, right? See, I don't know, when I was studying in school, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ whatever that ನಲ್ಲಿಲಿ ತಿರುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಿಂಗೆ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. Nobody spoke about 𝗕𝗂𝘁, coliform or anything like that, right? 25 years from now, we don't want to drink. Like, when I was traveling by train, Indore or 𝗕𝗲𝗙 ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ there used to be a kiosk, one tile-clad kiosk, where we used to just fill water and drink, I didn't know there was something called fluoride or fluorosis, dental fluorosis, not even heard of that. 25 years, the GDP has gone up in the country, every parameter of economic development has gone up, but we need a plastic water bottle to drink our water. So in terms of metrics of development, if you think of quality of water, I think it is something that we need to ponder about, or we need to be little more, we need to at least put it in our narrative, right? What do we measure as actually a metrics of development, right? See, quality of what, I don't know, in the school, some school somewhere, whatever water we are getting, nobody used to talk about quality. We used to drink and we are fit and fine, 110 kgs even today. Okay, so I don't know, like today, I would not drink, I would not let my son drink also. Right? Even in the airport, he wants to buy a bottled water and drink because the narrative has gone so much in his mind that, he needs to buy water and drink. Right? So, I think we need to address these things, right? Quality is not spoken about. mostly we're talking about quality. But having said that, even quality, quantity also has become a big questionable thing today. Like, let me try to see, at least let me try and explain what I think can be a solution. It may be wrong also. Okay, forget about all these things, decarbonization, etc., etc. Simple, like, I have been involved in this rainwater harvesting from 2007-8 roughly. And even today, it's kind of regretful to say it as this is becoming an academic topic of discussion. Like, rainwater, there's nothing so fancy about it, right? 𝗪𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗂𝘀𝗁 𝗔𝗫𝗍. That is rainwater harvesting. Why you need these seminars, conferences, all big papers to be written? Anything water is flowing from your roof, catch it is rainwater harvesting, right? Why do you need to put so much runoff coefficient, what a Reynolds number, all those things are not required. Like, you are making the things more complicated. Right? And by and large, any source of water anywhere in the earth is rainwater. Right? Is there anything other than that? There's no other source of water. Right? Any dam, any borewell, any canal, whichever water anywhere which is going is essentially rainwater. So whatever water you are actually drinking, cooking is rainwater harvested water. See, now, the paradox today is the engineers in Bangalore, they are scared of rains in Bangalore. Male bantu, flood aitu, male vittu, endeno bittu. They are so scared and they pray for the same rain in Kodagu and 𝗕𝗏𝗵. Right? We don't want rains in Bangalore, but we want rains in 𝗕𝗏𝗵. And we don't want to use the water which falls on Bangalore. We want to take 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 water, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 water, which is for someone else. Now, Bangalore also wants Kaveri, wants 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏, perhaps next 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏. So, where is the end to this? Why do you want to go farther and farther? Rainwater harvesting per se, it is simple. But now, I think the important question, pertinent question is, why we are not using the resource which already we have? And putting up more and more resources and thought on what is farther and farther away. So, I will try to answer this question to the best of my ability. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. What is every drop of water is essentially rainwater. There is no other source. So, very simple case study which already spoken about before. So, very simple case. Look at a case of 100 square meter house. 950 mm rainfall, 15% loss. I am meeting about 45% of my demand right from my roof. Right? If I stand on this roof of 100 square meter, 45% of my rainwater, 45% of my water is already coming right here with the least amount of energy footprint. Now, getting the water from Kaveri 100 kilometers away and 500 feet deep has more inherent energy and carbon footprint than the water per se. So, this water is not only water, it's also energy. Right? So, if I harvest the water right, what falls on my roof, right, the amount of energy that I'm using to get that water is also very less. Okay? So we need to, in my opinion, we need to decouple energy, water, nutrition and look at it in a holistic way, right? Water is also energy, energy is also water. See, for generating water, we spend energy. To generate energy, again, we spend water. So they're all actually a very closed loop, right? This is a very simple case study, by the way, my house. Okay? Simple filtration, simple plumbing arrangement, more or less, we are thriving. 50% of our requirement by rainwater. Now, out of this 50%, I can put back 80% by reusing that water. What converts, the white converts to gray converts to black. So, essentially, I can be off the grid. So, what comes as white water can be recycled into the flushes, that becomes gray water. What I wash from this water can go into gray water. Gray water will go into the flush tank and become black water. So essentially the same water molecules get repeated 3 times or even more. So if one can think of a circular mechanism where white, gray and black gets interlinked, so we may not have a big water crisis. And by the way, water crisis is required, otherwise, you will not call me on the stage. Right? If there was no water crisis, I would be just another person. Okay. So now because of the crisis, you become okay, this guy also knows a little bit. Okay, that's that apart. Now look at it. Now, same example. Okay, I am 4 people, 135, 540, all this blah, blah, blah. Now, if I take back a little bit of water and put it into the next line. The white water can convert to grey. From 45%, my 82% of my demand is met. So in theory, I do not need any other source of water. I can thrive by rainwater alone by reusing it. Rainwater for potable purpose. From potable purpose, washing, cooking, etc., it becomes grey water, goes back for flushing, comes back again as black water, and in theory can again be, the nutrition can be recovered from black also. So if one comes with a very, very professional, very workable solution on how to actually make and remake and reuse the water, we really don't have a very big water problem in hand, at least numerically. Okay, how to do it, let us discuss. Okay, now from one house and one catchment, let's look at the Bangalore as a whole, right? Say we have a 710 square kilometer of roof area. Let us say, sir already spoke about the rainfall in Bangalore, 950 mm roughly. So our runoff from the city itself is this much. So many kiloliters, right? And our population is say about 1.2 crores. So let us just do the math. So about 56% of the water demand of the city can be met by the water falling on the city, right? And now why in this scenario, but still you want to do 𝗕𝗏 or 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? And why, and put this water into all the puddle, into somebody's house, into somebody's basement, and then say, cry for water again. So this is the kind of paradox. Every year when it rains, when it floods, same scenario. We don't want rain in Bangalore, but we want rains in 𝗪𝘁𝗻. For Bangalore, not for 𝗪𝘁𝗻. That is another irony, right? So I will take a couple of case studies where this has worked well. Okay, I will not go into many bigger stuff. Very small, simple cases where it has actually worked. This is a small apartment complex. Math remains the same, right? 1,700 square meter of roof area, all same, 75 apartments, 300 people. So in a household, the number of people are low, so your denominator is less. The apartment complex, unfortunately, the same real estate area, I would have had about 7 or 8 houses. Instead, I have got 75 apartments. So the catchment is small and the load is high. So that way, your net output, how many days or what is the yield of rainwater actually goes down for an apartment complex. But still, 35 days is still a good amount of number of days, right? So if I just divide my runoff divided by my daily demand, I will get my yield. That is how many days I can thrive by rainwater alone. It is 35. It's extremely conservative. It can be 45, can be 50. I have taken 15% loss here, consumption more than what it actually is, and not factoring in the reuse. Okay, but the advantage of being an apartment also is you don't need to construct really big storage tanks, because your instantaneous reception of rainwater in terms of rain will always be lower the instantaneous consumption. So you can by and large use existing infrastructure to store the rainwater. There will be 1 or 2 cases when there will be excess water, there will be overflows, which can go into recharge well or can be let off. But in a household scenario, rainfall like what we got few days back, like 70 mm in one day, there will be eventually overflow. But in an apartment complex, generally overflows are more or less contained to about 10-12 times in a year, or not even that. So many cases it's less. I have had instances where there has never been an overflow. So I also tell the apartment owners that whenever it's raining, blindly switch on the pump, so that you always have a storage capacity available on your catchment, and your instantaneous consumption is always higher during from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the night. Only overnight the instantaneous consumption will be lower. Because in any apartment complex there are 300 people staying, your consumption at any given point of time will be much higher than the amount of rainfall actually you are receiving. Most cases, right? So this is the question that I keep getting. Every week I might meet at least one apartment complex. So same question, what is my ROI? Is it worth investing the money? What is return on investment? Before I get into this, all the numbers here, my standard answer is, I don't know about return on investment, but I know about return on lack of investment. That is, we are seeing already, right? So now, lack of investment in terms of not only capital, logic, common sense, intelligence, all of them. Right? So now, if I put this money, when am I going to get it back? So you buy a commode in your house for 3 lakhs, when are you going to get it back? There is no answer to that, right? Now we are talking about very basic infrastructure. Now if you don't have water to wash your ass, are we going to talk about return on investment? Sorry for the language, but I need to make it more powerful. Okay, but that's the question, right? Now when there is no water, there is no question of return on investment. Say in Mysore, I was talking to somebody. He said, I will build a 5 lakh litre sump. I said, what nonsense, why you want to build such a big sump, for what use? He said, sir, I don't care. I need to have water, investment comes secondary. Because I am getting water once in 5 days or 7 days. I need to store water for the next 10 days. I need to have a factor of safety of 3. Okay. But if an individual investment, it's okay, one can actually do it. But when it comes to apartment of 700, 800 people involved, so the capital investment becomes a big topic of discussion. Right? It's a very simple case study, because already other speakers spoke about the technical case study. I'm talking about a little bit of financial case study also. Now look at a 75 apartments case, where daily demand is 135, monthly water demand is 40 KL, monthly water, all these numbers. See, the investment has come to roughly about 3.5 lakh rupees for the rainwater harvesting system. And they are already spending monthly expenditure of about 1.5 lakhs. So it's a very simple math. In 3 years, they have recovered their investment. Because the tanker water today is roughly 125, somewhere is even more, 200 rupees per kiloliter. Even conservatively, if I put 125, your investment is not that much. 3-4 years ROI is about 20% return. It's very good, better than gold. Okay. So it is no brainer to actually invest. But there are technical complexities. Why I took this particular cases, this is an apartment complex where there is no place for storage, no place for filtration. So we use the pathway here outside. Whatever the little bit of so-called setback that they had given, okay. So the pipes were routed like this. There's a video also. In my YouTube channel, I put a detailed video of the same apartment complex. You can actually see. So we use this as a filtration plant. So we diverted the water from outside. Look at this lateral line here. And then the water came into this filtration, the 3-stage filtration. And this water goes into the sump. And that further, we said don't use it directly, use it with some amount of UV or some basic filtration can be taken care of. So, sorry sir. This is the treatment plant, sir. So this is the filtration plant. See, the water is coming from here.
After filtration, there is no treatment.
This is 3-stage filtration. All of them are rapid sand filters. Okay, so there is activated carbon, there is pebbles, there is river sand, and there is silex. So water gets treated in all these 3 stages. It's called upflow filter. So water comes down like this. It goes like this.
So nothing like chlorination or nothing?
Not required, sir. Okay, see, chlorination is dangerous. So I would not recommend a decentralized chlorination system at all if you are using it for portable use. Because you don't know how much to dose. If something goes wrong in your logic and if you overdose, it's free radical. So it's going to be a big problem. So I would not suggest any kind of chlorination, halogen tablets, etc. But I recommend that at least once a year you test the water. I will come to, I hope I have got 10-15 minutes time. I can talk about quality of water also. Test report. Okay. So this is one more case study. This is also a detailed video is there in the YouTube channel. You can actually have a look at it. This has been, I will come to longevity of the project, but this has been almost 11 years now since this is being used, and it is being used quite well. So this is called Ajanta Meadows apartment. It is in Hulimau. So again, small number of people, easy to maintain, and we have had a pretty big elaborate filtration mechanism where the water goes into a sedimentation tank to filtration tank also has 3 stages, and then gets stored in the sump. And this you can see here. This has been, they are doing puja to this because this is their primary source of water, because they're 100% on tanker, right? Every time it rains, okay, even though sometimes it overflows, sometimes the pipes are also broken because of our bad design, okay, still they're using this system, right? And every time it rains, they're thankful. Oh, next 3 days we are taken care of, right? 3 days of good clean water. See, the water which comes as rain, this discussion about quality is really important, but it is not as much as we are actually discussing, right? Because nobody is talking about Kaveri water, right? 110 kilometers, the same rainwater, it has to come from 110 kilometers, passing through all the, those old pipes and barrages where we don't want to talk what happens there and what kind of contamination happens there. This is the same rainwater which has fallen, like if it's 6 floors, 18 meters on top of you. And obviously, logically, this water is far cleaner. Maybe it is demineralized, okay? But in terms of physical, chemical, biological contamination, yes, there can be some leaves, etc. But I don't think it is that big an issue, right? We are drinking Kaveri water, right? And this is also Kaveri water. Kaveri water is rainwater only, right? It can't be any other water. So obviously, that is what has traveled 110 kilometers and what has traveled 18 kilometers, 18 meters, 1:7,500 is the ratio. So obviously, scientifically, this water is far better. So you put it through some basic filtration and use a UV at home. Done. You don't have to do anything more than this. And most cases, I tell this system, where you put a sedimentation tank before the filtration tank, most of your sediments, most of your contamination gets settled here. You size it accordingly so that you don't end up, the siltation and most of the impurities get stored here, which can be used for non-potable purposes. Right? It's pretty simple, straightforward. And we have got hundreds of projects like this. And nowhere we have had any serious complaints. Serious complaints has been our bad work in terms of pipe falling down, etc. But no complaints about water per se. Right? And somebody lifted their hand. Some question. Yes, sir.
Hi, sir. Yeah, thanks. I think this looks really interesting and promising. One of the queries about the water quality, I think that came up from sir was because of the chlorination question. What he had was on the contamination part. But I think the general filtration really takes care of everything. I think these days there's a lot of panic about the PGN droppings across the terrace, and there are so many things going on in apartments about how you can.
This is being recorded, so I don't want to give more case studies on what droppings happens where.
Okay. No, but assuming PGN is the only problem, do you think there will be a standard solution, or we should look at?
Sir, I would suggest if you're drinking it, use a UV, not a RO. A UV is standard; it's good enough. See, other thing is one needs to be cognizant about. See, now why we prefer Kaveri water versus rainwater? Because somebody is managing it, so you can blame them. If they act or no, it's a different thing. Okay. Now, what you need to do for the system to work? You have to maintain your catchment clean. I think one speaker spoke about a school, like how they have maintained it. Now, why they maintain the way they are maintaining it? Because that's the only source of water for them. Now, for our urban pampered folks, if not here, they will BWSSB. If not, they will buy Bisleri. They can do everything because we have money, we can go and buy. So the problem is, if you can maintain your catchment well, there is nothing else which can actually go wrong. Catchment management is critical. Okay, so you keep the catchment clean. Nothing else can actually go wrong. And all these things also not required. This is half psychological. If you ask me, keep the catchment clean and put this tank so that every time it rains, the first 10 minutes of water is stored in this tank. So what overflows from here is relatively clear water, which can actually be technically used. But put it through some sand filtration. But if you are using it for drinking, use UV. RO may not be recommended because there is no salts in the water. There is nothing the RO actually does. And it just rejects some amount of water because it is designed to do that. But there are no chemical contamination as such, chemical salts as such, so that you need an RO. UV is required because of some biological contaminations, because of dead leaves or some rotten leaves, etc. To just give you an example.
Thank you.
This is my house. Okay. So 1,500 plants are there on the roof. And I am drinking this water. Water runs off from here. We are using this water. Right? There is nothing that, because we are fond of, talking negative things. We don't quality is a compromise, this is a compromise. Not really. Rainwater is the only source, whichever part of the world. If rainwater is a quality compromise, every water source is a quality compromise. Okay. So, but in many cases, somebody was speaking about solar panels, that they have got solar panels on the roof. Panels is the best catchment for rainwater. See, there's something called runoff coefficient. That is the amount of loss in water, right? Glass has the least resistance. So maximum runoff coefficient.
That's common sense. But is there any structure required to channelize that water falling on that?
Yeah, I have done it here. But it's not required. See, I have done it here because this water will mix with the other water also. But if it's an apartment complex, like 𝗕𝗁𝗃 is there, I will come to that case study, where the catchment is the solar panel itself. And runoff coefficient is highest for glass. So you can get maximum yield of water. Okay. Sir, in this particular case I have done it. But in general you don't need to do it because there is a slope. There is a 12-degree slope. Water automatically runs off. You don't need a specific structure for this. Here, because this water is different from the water which falls here, I have done the structure.
Will it fall outside the building? Is what
It depends on how you have put your layout, sir. If your layout is within your thing, no problem.
We have to mind that. We have to tell the contractor we want it done. Right?
Yeah, of course, you don't want your water to fall in your neighbor's house. Okay. See, there can be other way also. I have seen case studies where this house has taken water from there, from the neighbor's house. Because neighbor is wasting the water. They will say, you give me this. In my house, I ask my neighbor, give me your waste. I will convert it into biogas. And today's morning breakfast was from biogas. From my neighbor's waste, not from my waste. Okay. So we don't have time for all the biogas discussion, so I am sticking to water. Okay. Okay, where was I? Yeah, we are talking about ROI, right? Another, this one. So this is a filtration mechanism there. This is sort of slightly bigger. This is about 170 apartments. It's called Pioneer Woodwinds. It's also in Bangalore Road. This has been working for the last 10 years. Same system. Yearly once we actually mark it here. What time you have to do maintenance and what should be the maintenance. 10 years, no problem. It's been working. This is slightly bigger. This is about 400 odd apartment units. Mechanism is the same. There is lateral piping, there is sedimentation tank, there is filtration tank. Water is being used, put into the sump and reused. Okay, this is also roughly about now 7-8 years. At least no complaints has come till me. I hope it is working. Okay. So essentially my point is, it is not as elaborate or as jargon heavy as what we are thinking it is. It is relatively simple. The problem is implementation. I often, even 3 days back, there was some talk where they were asking, how is the market responding? Are people interested? That question itself is wrong. There is enough demand. The problem is supply. I am not able to do. I am not able to do it well. That is the most important. I can do some jugaad work if required. But I am not able to do. See, people want an Apple experience. But if I give them some third class experience, nobody will be interested. Right? So what is the problem today, at least how I see is, that we lack the required skill, most importantly the required attitude to do it. Right? So we are not, we have so many servers actually talking to me for 6 months I have not gone to his apartment. Every time he calls I will say I will come next week. Right? It's not that I am busy, but there's some other things happens all the time, right? So things get postponed, but there's enough demand. Almost everybody is cognizant about environment. See, when we are able to give, when we are able to supply good quality, there will always be market to receive good quality. So it is wrong to say that people are not interested. People are interested provided you give them a good experience. Okay. So this is there, I think this is there written. It has come in paper, it has come in newspapers, etc. This is the 𝗕𝗁𝗃 apartment. The previous BWSSB president, no sir, Satish Mallya, current president, he stays in his apartment. So this is 𝗕𝗁𝗃 apartment in Yelahanka. System is same, slightly different kind of filtration, but essentially the logic is the same. Right? So a lot of people have gone and seen this apartment, it has come in. They keep conducting some workshops also for students and other people who are interested. So here, other than rainwater, they have also done wastewater, solar, aerator. So it's a very classic case study and it's available. A lot of media coverage has come here. But essentially same thing. We have had lateral piping, we have got sedimentation, we have got filtration, and it goes and people are using it. More importantly, they also have open wells, recharge wells, where other than rainwater, they have also tapped into shallow water. This water is available at 18 feet. When the whole Bangalore is struggling at 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, drilling into confined aquifer under tremendous pressure, they are looking into an easier source, 18 feet, unconfined aquifer at atmospheric pressure, easy to use. All of them are quality tests. We just took some samples for testing. So, a source of water which we don't want to talk about or not even acknowledge. Right? The water is available in the soil. Previous sir spoke about recharge wells. Right? Why not use the water available in the soil? Why you want to go deeper and deeper, search the water in the rock, for which the recharge is somewhere far away, maybe a few kilometers away. And there is enough water available in the soil. And this 𝗕𝗏 same apartment which was struggling for water, have now found this as a source. Now they have got rainwater, they have got well water, they have got wastewater, the used water. So all put together, now they are by and large water positive. Right? So if you are depending on only one and that too only borewell and cry that it is gone dry, it's difficult, right? Because how much can earth also give you if you don't recharge it enough? Okay. So this is another case study. So, and then now I'll talk, this is more a numerical analysis of quality, right? So this is a sedimentation tank. When I tell rainwater harvesting, my practice, other practitioners, every practitioner has their own method. I always put a tank before the water gets into the filter. This water to be used for non-potable use. Overflow from here goes for filtration, right? So we tested the water from both this tank and the water which exists this tank. Okay. And this is the water test report. Even before filtration, the water is potable. The water which comes from the roof, if you maintain the roof clean, I repeat, there is nothing which can go wrong in the water. Okay. So look at all parameters are well within IS 10500 limits. Okay. Not even before filtration, forget filtration. So, I won't say don't filter, but this is for a case study. I have got both this water and this water, both have turned out to be potable. And this is far better than what piped water that you actually get. Okay. So, I come back to the same point, simplicity is sustainability. Okay. If we keep complicating things and have international conferences on sustainability, we are going to go nowhere.
Just can you go back?
Yes, sir.
What is the TDS and hardness of both?
So it will be shared, sir. No, if I go through already, it's 1 o'clock. I will leave the presentation here. It's all given here. I am not able to read. I have become a little old, but it is well within the permissible limits. It's given here. Presentation, I will leave it here. You can share it if I can have to find because it's all smudged here. Yeah. Okay. So my point is sustainability need not be a elitist conversation. It is a very, very normal day-to-day conversation where if you maintain simplicity, you will already achieving sustainability. We don't have to cut Amazon forest and go to Brazil to talk about sustainability. We can talk in 𝗕𝗏 also. Okay. So unless if you want to, if you don't want to, it's a different thing altogether. Okay. So I don't think we have time to cover groundwater. So I am going to skip the groundwater portion of it. These are all some of the case studies where they use groundwater only as a source of water. There is no other. There is no BWSSB water. There is nothing. This belongs to an architect, in C.V. Ramanagar, where he uses only the rainwater, only the shallow well water for 24/7, 365 days. So there are other case studies of water coming out from the well. Unfortunately, our practices have made a well like this. These are all to check what is called as runoff losses. You can store water in this thing. And at the end of the day, it's all connected. You save water, you have biodiversity back. You kill one, other also gets killed. So that is the broad idea of everything is connected in nature. We can't look at isolation. We can't look water away from biodiversity or biodiversity away from water. They are all connected. So where you have got good surface water, good groundwater flows, automatically you have biodiversity. Like ಮುಂಚೆಲ್ಲ ಹುತ್ತ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಹುತ್ತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. The ಹುತ್ತ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. That my son doesn't know that. He doesn't even know what is hutta. Okay. So now that disconnect is very conspicuous between nature and biodiversity and water. Okay. So I will end it here. I'm not going to go far. I hope I have stuck within my time limits. Any 1 or 2 questions I can take.
So how many days of the tank? How many days it should store normally typically?
Sir, now that's a good question, but what the thing is, we always say if the water is not exposed to any kind of light, water can generally stay longer, months together. There are case studies from Suvarnajala project where they have stored it for 3 months, 6 months. What rains now, they keep it for next year and use it only for drinking. But that is slightly far-fetched, but I would say any water, don't store it for greater than 15 days as a rule of thumb. I'm not talking about science, as a rule of thumb, because if there is no water or no sunlight hitting the water, water can actually stay. I have a case study in 𝗪𝘁𝗲𝗿 for a house where they actually moved from an orthodox locality to 𝗪𝘁𝗲𝗿, thinking that 𝗪𝘁𝗲𝗿 is also orthodox locality. But they couldn't make a well. Okay, so in Kannada, in orthodox parlance, they call 𝗪𝘁𝗲. Okay, so they use water for cooking and puja, etc. So that gentleman built a 50,000 liter tank and they said, if not groundwater, my next best source is the rainwater, which I am going to have it for 𝗪𝘁𝗲. So he stores the water and uses the same water 365 days for his puja, because he cannot find a well water. So I don't think it's a problem, but of course he's been cognizant. So it's built underground, no sunlight enters there. So every function in the house, the water comes from the rainwater, which might have come 3 weeks back or 3 months back also. I am not very sure about it. There's another case study in BL layout, same thing. They wanted the groundwater for religious purposes. Since they could not find groundwater, they have taken rainwater and stored for throughout the year. Okay. So nothing actually can, but sunlight, you have to keep it away. The bacteria multiplies in presence of sunlight. So you have to keep it away from sunlight. Otherwise, I don't think it's required, sir. See, any concrete surface, dry broom it, sufficient. No, steel again it rusts. Okay. Why do you want to put, see, it's not complicated at all. See, the moment you put an infrastructure for this, first there is no capex return on investment. Second, it is not required. Okay. The systems can work without that. Okay. Best, if possible, if you want to do, is you can put a chemically inert paint, white paint, so that that will not stop, but it's okay. You can, sunlight is there to neutralize. You have got a filter, plus you have got another UV at home. That is good enough. That is insignificant, sir. There are human droppings also, okay, in the catchment. So you don't have to be so worried about bird droppings. Sorry, they're recording. You're putting YouTube or somewhere. Be careful. Somebody will hold me for this. Okay. Okay, that's about it. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I understand sunlight, but air is required, right? Actually, the water is not having enough air flowing into it.
See, aeration is required when there is nutrient in the water. When there is no nutrient in the water, if it can survive without air also.
Okay.
But there will be invariably some air will come. It is not that it will be totally cut off. Because when you open the lid also...
Have to provide for air flowing.
You don't have to provide an artificial source. You don't have to provide an aerator or anything like that. So you open the lid, some air is going to go inside. That is good enough. You don't have to need any aerator or pump or anything like that.
Okay.
That is what I think.
So, we'll have Mr. 𝗕𝗲𝗵𝗵𝗿, founder and director of Bosan Whitewater.
We have enough water. It's just that we don't look at wastewater as an important source. For example, in Bangalore, every day around 200 crore litre of treated wastewater is sent to the drain, which is equivalent to fill 13 lakes in a month. If cities of India start looking at wastewater as an important source of water, then cities can sustain. Our aim is to make cities of India from water scarcity mindset to water abundance mindset. This drove us to start Bosan Whitewater, where this wastewater can be an important source for people to use.
I am 𝗕𝗏𝗵𝗵𝗿. I started Boson Whitewater in 2008, and for the past 5 years, we have been enabling circular wastewater economy in Bangalore. So if we take Bangalore, we get the water from the river Kaveri, we pump it almost 100 kilometers away, and then it comes to our city. This is one source of water. The other source of water is Borewell, or we buy water in tankers, which is again either taken from Borewell or any surface water, and then that water is supplied to us. So this is the incoming cycle to anyone taking water. On the outflow, what we do, say we live in an apartment complex, they say 300 units apartments. They will have something called sewage treatment plant, which is a plant designed to treat the water to make it usable for flushing and garden. So maximum they'll use around 20-25% of the treated wastewater. The remaining water, most of them send it to the drain. Apartments have a big problem of disposal of this excess water, right? And most of them don't want to be illegally disposing this water. So some of them, what they do, they spend money, pay money to the tankers to dispose this excess water to either government BDA park or some gardens. Apartments who legally want to become compliant and don't want to waste this large volume of water going to the drain, right? We look forward for apartments who are 250 units plus. We send our team to a feasibility study. Their STP should be in a working condition, and the treated water they should be using for flushing and garden, and they should have the required excess water of say 70-80,000 liters excess, which needs to be measured, and then they should be able to give us space to keep our equipment around 2.5 car park area to keep our equipment. They should be able to give us the plumbing line input from their STP treated water to our system, and provisions for tankers to come and collect our treated water. All these are required at the apartment complex.
So our systems are designed based on the direct potable reuse norms. Say for example, Singapore government has this new water, it's a utility board, which produces the potable water from the treated wastewater, and it is being supplied for the residents for the domestic use. Our water which we produce as so when it comes to a boson whitewater, we design our systems based on the direct potable reuse. It has 11 stages of water. I am Gautam. I am with Boson since 2007.
Yeah, so this excess water in apartment complex is a problem. So all of you have sewage treatment plant, right? The excess water, what we do, we go into apartment complex, do our investment and set up a treatment plant, which is 11-stage treatment plant, convert the excess STP treated water to a high quality water inside your building. We store it. We get buyers from outside who can use this water so that this excess water can be actually reused for some purpose for their industrial application. This is what we do. We work with apartment complexes with 250 units and above. And then, so if an apartment has to become compliant, if you don't want to dispose any water outside, then this helps them become compliant first thing. For the space, it takes 20 feet by 16 feet space inside the apartment. For the space, we pay rent, and we manage your excess STP treated water. So as on today, we have 24 apartment large communities where we are taking water out, and every day we are selling around 14 lakh liters of water every day, which otherwise would have gone to the drain. So it would have gone to the drain, people would not have used it. This directly prevents borewell water extraction in those regions. And then For the apartment also, there are a few apartments who send their water via tankers outside where they pay money to dispose the excess treated water. So we add direct value to apartment complexes who have this excess water issue. Now, during scarcity, people wanted to buy our water, so people have a big perception issue. So whenever we say wastewater, right, people have, how do I take it for drinking, big perception issue. We are not selling it for drinking purpose. It's predominantly going for industrial application. But the water meets all the standards of IS 10500 standards. It is better than any other water available, municipal water, Borewell water, any other water available. Now I would like to bring to the point, like, if you have an apartment, the first thing which you should look for water security is obviously rainwater harvesting. It is most simple. That is the first thing. Second thing which you look is what is going out of your apartment, right? So Bangalore has 3,500 apartment complexes. All of them have excess treated water, right? 200 crore liter of treated water goes to the drain on daily basis. We have to be wary of this large volume of water which we don't worry about. We have used it and we have sent it to the drain. Government says reuse. After 2015, whoever has signed RERA, since RERA came, people have declared that we are a zero liquid discharge apartment complex. But how can any apartment be zero liquid discharge, right? We use 45 liters per 40 liters per capita for flushing, and most of us have a very small garden area. We can't use all the water. 12 liters per capita goes for garden in most apartment complexes. So remaining 60-70 liters, people don't know what to do and they send it to the drain. Now, if this 60-70 liters can be repurposed for a building next to you, say you live in an electronic city, you have a large apartment, the next industry is using water from the same aquifer as yours. If that industry is able to use your wastewater efficiently, then that is a way forward for cities to sustain. And we have found a business model out of it where we raise the investment for the apartment, we find the tanker, we find the buyer, we give the rent for the space which we use for the apartment. And long term, that apartment becomes sustainable. Now, we are happy to say that all the existing apartments, 24 of them, during this scarcity, we have sold all the water. 14 lakh liters every day, excess from these apartments, is being used by industries in that region. So, we're looking to partner and invest in apartment complex who are looking to solve their excess STP treated water problem. And that is the reason we are here. Our water tanker which goes out goes with a slip. Each water tanker goes with a slip in terms of quality, quantity, all that, and we manage the tanker and entire infrastructure for that. Yeah. Yeah, technically it is drinkable. You have visited our apartments. Technically it meets all the parameters of drinking. So it is drinkable. Psychologically it is up to the association to convince where they have to. I'll give an example. One apartment was very aggressive and the committee said, we will drink your water, you'll supply water in the tanker. And it was during last year's scarcity. We were supposed to supply water at 10 o'clock in the morning, but BWSSB asked all tankers to be stopped. There was a tanker strike. We could not supply at 10 o'clock in the morning. The apartment association group, the president started getting messages, my kids are coughing now, I have skin itching issue. All those messages started coming. And 3 o'clock, the association president replied that this is the same water, Kaveri water, which came yesterday. We didn't buy water from '95. So I say this perception plays a very big role in terms of convincing people on how to use it. I'll give an example of 𝗕𝗲𝗙. 2018, 𝗕𝗲𝗙, it was declared drought. There was no water. A lot of trucks were going towards 𝗕𝗲𝗙. Now, through Biome, many other agencies involved and got the wastewater from Bangalore. From Bangalore, it gets pumped to 𝗕𝗲𝗙. Tipu Sultan was born next to that fort, 𝗕𝗲𝗙. In that kere, Bangalore's wastewater gets sent, and from there is open well, which has natural earth filtration. From there, we do a treatment, and then we supply. 10% of 𝗕𝗲𝗙's water supply is via our system in 𝗕𝗲𝗙. Now, this is wastewater from the city has gone through the natural filtration for drinking. It is going for domestic supply. But people have this perception, as Sunil was saying, we have this perception of buying water bottles. So government has put water ATMs in that region. So all of them use this water for bathing. It meets all the IS 10500 standards. IISc is involved in terms of testing this water, but still people go to the water ATMs for drinking water. But for all the bathing water requirement, people use 10% of Devanahalli's population is using 1.2 MLD, million liters of water every day is being supplied via that system. So cities can sustain with cities' own wastewater, and if we are able to properly manage and deliver water across in the distribution cycle and make this viable for the cities, apartment can become sustainable, and cities as a whole can become sustainable. The only way to sustain is recovery of water.
I have 3 questions.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a terrace water? Second is, what would be the weight of your total equipment? Third one is the apartment benefited other than the rental?
Yeah. So if the apartment, I'll come to the last question. So this is not a commercial thing for the apartment. If the apartment is paying money to dispose their excess water, then it is commercially heavy saving, because they don't have to pay money to dispose. Once we find a buyer, we will take that money. So 1.5 lakhs each apartment, the ones which we are working, who are legal and pay money to dispose this water, then we become viable. For those apartments who are illegally sending it to the drain, then we don't become viable. It is just a rental model. Coming to the second, it occupies 20 feet by 16 feet area. The total weight is 4.5 tons, which is one car weight. So it is distributed across 20 feet by 16 feet area. The treated water tank, there is 5,000 liters, 3 numbers. That is a different weight. So 5,000 liters, almost 5 tons weight. 3 tanks will be there to store the treated water. That provision. So generally it doesn't work out in the terrace, because you can't put the treated water storage tank. It has to be somewhere near the STP where the tankers can come in and take the water.
And third question, whether Pollution Control Board or KSPCB will
Yeah. Yeah, KSPCB, and we have done work with BWSSB also. So BWSSB, government 𝗕𝗲𝗄𝗏, their STP, we have set up a pilot treatment plant. The current policy ends at STP treated water. So the current policy says you have to reuse their STP treated water. How apartments reuse or how apartments sell the water, send the water, it's up to the apartment. Last year, because of BWSSB, Well Labs, all of them, there is a policy which said that apartments can sell their excess treated water. If there is this policy, first time in Bangalore, because of all the efforts of BWSSB and Well Labs, first time in India, no other city has this norm that if you have excess water, government permits it to be sold outside.
Hello. Can I ask?
Yes, sir.
It's related to the selling aspect of it. The STP CFO, certificate for operation, stipulates that you cannot let out things anywhere. It would be ideal if yourself or somebody can approach BWSSB and very clearly state that such treated water can be sold outside, because this we had contemplated of using your services, but it ended up with this few people for and again saying that we don't have that permission.
Yeah. So I'll tell you where it starts. The treated STP water, right, has to meet IS 456 standards for construction to use, right? All other industry, laundry, electroplating, all and then other industry who are using, they want IS 10500 standards. Now, you can't have an STP treated water which is IS 10500 standards until otherwise you treat it to a very high quality and then enable sale. Now, what BWSSB says is, BWSSB and KSPCB says is, if you are able to find a buyer for your STP treated water directly, and if the buyer is willing to pay money and transport this water, you can do that. Now, if you don't have a buyer, then it is up to the association to decide what to do with their excess water. We come into picture as a private player, where we are able to raise external fund to convert the treated water and make it to a high quality. Now, when we invest 30 lakhs fund, we have to recover this investment and give it to an investor by selling water. So it takes 4.5-5 years to recover the capital.
My question is not that.
I want to respond to your question. See, the KSPCB conditions say that you shouldn't let it out in the drain. That's the condition. It doesn't say that you cannot sell it, sir. They are saying don't let it out in the drain. I think there is a slight confusion in the question.
That's a question. See, that's not very clearly stated anywhere.
Okay. So
that's when it comes to managing a society, there will be
No, I'm answering the second part, sir. The second part is in April 2024, there is a clear policy which the government has put in place that you as an apartment complex can sell up to 50% of the treated use water anywhere.
All right, thank you.
That is a policy. And we have communicated. We are happy to communicate that once again.
I would love to have that,
Yeah,
please. Thank
that he doesn't have. And
Now, one more question. I just, before he leaves off, see, when it is more of an RO technology that you use, right? So there will be approximately 25 to 30% that will be reject water, which will be of very high TDS. So where does that go? That goes again into our STP system, which will, put additional load on our STP system. How do we manage that?
Right. So whenever we say RO, we have an assumption that the TDS is higher, reject is higher. RO recovery, if we take 75% recovery, then the reject becomes equally higher. So we'll have to maintain the TDS below 2100 ppm. So we'll have to do the entire water balance in the building on where to send the reject water back. Now if you send it to the collection tank again, then as you said, the load becomes higher for the STP to operate. If you take it to filter feed tank or the final tank and then take it back to our cycle, then the TDS doesn't become higher. So we run between 30 and 50% recovery in most cases. In some cases where the TDS is too low, so if they are getting municipal water, then we take it to 65% recovery. So it depends on the recovery which we take from the system. This is the first thing. Second, if we have an STP of 400 KL, now if it is 250 units apartment, say 120 KL. If we have 400 or 300 KL STP, we design a system for 50 KL recovery and water outside. So the idea of setting up this system is not to recover the entire water and sell. It is to recover a portion of water where your building's water balance is met with the reject water. The system doesn't add salt into the cycle. It is the same salt. If we are able to take it from the water cycle and take it to the soil cycle within the permissible limit, then we'll be able to manage. So if we design a system which is normal conventional RO and take the high salt back, then it will affect your cycle.
So what you're saying is that you can design your system to such a situation where it will not overload our existing system and push back the work onto us. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. So we'll have to design it specifically to the apartment, specifically to the volume. In some apartments, they want a reject water back for few garden application and for MLSS dilution in the STP. In some apartments, MLSS goes to 800, 900. If they want to dilute the MLSS, they take a reject back to the clarification tank to dilute the MLSS, partially back to the collection tank. So it has to be specific for the apartment. Few apartments don't even have the collection tank which is large enough size where if we give our reject water back, then the collection tank overflows. So it has to be designed specifically for the apartment. For malls, IT parks, or in mall, it's 6-year water balance, not even once the TDS has shot up. So it depends on the design of the apartment.
All right, thank you. So we'll contact you on that. Last question is, there will be a power requirement for your the system. Yeah. So do you get a connection on your own or?
No, so we generally the STP will have 30% buffer on the power. We pay for the power which we use at 8 rupees per unit. We take power from the apartment and pay for the power which we use.
Sure, great. Yeah. This is fantastic. Thanks, Vikas. One last question would be like, apart from the perception perspective, is there a you would say common 2 problems that you're facing in apartments for implementing the system? If you want to define 2 big problems, why apartments, or what is that we need to change to involve, to implement such a system? Is there any examples or anything that you think apartments should prepare themselves for, apart from perceptions?
So the predominant issue which we see is tankers' access. Right, if the system is located inside the apartment near the STP, then our treated water tankers has to go inside the apartment, come out. So that provision of enabling tanker collection from outside is the first thing. Second thing, most cases which we see is STP operation. So when our system comes, we need a specific KSPCB standards of operating the STP. Now, if the STP is not operated so far, then it becomes like we keep saying the water quality, we got sludge, and so it becomes mandatory to run the STP properly and give the feedback. And people benefit from it because they use the water for flushing, And after system has gone in, they've seen better water quality because we insist the STP operator to operate it well. These are the standard things which we see.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can take more questions for Vikas because Vikas will have to leave right now. But I think the rainwater harvesting questions can also come, but some of them are going to continue over lunch. So any questions for Vikas around the STP reuse thing, we can take them now. I know folks at the back haven't gotten a chance, but if you do have questions, please take the mic. Deepak's here, so.
Sir, you are strictly following the 250 flat apartment rule? Any particular reason?
Yes, so do you know how much the Kaveri water is sold for houses in this road? 7 rupees for 1000 liters. So the water economics work in larger volume. So that is the reason. Otherwise, we would love to do small apartments, but the economic doesn't work out because the tankers want 75,000 liters excess to be taken from that apartment. So if we sign a lease with the tanker operator and solve all the traffic police issue on that road, it makes sense for commercial viability at 75,000 liters and above. Otherwise, the whole commercial doesn't work. So that is the reason. Per day.
So so the water that you source after the process is done, you said you possibly have an agreement with certain industries. Is there an expectation that the apartment is having a certain industrial setup in a certain radius for it to be viable for you?
Yeah, so that once the apartment is known, we identify industries in 5 to 6 kilometer radius, right? If it is viable for us in that region, then we raise investment and then set it up. So generally it needs to be viable. What we have noticed is initially when we start, we thought there won't be industries, people don't buy. Slowly now, because of data centers, cooling towers, even small malls are buying water from us. So even if there is an IT park or a mall nearby, we'll be able to supply it to that region.
So that's a viability check that you would do even before we get into the technicalities of the contract.
Yes. We have, so more than the buyer, the bigger challenge is the tanker network. That is a bigger challenge. So when we come for feasibility, we first understand how the local water supply happens in that region, what is the multiple WhatsApp groups for tankers available. Then we get to the buyer. Once we have both set up, then we get in. Even after setting up a system, we have had cases where 7 months we have not been able to send water because once the water goes on the road, there are other problems which come. So generally we say to the apartment, we install 6 months, 8 months, there might not be one tanker going, but after that there could be one tanker going, 2 tankers going. So first 1 year is written off and after that slowly it starts. So Pramukh apartments where we have done 1.5 years, we could not sell one load of water outside. Our tanker goes, it stops, someone stops it. So 1.5 years we couldn't sell. Now there are industries saying, I want water from Pramukh apartment only. So it is now fully stable and running and not even a single drop from that apartment is actually sent out to drain without reuse. So it becomes viable over time.
Fair. Thank you.
Later question. Based on your experience with the established plants that you have you been able to pick up all the on a daily basis or will there be ups and downs?
So it depends on load. So today there is rain, the buyer is not there, there will be up and down, but average, so once an apartment is on full load, if they are taking 4 tanker, it can vary between 3 and 4. And generally how it works out is today we have taken 3, Sunday there is only 3 loads gone, and Monday it will be 5 loads with the buyer. So it will eventually within 1 or 2 days it gets compensated. We have apartments where we have in the new area, Peenya is a new area where there is lot of tanker operators operating and very different costing. So there we have not been able to start the take off. But once it starts taking off, then it goes well.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So last year we had a similar concept. I think it's from your company only. So our association, when we had a GVM, so the people raised concern because of the tankers. They said that the security issues and we don't want every day line up some 10 tankers. That was an issue. So the other thought what we had was if we set up maybe basically and use for our purpose. So how it will work and what will be the costing per liter it is going to, because ours is we are from Brigade Meadows. So almost 60 acres campus and 3 different associations. And if we make ourselves use the same water, because even we have hospital and even complex, they're also using tankers. So instead of getting out of the campus, so within the campus, if we could able to use it, how it will work and the viability.
Yes, sir. So from 2019 to 2022, we spent time in meeting 300 apartments. Me and Gautam, we kept a target to meet 300 apartments and convince people saying that we'll take it for drinking. What invariably happens is there are 10 people who are ready to push it, and then eventually in the GBM people will say get shot down. So if an apartment is ready to take it, then we'll be able to set up and sell the water between 8 and 10 paisa per liter. We'll be able to sell. So there is no challenge from our side. Generally it's the association challenge and continuity challenge. See, 1 month they'll take, again suddenly they might say, someone is saying they would have had pani puri outside and they have stomach pain. It'll all come to the water and it'll all come to the association running, and it is perpetually on and off issue. So that is the challenge. So we don't have any challenge, we can sell water. Second, coming to the tanker standing. So we had association where they didn't want the tankers to go in. They decided to pump the water near the gate where they gave the provision for our tankers to stand, and there is no tanker going in. So if that pumping to the gate is taken by the association, then that also we don't have challenge. Thank you. So, see, on the roads, generally, a tanker operator will buy a tanker, 25 lakhs he would have paid and bought tanker, right? The apartment association would have told during heavy summer, they would have signed an agreement saying that we will buy water from you for 5 years. So he would have done a 25 lakhs investment on the tanker for that apartment distribution of water. So now what happens when for this excess water also, they would have signed a contract. Now what happens now? They don't have to rely on that tanker if they have our equipment inside. So what happens, our water going out will reduce his economics in terms of disposing the excess water. So they will say, we have invested on behalf of your apartment, suddenly you're terminating the contract, what will I do? So they create problems, they could create problems for tankers plying on that road. First thing. Second thing is, whoever is buyer, so say an industry, SKF industry is buying water from us. There is a freshwater guy who is supplying in that now. Instead of recovered water, there is a freshwater tanker who is supplying. Now his business is lost. He takes it from an exploited source and supplies it. His business is lost because of this water going. Now there is a rift. How do we handle? So that was the actual rift. Now what has happened is, we tried to initially put our tankers. We said we will put money, we will buy our tankers, but we can't manage the tankers on the ground. It's from our perspective, it is so complex, we won't understand that night 1 o'clock he'll stop in the traffic signal and you manage your tanker, driver will run away. We'll have to go to the... So it is so complex that we can't operate by... Private player cannot operate by investing. So now we take those tankers who are plying in that region as lease. We pay a monthly lease to them and we take them on lease, and we strictly say, you take it from our source, take it to our delivery, it is all time-stamped, tracked, like Swiggy, we track that. So then it becomes easy for us to operate. So that is how we have solved. So it took some time. We had to involve private, large, Kiran Madam, all the large guys in that region to call their existing tanker suppliers, speak to them. In each region we had to do that. So that is why it takes time. We have to use the existing network, BWSSB chairman, all of them getting involved. Outer Ring Road, we had to involve BWSSB chairman himself to get it solved, because until we had BWSSB water, treated water supplied on that road, we could not send any of our tanker. 1 year it took to get through that cycle in supplying in the Outer Ring Road. So yeah, it was local region.
Great effort. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, that CFO for STP, that is required before you can take it up?
Sir, ideally CFO is consent for operation. So as soon as the STP CFE is done, you have to operate your STP for your flushing. CFO is required, so that is mandatory. For us also, the assumption is if the STP is there, if it is used for flushing, the assumption is CFO is there. I understand few cases where people have applied for CFO, but government has not responded. In such cases, if the apartment is already using it for flushes and they are confident that the STP is working, we can still come and invest. Thank you all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll head out to lunch, and after that we have a walkthrough of the rainwater harvesting theme park. Please assemble downstairs. Welcome back, everyone. We have Sanjay R from Shriram Suhana apartment. Shriram Shreyas apartment. He's a mechanical engineer by profession with 3 decades of experience. And also his profession achievements are beyond his work, and he is also a serving leader in multiple leaderships roles such as initiatives by sustainability, energy saving, and infrastructural upgrade. Over to you, sir.
I'm Sanjay here. I am neither an expert in the RWH, nor a consultant, nor a implementer. I am just like you all only. I am also a resident. I would like to tell about the practical implication or what you face during the project execution, because Mr. Navneet is expert in technical analysis. Even they can come to drop level also. So I am not like that. It is only, I am purely interested in execution part, because today or tomorrow you are going to execute in your own apartment. So one is, I will just go through that one. See, these are all slides have been well explained by everyone. So I don't have to go through anything. Let me go through only on the implication type. Okay. See, why RWH is required? Ours is a 20-year-old apartment. It was built in 2005 and 6, built by a reputed builder. And when we went for CFO, there was a column whether RWH is there or not. When we went for a borewell digging, there was a condition whether you have a CFO, RWH. So the point of discussion of RWH came somewhere in 2020. Even though it was well-known fact everywhere at a time, so the association, I have been in our association for almost 15 years. I served as secretary 4 to 5 times, president, treasurer, everything we have taken. But whenever we used to have a legal compliance, so our MC used to meet and we used to discuss. And finally, when we thought of implementing, and we took collective data, and initially we visited one of our model apartment, Centura. Centura has been our model apartment. More than anyone else, we have visited Centura. We have followed their models, and we have been successful also. So that is what our personal experience. So they referred us to Karnataka State Science and Technology, and Mr. 𝗕𝗲𝗿𝗂𝘁 and Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝑛𝑖th. So we went with to meet them, and they required certain datas, number of blocks, we had 15, area available around each block around 14,000 square feet of terrace area, and what is the size of the exit pipe size, around 160 mm dia. So they visited and they gave a proposal. The proposal was at a cost also. I would like to tell that it comes with a cost. They charge very minimal, which is affordable also, somewhere around 25,000 rupees for a best draft proposal. Then we thought of having outsource also. Then many vendors came, they gave some proposal, but our committee was not convinced because they wanted a thorough professional execution. So finally our committee went to Science and Technology only, and they gave a proposal. And to execution part, they gave several vendors. We interviewed several vendors. They made a comparable statements so that each one gives exact line items. So finally we selected one of the vendor as CSR. Some by name CSR is there. So they came, we gave the the scope of supply and some quotations were there. With this we went to our SGM. SGM, we had a thorough discussions. The people, first of all, they objected on the terrace water, which is linked to our sump water, which is once again supplied to individual houses for drinking purpose. So those were the basic questions which arised. Finally, the AGM convinced the residents. We have more than 368 flats, and more than 100 or 120 normally they visit, they attend the program, and they got convinced. And execution part, then okay. So coming to execution, it is better to go through all these slides. See, these are the practical. See, one is what we have observed is each apartment will have 4 or 5 blocks together. You need to have a long taper. That is very much important. The support is very much important, because practically when the rain comes, whatever rains is increasing, there will be heavy load on all these pipes. So you need to have a better support system. That is very much important. Otherwise, it may fall also. And the maintenance part also, every year you need to tighten those supporting nuts and bolts. Every year we have to have the check. And coming to the sedimentation tank, each has got their own version of tank and the flow of water. Some recommend overflow to the next chamber, some refer bottom. So it is all up to the individual, because we have seen both the proposals. Finally, we have selected which is overflowing, not from the underneath. So there also we have used 40 mm jelly, we have used 20 mm jelly, we have used a charcoal, we have used cinder, and we replace it, cinder and charcoal, every year. Whereas these jellies, we clean every time and we reuse it. So that is one aspect in this one. Coming to the terrace, we clean every 15 days. There are some, see, these are terrace outlets. This we clean every 15 days. We see that no bird droppings or anything is there, and every time it is cleaned. Yeah, terrace preparation means first is terrace has to be very clean, and we don't allow the residents to use it. No, there are most of the area they are all waterproofed. So waterproofing is an added advantage. That also costs money, but if no, we are not. 50% of the terrace is like what it was there. So there is no. But cleaning is a must. We clean every 15 days. Make sure that nothing is there, and our residents are not allowed to enter the terrace. That is there. And see, pigeon drop, we have a lot of, we were having a lot of pigeons. Last 2 months back, we have implemented the pigeon net. 50% has come down. But I don't think it is a permanent solution. Pigeon will somehow find some area, but at the same time, pigeon will, I have not seen pigeon entering the terrace. Pigeons have not entered the terrace. It will not enter because it is very hot. They will not go there. Okay, coming to one more is, whatever the rainwater has come, what we do is, the first rain, means first 15 minutes we open the walls, so that whatever dust is there, they have already suggested or instructed by the experts. So we do the same thing. And also every month we operate once, otherwise the handles will be it will get stuck. And when you really need, it may not work also. So that is one area where you have to do every month, one time, it should be operated. So that is one thing. So one more thing what we have done is, we have 4 bore wells. All the bore wells have got, they had underlying GI pipes. We converted to CPVC pipes. And what we have done is, these borewell pipes, supply pipes, are once again linked to these main lines. The borewell water goes through these 160 mm dia pipes. These are the pipes. These pipes. We have given a connection. The water goes through this one, comes to the sedimentation tanks, gets filtered and enters the sump. We have sump of around 3 lakh liters spread across 15 blocks. So what we have done is, whichever is nearer to sump, those few blocks we have considered for RWH, and still 50% is still, we have not used it. So whatever borewell water comes here, it goes through the sedimentation tank and enters the sump. In the sump, we have around 8 motors, 4 borewell motors and 8 sump motors. And by doing this, our maintenance has become nil for the motors, 8 motors plus 4 borewells. 12 motors we have not touched for almost 1.5 years, because that silt has not entered the motor. So this is the, other than our RWH, what are the advantages I am telling. So there is a cost reduction in the electricity, there is a maintenance cost, these are all portable. And for your information, I used to have a water filter, seeing 𝗕𝗲 Kent, and every time motor goes, filter goes, so I have stopped using it. I drink direct potable. Nothing has happened to me since 3 years, even though it may not be recordable, but I am using it. They may not recommend, but I am drinking, and nothing has happened to me. And not only me, before implementing RWH, the whole apartment had vomiting and loose motion complaints. After this, since 4 years, there has been no complaint in our official WhatsApp group. So that means indirect benefits are definitely there. It is up to the individual to go through all these UV filters, RO filters. But I don't believe. They are only spoiling our water.
That's why Colombia is closed.
Huh?
That's why Colombia is closed in Nepal.
Closed, yeah? Oh.
Now it's closed more
Uh-huh.
because you're using other planes.
Okay, that's one area. Yeah, I'll come. Yes, borewell water also. Borewell was also water we have interlinked. It is. How big is this sedimentation tank? This is around 5,000 liters. You can see, no? Oh, okay.
No, it went back.
Went back, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. See, we have 3 sedimentation tanks, each having around 5,000 liters capacity. Here also, the rainwater is not predictable. Whatever designed, in one rain, the top cover went off because it was so much water. So we had to do this one, additional relief pipes. Yeah, because it was not capable of, see, you cannot increase the tank size. So that is there. And one more is, we have used auto level water indicator, which will always keep our overhead tank always in the full level, and it makes the sump at the lowest level. Whenever rainwater comes, you get the maximum water. So almost 3 lakh liters of water we have the storage capacity. one rain will definitely take care of around 2 to 2.5 days of water supply. And as per data, we have around 60 to 80 days, 100 to 120 days of rainwater. If you calculate, and the consumption of power, see, we have around 6 kilowatt, 4 motors, which runs for 15 hours. Each is, so how much? 24 into 15 into 30 into 12 into 9 rupees, which comes to around 4 lakhs per year. And our investment is around 18 lakhs. And one third of the investment comes back. One third of our investment has come, 18 lakhs. So we have recovered already in 3.5 to 4 years. Which one? No, I don't think nothing was highest. It is very, 18 lakhs spread across how many liters? You will collect around 4 crore liters of water. It hardly comes to 50 paise per liter. On the pipe, 160 mm dia pipe. That is the pipe. Pipe is the major. CPVC pipes are the major. Of course, labor will come to around 40%. Whatever you take, 50% to 40 to 50% is labor. So out of 50%, pipe costs are the highest. And you should negotiate, go to the direct supplier, not to your nearby retailer. Talk to the direct supplier, negotiate for all the fittings, including fittings, and they will give credit also, and they will deliver it to your house. And you need to have a big storage also. Storage is required. We also do have a gate pass system. How many pipes have come, how many utilized, how many returned, all those things are also monitored. So that is one thing. And one more thing I would like to tell is, and finally, the water level, certificate.
And one question, sir, is this particular capacity, 5,000 liters, is kind of what you're using as your regular tank everyday basis.
No. This is only your
only for rainwater.
Sedimentation tank.
Okay, this one is sedimentation. Thanks.
So finally, what is the end result? End result should be the test certificate. So we test once in quarter, and you can see all the parameters. You can see any parameter. You can check all the parameters are well within the limit. This is also most important because this is the final end result, what we get through rainwater and proper sedimentation, proper filtration system. We can also see the hardness also. What is that slide? We have 2 rechargeable wells. We have taken around 15 feet by 4 feet. We could not go further because water started coming at the very low level. We have water around 50 feet level. So we could not go further. We stopped at this stage only. See, these are all supporting system where you have to take maximum care. And the length span is around 200 feet. So your taper should be very good. And we have inspection chambers also. You can see there. And every month we open and clean those areas. we have around 368. We have also given additional support like this. So my presentation covers only practical, no technical. Okay. So because this will be helpful when you execute, no, it will be, you will be responsible. They will give the proposal, vendor will execute, he will go. But when the rain comes, something happens, then WhatsApp group, they will start blaming the committee which has implemented. So you will have to be very careful in implementation. So if you have got any few questions, I am ready to help.
Before any questions, I would like to tell about Sanjay. He's a classical example how MC should work. In his apartment, what all MCs find it very difficult, he has done everything. They have replaced GA pipes. They have rooftop solar, what, 100 kilowatts? 145 kilowatts. Then rainwater harvesting. And this apartment is one of the other model apartments where BWSSB people generally go for their field visits and all. So you all should take his number. You should find out how he generally converses general body.
No, it is not like that. We have interest in development. See, I will give one simple example. Our builder gave 65 kilowatt 8 generators. 65 kVA 8 generators for 15 blocks. When no one was there, of course, when I checked, the load was not balanced. Load was underutilized. So what I did, I interconnected 2 DGs to 1. Means from 8 DGs, I reduced to 4. By doing this, the load factor came to around 85%. The maintenance cost, which used to be minimum 50,000 per DG per year, came down to 1 lakh per 8 DGs per year. DG consumption, diesel consumption, which used to be 4 lakhs per year, now we have 50,000 per year. 50,000. So it is not that we are doing, but every apartment has got some or the other area where definitely you can study and reduce it. And you take whatever maybe, where it can be solar, it can be water level controller, it can be a water treatment plant, DGs, where all possible, we should do it. So which we have been doing, and of course, it is not every time, it is not that I am only doing, I have got some other reference also, like Centura, BWSSB. So BWSSB has been very helpful. So everywhere we also take, and finally, apartment gets the maximum benefit. We are able to maintain our maintenance well within our reach. That is also important. At the end, we have to pay the maintenance. If it is reduced, then it is good for us. Thank you.
Apartment, all the sustainability he's spoken about, return on investment he's spoken about. So what he's doing is, his personal money, he's putting into his apartment complex only. He's bought first home, second home, third home, fourth home. Last week he bought his fifth home and did the 𝗕𝗏 for that. So he believes in what he does, and he believes, it can give adequate return on investment.
That's the true fact. Because I know, instead of investing somewhere, you know your own place, you know your maintenance. Yeah, why to go out? So somehow.
All the ins and outs.
Yeah.
And these are no name in BWSSB.
And
went to his apartment to break something. He was the one who was standing on the ground saying that you cannot touch my apartment. He went and filed a case in the BWSSB police station. Very good.
And his apartment is part of a study for how to reuse treated use water, which is going to be part of the next series of segment conversations. Am I right?
Can we have his number so that in case someone is interested in
So what we will do is, so we will consult each of the speakers and make sure that if they consent, we'll share the name, phone number, email addresses of each of the presenters. If their consent is there, we'll share their presentation, And also, if we publish these sessions on the YouTube, we'll share the YouTube links also. And any other, like boson video, etc., we'll share those YouTube links. It'll take us a few days, but we will make it as a compendium and send it to all registrants. Registering for BWF events is important because the follow-through can happen only after registration.
Yes, sir. I would like to invite Navneet sir on the stage. If you have any questions on rainwater harvesting, please pitch in.
Yeah. In the morning you mentioned this RWH requirement got into the law sometime in 2008-9 time frame. Has there been any studies done how effective that has been? Because there are stories we have heard at an individual apartment, and that is great. But overall, is there any study done, impact on groundwater level or the reduction in water or any of these aspects?
No, previously in 2011, before we could implement this rainwater harvesting, 2009 it has already started. 2011 we had done a impact assessment. Then it was we were having around 6 divisions: north, south, east, west, southeast, and central. In all those 6 divisions, we had made a questionnaire, and randomly we had selected with the help of BWSSB their meter readers, and we had asked the questions how they are going to utilize the water and what are the measures that we are going to take care. So after that, the study was made, but it was very early of the impact. We could find out that not many people were doing some groundwater recharge interventions were there, and some of the things were like haywire, not in a very scientific way. So all those things we could get in initial studies, so that while implementing, we could make it streamlined. For example, initially, what that study told was, it was the law was already in place, and many people said that we didn't had a proper the engineers or the people from the BWSSB didn't have the information how to implement it, whether the residents intended. So we started training them also, right from meter readers to executive engineers. So then some measures came in earlier stages. And after that, that was cumulative for the whole Bangalore initially, and it was having impactful. Rainwater harvesting was impactful. And in 2016-17, we had done a case study in 𝗕𝗏𝗿 area, very small area. It had impacted, but the only thing is that people led back is that they didn't had space, and they were like just like going for recharge pits rather than for storage structures. So then that impact changes to make sure that mandatory that rainwater harvesting should be the percentage of collection for the individual houses from 20% to 60%. So that increase in the number of water consumption for each and every houses impacted. This is about rooftop rainwater harvesting and storage and reuses. Many people who are already constructed, they have already done. But recharge, we don't have any studies, because underground water table, nobody has done studies with respect to us. Even in here also in Jayanagar theme park, last week after its inception about 12-13 years, we had taken the desilting, and still that study is not there. Only thing is that we know that we have done rainwater harvesting for these locations. The water table could have been increased, but what was the earlier level? You should have checked initially what was the level before doing and what was the level after doing. So we don't have reference prior to information, so we couldn't assess that one.
I could just sort of add on to what Navneet said. We talked a little bit about it. BWF also had a session in February on water as part of our series that we are doing, the BEST cluster, which is also hosted at IISc. We discussed this a little bit. So BWSSB is working with IISc on doing better groundwater modeling. In fact, they are increase the amount of points because, as you know, Bangalore itself is, at least if you take the current 800 kilometers, divided into 3 major valleys. And as we are all discussing, the water level conditions in each area, in each of these valleys are quite different. For example, they could thickness of the aquifer, the unconfined layer, and all of that. So what the IAC has been doing ever since the drought that happened in 2023, just before that, they started working with BWSSB in terms of actually putting out more localized thing, because groundwater in many sense is very localized, right? I get water at 10 feet, my neighbor is looking at 50 feet, he's put his thing, he's not getting water. So it's such a local phenomenon, but what is happening is IAC is working and has actually put out developing a model and collecting it, as he's saying, what will be useful is collecting it over a period of time. So I think they've done it for a couple of years. Of course, whether BWSSB releases the data is a second question, which I'll not answer at this point. But there is a little bit, at least, movement towards better measurement of what's happening with the groundwater, how is it fluctuating pre-monsoon, because otherwise what you get is every 6 months the Karnataka Groundwater Authority is just simply saying that this level has increased, this level has reduced, pre-monsoon, post-monsoon, which is very difficult to interpret at an individual level. So you need much more microgrid level measurements in order to do a meaningful trend around how this is happening. So that is taking place. Now whether we'll have access to the data, that is a separate question, but that's just to add to what you said.
And Rajesh leads sustainability in environment for Bangalore Apartments Federation. I have a follow-up question. You said you've done an event on water security. Any other events you've done in the past 3-4 months?
Plenty of events, but we'll answer that perhaps. We are doing an entire series. I think I was discussing this thing. So along with Best Cluster and ISC, who's based out of ISC, similar to the KSST, we are doing, we're actually doing a 6-month series. In fact, we've just completed our last episode on energy, which was last month. This month we are doing one on farming. I was just discussing with one of the fellow participants around this thing. Next month we'll be doing an episode on health. So if you're on the BAF channels, you will get all these things. We'd really like everyone to come participate. We're taking different thematic areas. Water we picked right now because of course the monsoon is coming. We should be prepared. That's why we pick water now, but every month or every couple of weeks there will be an event or the other. Waste is a separate trajectory where we are having this thing. So different thematic areas where, as Arun mentioned at the first, he did a quick poll in terms of, did you know about this event, this topic, that we're just doing a bunch of communication, but perhaps sometimes the communication is a lot. It's hard to see through everything, but we're doing a bunch of events and some of us are here who volunteer, including Prasad and Sir and many others who contribute to it. But I'll leave it at that. Yes, please.
Yeah, one question. One question to Navneet and others also on rainwater harvesting. Is there any compliance, mandatory compliance from government on the acreage on which your community is built? So this much water should be rainwater, should be there for storage. And then what about the quality of rainwater, harvested rainwater, which can be mixed with other water? Is there any guideline or something?
Yeah, I had mentioned that the guidelines stated that if for a small 30-40 house, if I take a reference, 12,200 square feet, if based on the built up area, in 1,200 square feet, if you have built up in around 1,000 square feet area, for a rooftop area, it is 6 liters per square feet area. So that will, with respect to this, you will arrive at a storage capacity, minimum storage capacity, somewhere around 6,600 you can take it.
So is this a mandatory kind of
Correct,
compliance?
it is mandatory.
Okay.
The law is in place from 2009 October. 2011 it has been made in a gazetted notifications. All the houses 30, 40 and above, all the houses, precisely 108 square meters and above, irrespective of whether they are residential or commercial, they all must have rainwater harvesting facility at their house, and the only reason is you should have this much, so much amount of capacity of storage tank or recharge well.
And what about the water quality guidelines? Suppose we collect the water and we want to mix, and residents.
Quality. Maybe you want to take that. A lot of questions.
Yeah, so if residents, they normally don't agree with mixing of these two waters, as Sanjay also said, he was able to convince, not everybody will be able to do it so easily. But if there is a government guideline we can get a sample tested each month and then we can mix, right?
Sir, there again there is a rule, Government Act, what Navneet told. Whoever is building a new house should have a dedicated rainwater storage tank, sir. Yes, and to which quality? Okay, quality. It should be World Health Organization standard safe water, sir. All parameters should be met. Not one is an excuse, sir.
The mandate says the same 6 and 3.
Yes, in terms of quantity, yes. Quantity. Quality-wise, yes, it should be. Yes, sir. Yes. Only then it is good for consumption, or else it is for non-potable purposes. Tank plus access for the recharge well and the paved area recharge well, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. It was an amendment after what they found some not so good practices, sir.
There is a, I think, either on KSST website or BWSSB, I was just looking up as the session was going on, there's a whole PDF book on all the amendments to the orders and an interpretation of that. I think we can also circulate that as a thing. You can just look it up. There's a handbook on the entire thing which talks about the orders, and there is some confusion around whether this, how is it sized for individual sites and for apartment communities. As I said, apartment communities going by different this thing. All of this details is there. We can share that handbook that's already available. You can just look it up and you should be able to see all the guidelines around it, including an interpretation, which I'm sure you folks have provided to BWSSB to include in that handbook. So there is already a well-does handbook which has the order, which you may ask that is it compulsory and all of that. The only thing practically is the extent to which it's implemented, because the builder may do it at some calculation, implemented it. BWSSB does have a penalty if you, I forgot exactly how much percentage if you don't have rainwater harvesting implemented. In fact, many individual floods continue to pay in spite of that because it's low enough. So yes, we are all collected here so that we're not looking at it from an enforcement perspective, but from the goodness and the worth of value of water, because we understand that, rather than simply looking at it from an enforcement standpoint, which the builder, as he hands over to all of us being RWAs, we inherit what they provide and we have to improve it, as Sanjay ji and many others have done. We have to take it up on ourselves to actually improve and build upon whatever systems we inherit.
Mr. Rajesh and Praveen had told about the quality. So it is available in the guidelines of BWSSB. They have clearly mentioned that rainwater is not meant for drinking and potable purpose. The reason is that since it is coming from the roof surface, we don't know what kind of contaminations that will happen. But having said that, if there is a remote area, I have got queries from so many years that I have a house very remote, I don't have any BWSSB or any other convention. If I do harvesting, how to use it for potable purpose? Because that's the primary requirement for any houses. Secondary purpose we can somehow manage. So as I told you, we have done a project in KCST wherein we have got it tested about the parameters of rainwater, borewell water and well water and even BWSSB water. So relatively, vaguely I can't say, but it has E. coli bacteria. Chemical contamination is relatively less in rainwater, and it is deprived with lot of minerals also. What you can do is, as I told you, if you are having such a desperate need to use rainwater for potable purposes, you have to get it tested. There are various parameters, and drinking water standards you can get it as Mr. Praveen was telling, WHO standards, you will get the parameters. So ideal parameters, and your source of water, what is the parameters, how to make it to that. So you can, but as a house it is very difficult, since we are very much cautious about, as I told you, BWSSB supplies drinking water to our house and we pass it through an RO system and we drink it. So such be the case, I can't say, or anybody can say that drinking rainwater can be utilized for drinking water. And regarding the mixing of water, you can use the same tank. There are many people. My older colleague, Mr. 𝗕𝗂𝘀𝗁, has only one single tank in his house. He uses only one single tank. During rainy season, he uses rainwater, and of course, he didn't have BWSSB water, but he has a Borewell water. He uses the same storage tank to utilize it. Now there is a few places where they have made mandatory that having a dual plumbing is necessary. If you are able to do that, then you can manipulate with that as well.
I have a question. Yeah, maybe this is more for Praveen. We are in the middle of the summer, and in our apartment complex, we are clearly facing an issue with our bore wells drying up. I'm sure a lot of us face that in summer. At this point, as this is happening, the conversation in the residents group is that let's do enough to make sure that we are ready before the monsoons. Now, I know that there's just about a couple of months or 1.5 months. Is this the right time to do if we wanted to do? And then do we really see something happening in terms of the results that we want to see with monsoons helping us to recharge the borewell and all? Plus, is there a better time to do it because maybe seasonally you believe there's a different part of the year where implementing such projects make more sense? Is there anything that you have in terms of your experience on that front?
Yes, sir. Preparedness is the key here, sir. We always encourage residents to take up the projects, the dry period like December end onwards till March beginning, so March first week. That is because that is the longest period where there is no rain. There is a gap between the last rain and the first rain of the next season, sir. Or else from May 15th onwards till July 15th, there is again a dry period. It's a very windy time. You might have you will start noticing it from this year onwards. That time we'll have some room to expedite your decisions and take up the project and be ready for the rains that actually starts from July 15th onwards, sir. And August, September, wettest months.
Not suggested.
Yes, sir. Not suggested in the sense you can still take it because in Bangalore, one good thing about Bangalore is it rains only in the evenings, sir. Almost all times evenings. Very rarely overnight and mornings, sir. All time in the evenings. So which means if you start any civil work, be it plumbing or the earthworks or any masonry work, if you start at 9 till 3, you can do the majority of the work and move it to the next day. So that instead of 10 days project, it can be a 15-day project. But still you will be missing only 1 or 2 rains. But still you will get the maximum benefits.
Is that the reason why there's a prescription? Because you're saying the civil work and the whole curing aspect.
They get delayed, sir. Yes.
That is the factor.
Yes,
that is the factor.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Our main catchment area for rainwater is not even. There are 3 catchment areas. One is the roof, one is the balcony.
Yes.
Both are getting mixed.
Yeah, okay.
I understand there's a problem.
Yes.
Third is we have a garden on top of the underground parking.
Planter boxes, sir. Got it. In the sense, a vast podium area, sir.
Vast area where there's some machines, soil was put. Now I put a lot of compost and made it very fertile and a lot of plants are growing. But the fact that also collects underneath a lot of water.
Yes, sir.
And that water is flowing towards, there's a slope, a natural slope towards the building, towards the towers.
Yes.
And it is flowing there. That water can be taken into the rainwater harvesting in any way?
Recharging, sir. Recharging.
This is what you call as podium? Sometimes you said podium.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, in between 2 towers, there is an open to sky area where a lot of greenery is there. Sitting arrangements is there. Pergola or maybe gazebo.
Basically underneath, about 2 feet underneath, there is a
Mother slab and yes.
Okay, mother slab is there. And underneath is the car park.
Basement, yes.
So on top of it is this soil.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot of some soil.
Yes.
And a lot of plants are growing there. So that water gets collected underneath.
Yes, it will go to the basement, sir. From the basement through pipes, it will exit out of your basement wall, sir.
So it can be set up.
It can be used for recharging purpose.
So there is some leakage. We notice the leakage.
The structure should be about 5 to 10 feet away from the basement retaining walls. Or else the percolation direction may hit the basement retaining wall and the dampness starts happening on the basement retaining wall, sir. So, and also from structural point of view, what the KSCT has recommended to follow, it should be a little far away from the foundations, sir. So that water can, like how...
that comes, probably it was not designed to hold this water now, our system, whatever we have. So we may have to review everything, because it's a big catchment.
You can share the details, I'll be able to understand it better and give it to you. But
that's what I wanted.
Yes. Roof rainwater can be used for reuse for non-potable purposes and other things. Surface area can be used for recharge wells, and in your case, we can consider this as a surface area water, which can be used for recharging the ground, like how you saw some structures done in this building. Yes, sir, yes, we can do it.
So one of the things we saw is in the podiums, we have a lot of vehicle movements also. We have diesel silt also
driveways,
from,
yes, sir, yes.
which are coming in. So those also could be planned through the filters. Because in podiums, you see a lot of delivery vehicles and trucks and everything moving.
Sir. So what I have noticed, I've been noticing from past 16 years is, sir, little different thought from what my other panelists said, sir. We have got this water tested, sir, and surprisingly, surface water, sir, was found to be potable multiple locations, sir. Whereas roof rainwater was found to have bacteria. Right. So we never know, sir. No. So what I personally believe from what I learned from a former employer is just focus more on collecting as much water as possible, then treat it, disinfect it, and then use it for any purpose that you deem right. Right. Following the guidelines given by the government and other senior experts, sir.
Thank you.
And because it's dilution, sir. Even if there is some oil leakage or you can say any unwanted stuff, when there is lakhs of liters of water comes, it dilutes those things into negligible amount, sir. Yes, that water is better than Borewell waters in terms of hardness. Yes, some apartments have modified that. Yes. They have directly connected the roof rainwater pipe to the swimming pool, sir. That apartment is somewhere on the outer ring road, sir, near this 𝗏𝗏𝗏 Tech Park, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. 1 minute. Arun sir, let us give the momentum, sir. Wait.
So much. Navneet has done about 25-30 sessions right here on this stage. He has done it. To many more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We'll have Mr. Vijay Kumar from Brigade. Mr. Vijay Kumar has 21 years of experience in sustainability, currently working as environmental, social and corporate governance for Brigade groups.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. So, the post session would always be quite challenging to keep all of us active. Well, I have come with hardly 6 to 8 slides. I don't take much of your time. So, I am representing a builder fraternity here. So, well, I am Vijay Kumar. As introduced, I am Vijay Kumar. I handle sustainability and ESG for Brigade Group. So when I say sustainability and ESG, sustainability integration through the design for all our buildings what we develop across various geographical locations. Then ESG, environmental, social and corporate governance. There are a set of regulatory mandates for which we need to comply and report to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, being governed by SEBI, the Security Exchange Board of India. It's an annual compliance what we do. So I'll just get into the actual point of discussion today. So it's more of how we manage water in construction sector. The water being one of a key commodity in construction sector, without which we cannot do any developments. Around 24 to 26% of global water we consume, the building sector. Not only real estate, the operations as well. The development and operations would amount up to 24 to 26% of global water consumption. So it is very significant that we need to be very cautious about the water what we consume during our development as well as the operations. We got to be very judicial. The agenda of my today's discussion are like this. The introduction, basic introduction, then what are the sustainability things we do at Brigade, usage of water in construction, major drivers for water demand, conservation efforts at Brigade, then sustainable water management, then finally the quality standards and the limitations what we have. So introduction is very simple. We know all. So 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen makes the water, which is a inorganic compound, which is very basic essential element for all the living things on this Mother Earth. So about 71% of our Earth has been covered by water, but not all the water is fit to use. So approximately 97% of water on this Earth is salt water, being available in seas and oceans, and only 2 to 3% of fresh water is available for human consumption. Then we got to be very careful how we manage water, how we utilize, how we recycle, reuse, repurpose. When it comes to the construction, water conservation and recyclability are very critical aspects of construction. While bringing these interventions in the design, which reduces the freshwater dependency and minimize the wastewater generation. How we optimize the water consumption, it directly impacts on the amount of wastewater we generate. Thereby, the cost on treatment of wastewater, managing the wastewater to meet the regulatory discharge limits, everything gets addressed. So I just want to put some light on our organization. If you could, I think many of you are well informed on the sustainability and ESG expectations in the market. And I would like to say that we are proudly, I can say that the brigade is one of the leading sustainable developers in South India. We recently received the recognition from World Business Group that in real estate sector across India, we are the 3rd most sustainable organization. And across the sectors, we are at 44th place. Across the sector means all other sectors. So, you know, all the sustainability initiatives being dreamt by our beloved chairman, Dr. 𝗕𝗫𝗃, and giving the light to the dream and making it realized, that is being done by the 2 daughters of Dr. 𝗕𝗫𝗃, our MDs, Pavitra Shankar and Nirupa Shankar. They have been the backbone of all the sustainability initiatives what we do at Brigade. They are very meticulous, they are very monitoring, they are look into each and every aspect. They sit in the design discussions. They make sure all our projects are well integrated with sustainability elements. That's how if you could go to any of our brigade properties, you could see the balancing of the lung space and the development together in all our developments. So, usage of water at construction. You know, there has been a rapid urbanization, rapid globalization, and as per some of the studies, 50% of construction, what has to be done, it is not yet constructed. So, by 2030, whatever we have constructed, in addition to that, there will be another 100% of, in terms of quantum, it will get constructed by the year 2030. That level of development is happening in India. There's a huge development across all the geographical locations, be it buildings, be it infrastructures like dams, highways, roads. Lot of developments are happening across country. And as per some recent studies, the source I got it from Construction Times, that the 67 billion cubic meter of water what has been consumed by construction industry in the year 2025, that will go to be 81 billion cubic meters. When I say billion cubic meter, it has to be with 12 zeros. Liter, 1 liter, you have to add another 12 zeros. you can imagine the quantum of water dependency over another 5 to 6 years. So what are the various applications we use water in construction? For the concrete mixing, curing, plastering and masonry works, dust suppression during the construction, labor camp usage for their daily needs and consumption, material processing before using the material, some of the materials for the actual construction work, that those materials has to be processed using water application, landscaping and infrastructure, while giving the compaction to the buildings and creating the roads within the construction site. We need to have a water as a commodity to enhance the strength. So what are the major drivers for water demand? So as I already mentioned, rapid urbanization, after Sri Narendra Modi ji came into the power, there has been a lot of sustainable initiatives across the country, smart cities being constructed across all the states. So without water, we cannot develop anything. So as the development enhances, the water demand also increases. Large-scale infrastructure projects, as I mentioned, lot of highways being constructed, lot of industrial parks being constructed, lot of dams being constructed, flyovers, what and all. So everything demands for water. Growth in real estate and industrial parks, yes, you can see, if you could compare, I know you all are been here in Bangalore from last 40-50 years. You can compare yourself, how the Bangalore was before 2000, now how the Bangalore is. So there has been a lot of development happened across the various directions of the city. So as the development increases, it comes with water demand. Then increased use of ready-mix concrete. So earlier there used to be on-site mixing of concrete used to happen. Now there will be dedicated the ready-mix concrete plants across the development sites, which comes with the water demand again. The expansion of highways, metro, airports and data centers. Data centers are one of the both energy and water guzzlers. They require a lot of energy to maintain. So, India being a developing country, so it will going to expect a lot of development in coming years with lot of demands for energy, water and the generation of lot of waste. Then water stress. Yeah, I'll come. Another couple of slides. So there has been a water crisis across various cities. In Bangalore context, as somebody was mentioning, 2023 was a drought year for us. We suffered like anything. So at a global level, only 4% of water which is fit to use is available in India. That too be served for 18% of global population. So imagine what sort of crisis we're going to face and how we need to work on the water circularity. So I'll just jump into the water conservation efforts, what we are doing at Brigade. So I said how we treat water and all, it's a very basic and key commodity of our development and operations. The best water conservation efforts what we have been adopting are adopting green building certification across all the developments. For residential development, we adopt IGBC, Indian Green Building Council certification for commercial leadership in energy and environment design certifications, where they expect us to optimize the water consumption during the use phase through design. So we bring lot of interventions like use of low water fixtures, then flow aerators, reducers to cut down the water demand, then use of curing compound. Major water consumption in a construction comes from curing. So lot of water goes for curing. So we at a Brigade, we are using lot of curing compounds to avoid usage of water. Then enhanced usage of treated wastewater for landscaping, dust suppression and other applications, installation and use of waterless urinals at all our offices, implementation of effective rainwater harvesting and stormwater management system across our developments, installation of O&M of well-designed STPs for enhanced recycling of treated water. When we need to enhance this recyclability, we got to be very thorough about the design what we bring in wastewater management. Implementation of smart water metering for enhanced monitoring, reduced wastage and controlled consumption. Since we have the monitoring, we get to know that where is the water wastage is happening, by that we can address the water wastage issues. I'm with another couple of slides, that's it. So on-site applications, what we do at construction sites. So usage of STP treated water for preparation of road, compaction, dust suppression on the roads, on the aggregates in the RMC plants. Then grey water utilization. When I say grey water, it's the sullage part of it, which comes from your bathing and cooking, and whereas black water is from your lavatories. Rainwater harvesting even in the construction phase. Low water curing methods, as I already mentioned, the curing compounds. Precast and modular construction. We exercise this precast and modular construction in one of the project. There are some technical challenges to adopt this. However, we have done it and we are still exploring. Then water efficient concrete technologies. So we are working with some of the consultants to bring in the reduced water dependency in the concrete technologies. Then zero discharge campuses. We have around 3 to 4 IT parks where we have declared as zero discharge campuses. Then we, as a developer, we also have taken a water positivity target to achieve by 2030. When I say water positivity, whatever the amount of water we extract from the nature, we should give it back more than that to the environment, either through a proper rainwater harvesting, recharge, rejuvenation of water bodies. So by 2030, we going to achieve water positivity. It is quite ambitious, but a lot of efforts being put in that direction. As the number says, these numbers are for the year 25-26. The total water recycled from the treated wastewater, that is around 10,047 kiloliters being used for landscaping and construction activities. So there is a huge requirement in construction for a water. It varies from 500 to 1,200 liter per square meter of constructed area. If you do better interventions, you can achieve 500 liters per square meter of constructed area. If you don't do, it will go up to even 2,000 also, if you don't have a better water management. So wherever we have our developments, we see that if there is any nearby BWSSB treatment plants, the common sewage treatment plants, within the vicinity or within the 5-kilometer radius, we make sure that we buy a treated wastewater for construction activities. When I say construction activities, it is for non-structural, non-concrete purpose as of now, because codes, IS codes will not permit us to use the treated wastewater directly for the construction application. So the final slide would be on the codes. So there is a IS code called IS 456-2000, which is a code being referred for construction, usage of water for construction. There are several restrictions. I don't say it is not legible. I'll read it out for you. The pH should be 6 to 7 as per IS 456. Suspended matter should not cross 2000 mg per liter. In the treated wastewater, the whatever water quality they recommend, I'm just correlating with treated wastewater, because the point of discussion is how to reuse the treated wastewater. Inorganic solids should not cross 3000 mg per liter. Then organic materials is limited to 200 mg per liter. Sulfates comes with two level of limitations, 400 mg per liter for non-concrete reinforced concrete and only 200 mg per liter for concrete. Then for RCC, in treated wastewater, chlorides are the major challenges. If there is a chlorides in the treated water, we cannot use it, and there is a limit, that is it should be 500 mg per liter. If it is crosses 500 mg per liter, we cannot use it for construction applications. That is the limitation as per the IS 456-2000, and parallelly KSBCB has also given a discharge limits for a treated wastewater. The pH is 6.5 to 8.5, BOD less than 10 mg per liter, COD less than 50 mg per liter, total suspended solids less than 20 mg per liter, oil and grease 10 mg less than 10 mg per liter, ammonical nitrogen less than 5 mg per liter, and total nitrogen less than 10 mg per liter. And the fecal contamination shouldn't be more than 100 mpn per 100 ml of sample what they test. So these are the key limitations for us to use the treated wastewater for construction. However, for non-construction purpose, we have been already using across our projects wherever we find nearby BWSSB treatment plants. Why I am stressing on the BWSSB treatment plants? Because the demand and supply is the major thing. So BWSSB plants are quite huge. They comes in MLD, maybe 10 MLD, 20 MLD. Hebal plant is about 60 MLD. So there you'll get to have lot of treated wastewater. We do set up online monitoring for the quality at the site, because we cannot also 100% depend on whatever the water quality the BWSSB gives. However, for a double show, to making us double sure that we check the quality at our premises, and on a monthly basis also the water being tested. So we are trying our best to increase the usage of treated water to reduce the dependency on fresh water demand, because we use lot of water. So lot of efforts being put in, and the efforts continues further. Thank you so much. Definitely. Why I mentioned a 5 kilometer radius. 5 kilometer radius. So brigade has taken a net zero target. So as per Paris Agreement, India has taken a net zero target to achieve by 2070. All the efforts being driven through Niti Aayog to reduce the carbon emissions from the different industrial sectors. So as of now, there is no mandatory carbon reduction for real estate, but it will going to happen future, because all the major commodities of construction like cement, steel, aluminum, they have got already carbon reduction targets from the central government. Real estate will going to be one of them very soon, but we are well in advance. We have taken a net zero target to achieve by 2045. When I say net zero target, I have to see all sort of carbon emissions what I emit. The water which I get from far distance through transportation also emits lot of carbon emissions. That's why we have restricted the radius of available water sources for treated wastewater is 5 kilometer. So our projects comes with huge water demand. For a treated water, if I say, it would go up to 100 to 200 KLD in a day. If that level of quantum of supply is available in any of the nearby community, we are ready to, and because we cannot say one day we'll give water, next day there won't be water. It is not like that. BWSSB will be consistent.
1 tanker ready, 2 tankers ready.
So that is the challenge.
So it's not relevant.
No, okay. I've been in many forums, even for the regulators like BWSSB chief engineers also have told, why can't we bring in microgrids? How we have a water grids? Why can't we have a microgrids for a treated wastewater? By that, excess water can be let into the microgrids, which can be used by nearby industries or construction activities. But they are not focusing on those.
Sir, don't give up hope. In your case, brigade may not be able to take it, whereas the smaller construction project
Huh.
will take it.
Now we have to look for exactly what is happening. We cannot let it out, the STP water, though it's good quality coming out. So we are over-watering our plants and killing our plants.
It's a gray area. It's a gray. Even KSPCB officers will not say this. There is no restriction for you to discharge a treated, well-treated quality water. They come up with a lot of reasoning, but it can be led to the stormwater drains. But ultimately, it goes to stormwater drain only, sir. Because if you ask this question, KSPCB will also not tell the proper answer. They'll also say, look for a buyer and give it to them.
Even treated water cannot be sent outside.
They don't mention treated water. They mention untreated water. If you see the CFO copies, they don't mention treated wastewater.
No. They very clearly state treated water should be used within the premises.
They say, but excess water they will not tell what can be done.
No.
For industries, they say zero discharge.
Correct.
They have to utilize within their premises, but
Correct.
for a residential complex, imagine in monsoon, what will be doing the excess treated water?
No. Monsoon, we are not directing monsoon water into your STP, right? That is, stormwater drainage is separate. So that may not happen. But
we are also coming up with, we already implemented in couple of projects, triple plumbing line.
Okay.
Triple plumbing line, when I say triple plumbing line, the double plumbing line is already there in the regulation. Triple plumbing line, they are suggesting. If you see the environment clearance copy and consent for establishment, they are already insisting us to treat the wastewater for potable level to reuse it back. They are not imposing, they are suggesting. Dual plumbing line is imposition. It is being in the rule from quite some time. Now we are doing triple plumbing line across our projects to make sure the excess treated water in any residential complex, 50 to 60%, I would say 40 to 50% surplus water will always be there, no matter what level of use you do.
Agreed.
But if you further treat it and use it back to non-potable purposes, you can take up to the potable level. If you treat the water through ultrafiltration and RO, definitely it reaches the quality of IS 10500 2012 what this sir was presenting. It's a drinking water standard. The water quality will be much more than the BWSSB water what we get, but ultimately the psychological barrier is there. So, but we are trying out. We just did the stakeholder engagement with existing customers. We checked with them. We got about 50 to 60% positive response. We are implementing triple plumbing line, and we are provisioning ultrafiltration and RO filtration for to use the treated wastewater back to non-potable, even potable applications. But again, we are trying to come up with high-efficient ROs with reduced rejection. Definitely, when there is a RO, there is a rejection. But again, for RO rejection in domestic applications, there is no regulation for discharge.
So when you say you are coming up with this, low reject RO, is that something Brigade is doing or another?
Most of the leading developers are working on it.
Achha, you guys are...
Even 𝗕𝗲𝗿 is also working on a lot of... in fact, if you look into their sustainability report, they have already come up with 5 plumbing lines. I don't know. I've not gone in deep. We are still at triple plumbing line. They have gone 5 lines. I don't know what and all they're going to use it.
Can I ask you a tricky question?
Yes.
Does any of your existing project, where you have excess STP treated water, are you letting it out into the drainage?
So we report the sustainability efforts in annual basis. once the water, the association is formed and the property is handed over to association, our reporting boundary ends there. So those kind of properties will not be in our purview. And if there is any challenges, we address. But for commercial projects, what we own and operate, we have a 100% recycling. We don't discharge any of the wastewater, because if I am discharging even the treated wastewater, I need to report in BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. And if the projects are near to our if the projects are near to our existing residential properties, we are requesting the association to give the excess water. There is one project happening in 𝗕𝗲𝗏. Adjacent to that, we have one commercial as well as residential project. We are exploring the usage of treated wastewater for construction. The construction has begun now. We are in touch with the association.
I have a follow-up question with regards to the treated wastewater. We have got excess treated wastewater, and we come under the panchayat limits. Panchayat doesn't have the infrastructure to to handle this. And even in our apartments, we are trying our best to use it for the landscaping and all. Even then, there is excess of treated water. And the budget for the RO plant, or we don't have much budget for that. So in your opinion, what best we can do with the available
There are
resource?
some agencies like Boston Water. They will come to you, they will set up a RO plant in your premises, they will treat the water and they'll sell the water. He was here, huh? Okay. So those concepts are also there.
I just joined post lunch. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
To them.
Investment is fully by them.
But if it is viable, then
They have to provide space for them.
You can do that, sir. You have to look for buyers.
So my question is, like, on a resident point of view, that is when we are when we are going to buy a flat. So now the conversation is how we are going to use the treated wastewater. So basically what is happening is all the wastewater is going to the STP. So basically, can we not segregate from the grey water and the STP water, and at the same time drinking water also? Because most of the apartments, when especially these things is when we are in more in numbers, so everybody has their ROs installed in their particular houses. So what happens is that eventually not everyone would take those waters, fill it in the buckets and all that. So from the builder's point of view, can't you all not install a centralized RO and then give it, so that water can be at least better managed by the association or something like that?
We are trying that also. We are providing RO in some of the projects for signature category projects. So it comes with RO plant at a centralized area, which caters the drinking water to all the flats. When with respect to separation of black and grey water, it is already there. Even regulators are imposing and they are trying to act as a catalyst to promote the segregation of black and grey water. The problem is the O&M issues are more in segregation of black and grey water. There is no much technical expertise how to manage the STPs with black and grey separation. But if you do the black and grey separation, grey water you need not to have lot of treatment. It's only sedimentation, settling and filtration. Whereas black water comes with biological treatment. It comes with primary, secondary, tertiary treatments. So your load on the STP, where your blowers can undersize, your aeration tank can undersize. So, but the O&M challenges are there. I think regulators need to bring in more light on that, to bring in a lot of awareness sessions to how to manage this kind of thing. But in our projects, we already have done the separation of black and grey water.
Even it should be done in the affordable housing also.
Based on the customer expectations, these calls have been taken. Definitely, in going forward, ultimately all our projects, it's driven by customer expectations. all our projects, ongoing, upcoming projects are with centralized, the digitized water management systems. Individual, I'm telling. Yes. Yes. Everything at a apartment level, there will be monitoring. Smart water metering, we call. Usage and the leakage, everything will be reduced. Any other questions? I have not really gone into that. I can talk on only triple plumbing line.
No,
I don't know other two
From
applications.
smart metering point of view, if you have 5 lines, so 5 meters per apartment or per
Definitely. Every source, every consumption has to be monitored. I'm really do not know. Even I got surprised when I heard this. So it's all mindset. If there is a willingness, you can do, and if there is a right person in the association, he can convince anybody. The segregation of black and grey water, the segregated grey water will be treated through ultrafiltration RO and taken back to non-potable applications for bathing, washing, even for cooking as well.
So line number 1 is
Fresh water.
Line number
Flushing water.
is
Flushing, black water, treated black water.
line number 3 is?
Again, treated grey water back to the non-potable applications.
So you're doing the treated grey and treated black.
Yeah. In fact, for rainwater also we discussed, but internally the technical expertise what we have, they are having some clash of opinions. They are not ready. We try to do the rainwater also can be treated and taken back to the potability level, because good quality water what we get is rainwater. Okay. The first rain may not be good to consume, but the consecutive rains are really good. How best you maintain your rooftop is the challenge. If you maintain well, definitely that water can be taken for domestic applications. And even surface area, surface runoff, what we take for recharge, for that also for first 2 rains, if you leave and consecutive rains, that water quality is also very good. You can use it through multi-sand filter and carbon filter and use it for domestic application. Not residential. Commercial projects are zero discharge. Residential, yes, it's a challenge for everybody. Yes. There is no way, because no matter whatever you do, unless you take it back to your domestic application, the treated wastewater, there will always be minimum 40% surplus. If you go for a further treatment and reuse it back in non-potable applications, you can achieve 75% of self-sufficiency. Yes. No, that is single. It can be connected to your domestic application line only. Yeah, you can blend and use it for non-potable applications.
As a builder, is Brigade providing for such rainwater harvesting tanks in all these projects?
Yes, we are doing.
Earlier projects,
No. I joined Brigade in 2021. In earlier projects also, we have been doing all this. I think it started from 2009. And as per legal requirement, they look for 1 day storage. But we try to give 1.5 to 2 days storage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Let me invite 𝗕𝗏. 𝗕𝗏, please come. 𝗕𝗏, your dad is doing a wonderful job, doing so many sustainability initiatives. On behalf of us at BWSSB, I want you to receive it for your dad. You too. Okay.
Families waiting outside.
Thank you, sir. We have Green Environment team with us to talk about community level fresh and recycled water management with real-time monitoring and automation. Founder of Green Environment, 𝗪𝘁𝗲𝗿, and his team Varun, Basavaraj and Vinod.
I'll just take a minute to everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I couldn't be here in the morning. Actually, I was renting my flat, had to find tenants. So 9:30, all of them came. Questions were, where are we getting the water? I mean, is there STP flushing there? So all of these were the questions. But I'm still... I had to lie.
The system in your flat?
No. Yeah. 2 times I've installed and I've taken it out because of so many other issues. I'll discuss that. It's Prestige Tranquility in Budugare Cross. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'll just start with the... okay, why is it not going in? Maybe the extension isn't working here. I'll change it to... yeah. About the company as well as what I've done and why I'm kind of talking for water. So I was part of the team in IIT Madras which developed the decentralized wastewater manual for CPHO, that is Central Public Health and Environmental Engineering. So that was my first job. So I did civil engineering and then got an opportunity to work. So like 2026, I think, is the year when, Ministry of Urban Development had told that every building should have, STPs, and I think the push started, 2006. So since that time, there were like, Germans and all of them flying to India, trying to sell different technologies and saying, I've got the best technology. So this guidelines, basically, we had to kind of, I was a junior person in this, all experts have been part of this project. So this is, this was a team that worked on this. So we were basically asked to go to few cities, do something called as pollution mapping. That is, after 15 years, how the city would be, and then, based on that, how much water demand, and if recycling, what happens. So we, at that time, it was Trichy and Guntur. These were the 2 cities ministry had given us. And then after that, we had to kind of call different companies, build up a kind of know-how on what are these treatment plans. So in this, we also had something like, if it's a decentralized plan, what are the ways we should take decisions. And then next part of the entire study had, like what is decentralized? And the question is, today, 50 houses, is it really viable? How much actually you can treat? So all of these data points were there in this, and then there was questions on, what are the ways somebody can take decisions on these technologies. So then the next step was, what are these technologies? Today I think we hear about all these technologies, MBBR, MBR, SBR. So this is what was the metrics that we had to build. And after this, the last part of this guidelines was just put up the process design of the all these treatment plans, so that when a customer, obviously ministry wanted anybody who designs a treatment plan, it should have all certain basic metrics. So it can't be that, it has, there are difficulty in designing. Like for example, like we can see residential plans being, same thing designed for an apartment, for a commercial building. So 2013, after this was published, CPHO released another notification, basically an add-on to their CPHO 2013 thing, saying that there is something called a pseudo sewage. So there is, for IT parks, there should be a pseudo sewage design. So there was a situation where most of these, airports were designed at that time saying that the BOD will be 300. So it was not 300, it's pseudo sewage. So this was all add-ons which came in. So the lot of know-how that was built. So fortunately, I was part of this team initially, and then I went to Middle East, worked as a process engineer for 2 years, and came back to India. And then we started Green Environment. So we got incubated in IIT Madras. So we're one of the early startups in that ecosystem. So that's a brief introduction about the company and me. I will go into the... So I've got a presentation which I'll quickly run through it. I will not take too much of your time. So we today, as 𝗕𝗏, we're there at 400 plus buildings, actively providing them solutions for real-time monitoring and managing their water infrastructure. And we're there around for 10 years. So I recently had seen the Well Labs report. They're talking about the total water demand is about 2,632 MLD, and 5.7 crores is the amount of money that we are spending per day to pump the water to our taps. And out of that, 30% is getting wasted because of non-revenue water. So before it reaches our taps, 30% is getting lost. And then, there is 24% of untreated wastewater which is there. So centralized is 63, decentralized is 13%, and 24% is untreated water out of the wastewater that is generated. But the most alarming part is, I think 52% water is actually coming from borewells. So that is depleting. So I think that's a big challenge that the city is facing, and I feel these kind of numbers, it was quite different when we wrote the manual previously, because urbanization has happened so rapidly that, the numbers are also changing. So the problem that we talk about is, say, climate change. So, the climate change, what we're trying to say is climate change is a financial risk. So water used to be a resource, today it's a commodity. We buy it at a price. So it's a big risk. So that's what we feel. So financially also, climate change, like 2015 when floods happened in Chennai, there were 6 months where STPs, WTPs were sewage, full of sewage, because everything, the runoff that came in underground tanks was like that. Some communities had built overhead tanks, so they could at least do something, pumping into overhead tank and keep some water. Whoever had HNS systems could not do anything because they couldn't get any water, and they can't supply the water because it's the underground HNS tank, the tanks which had all the water. So these were some of the challenges we found through climate issues that happened. The next is cost of water and energy. So water energy is interrelated. So I think that is also a factor which we think should be fixed. Operational cost. So, we talk about all these technologies, it's most reliable, but at the end of the day, is it really meeting to our cost or our budget? So that's another challenge that we're trying to address. Then the real-time data. So I have a small video explaining what we try to do in buildings. So any building that has different sources. So the water coming into the system. So we put up some sensors, flow meters, level sensors, and then it goes into a water treatment plant where we look at the treatment plant's output, quality of water, energy consumed. So we call it as freshwater management, then consumed within the building, and then that becomes wastewater, comes back into the building. And the sewage treatment plant is there to address this issue of managing the wastewater within the community. And for that, now we have the final treated water, disinfected, OCMS, and then energy goes back into the system. It's a commercial building. It has cooling tower application, flushing, and then, so this is something which we actually provide as a complete solution within a building. So how do you digitalize the building and then start working at solving each and every problems which I mentioned, like the cost, like operational efficiency and all these points. So I'll start with, actually where does the water go, right? So I think the points what Vijay had mentioned, and I'm sure all of you have been seeing this. So there is potential in unaccounted money. Unaccounted water, which is equal to money, right? So that is something which we get to know if you do freshwater management. So say considering a 200 KLD plant, which is treating about 195 KL per day, and 5 KL goes on backwash. So that's easy. Again, 5 KL into 100 rupees or whatever we spend on that water. And then domestic consumption. So there is a potential wastage or unaccounted water also going there. So this is a pattern we see in most of the places. When we like install these data sensors, initially we see about 30%. That is the difference between source to consumption. So this is even before the individual metering. So before that, there is a lot of places that water is getting wasted. So post that, I think today individual metering also is about end user consumption. But when in water management, I think this is where, if you look at even a city level, the same issue is there, source and then treatment, and then finally when it comes to consumption, it's 30%. I mean, that's what the data also says. So the next is recycled water management. So in recycled water also there is excess treated water. So we talk about this as one of the issue. So in 𝗕𝗲 tranquility, what I was trying to, so we had an issue that, I think the STP treated water was getting discharged outside, and then KSPCB came in, we put OCMS. There was a news article also that OCMS has been installed at 𝗕𝗲 tranquility. We had done it, and I was also part of all those things, but sorry. But now today there is an option to discharge the water. So, so there are ways in which if you monitor that, there is an option to discharge also. So the first project actually we got to work here in Bangalore is 𝗕𝗏. So when the lake was getting restored behind the building, so we had installed OCMS, and the reports to BWSSB were submitted along with online as well as offline. So then they had got a pipeline permission. So we have been part of seeing that as an option, but yeah, sure. OCMS is Online Continuous Effluent Monitoring System. So that is, I think today kind of a threat in some ways, but I just want to make it very clear that it's not a threat. It's something that we're trying to solve for the state and for the country. So we actually, like I mentioned, we started in Chennai, then we were part of that ecosystem initially. So post floods, 2017 was drought in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, and at that time we happened to work with similar to like BAF. We have an organization called for OMR association called 𝗕𝗲. Yeah, so 𝗕𝗲, with them we started working, and we worked with one of the associations, and we actually made sure that the STP is digitalized and automated, and then made sure that we reduce their tanker consumption. So this is actually that case. Okay, it's not quite visible here. So a journalist has been covering this every year. So this we did in 2017, and now it's almost so many years, and in 2019, they were selected as the community which got the best treatment solution, and government had given 5 lakhs for the effort that at that time. So that's a photograph here. So the whole learning that we got from this project was in terms of the regular STP monitoring prevented the compliance failure. So basically, the association decided that they will understand the STP. This is before the ChatGPT era, and also today I think we know much better about it. So they decided that. The second was, too many people were telling that this technology was better, that technology was better. But when they came to know, one thing they did was, at that time, whoever we hired as operators. So today I would say the entire success of this is only because of this 2 STP operator who still work with them, and they're paid well. I still remember, they joined as an operator, and I think today, the operator's daughter has got married. So it's all because, they continued believing the operator, because initially what we found was STP operator, I'm talking about the last person, who sits and switches on, switches off. That person is not respected enough, or not respected at all in many cases. So I think that's one of the major reasons for such success to happen, because he's the final man who's doing this for his bread and butter. So I think today we still have the same STP operator. There is no middle level FM companies or anything. He also looks at data. The end customer also looks at data. I think that's one way we have been able to do this. I'll share some details of this, on this further. But going back, so what we have been doing is, since we did all these things, there was something called as Grand Challenges Karnataka, which happened. So we are the winners of Grand Challenges Karnataka. So in Grand Challenges Karnataka, BWSSB and KSPCB were our mentors. And actually this was, Rain Center was the first meeting that I had with Dr. Ravindra, who was the then chief engineer of BWSSB. So there the challenge they told us was, every building is discharging water, you have to install a device which will measure the water quality parameters and the flow, the quantity of water that is going on. And they gave us 3 buildings. So one of the building that we took up was Brigade Gateway Apartment, right opposite to the World Trade Center, Orion Mall, and Prestige Langley at Whitefield. So 6 months we had installed these systems, and we were giving the information to the BWSSB team as well as KSPCB. So this exercise basically helped us to understand that is it, really getting discharged, not getting discharged? So this was the first step that happened. This happened in 2018. And then post that, they announced us as the winners for the second round of funding, which Karnataka government gave us 50 lakhs. So we told them that we'll deploy this in 50 buildings. So at that time, we had an opportunity to deploy it across different buildings, which was commercial, malls, residential apartments, and all these places. So which allowed us to actually give adequate information on the treatment plants. So how much energy is consumed by these treatment plants, because this was really a black box for everybody. And we talk about policy with a black box, right? So that's a challenge that was happening. So we did that. So that was our start into Karnataka. And then, one of the things, Dr. Ravindra told us was, you're building this, get your solutions patented, otherwise you will face problems, because a lot of companies will say, again, sensors. So we also got our product patented. Karnataka startup actually gave us the funds for doing that. So we got the solutions also patented. And recently, we are also funded by Rainwater from 𝗕𝗏𝗙, Bangalore. So they are one of our investors. So as a company, we have been trying to solve this problem, at a building level. So we have different builders. So actually, the brigade did their first POC on construction reuse at Insignia. So we were the company which was monitoring the sulfate and chloride for them. So 3 months they used the water. But I think it needs to kind of leverage and go further. So we've been working with different brands here and trying to fix these things. So that's now, I think it's the OCMS time. So I'll go to the OCMS part. So online continuous effluent monitoring, as per KSPCB, it's mandated for all the buildings across India. So 2020 is when CPCB sent out a notification to across all pollution boards, asking them to deploy this. So initially when this came in, it was only for 17 different types of industries, and from there, after the POCs and all of these things being viable, this was being implemented for buildings as well. So I think 2020 also, there were a lot of letters sent to all these buildings. So it's been 6 years that everybody has been getting letters, and to deploy the online continuous effluent monitoring system. So the idea of doing that is to make sure that we are able to send them the data in terms of the biological parameters, pH and flow. So there are 5 parameters which are there in that. And then the next is in terms of the data to be transferred to the pollution control board servers. So how can you send that data to real time? Yeah, sure. So 100 KLD, about 120, 130 homes do get plus. Yeah. It was 500 KLD in the December's, I think, sir, it was 500 KLD when in the December 1st, when they sent a notification to everybody, suddenly it became 100. So I think no comments. December of 2025, there was a letter which had come in. Notice, yeah. So this was, so what has happened? Yeah, sorry.
We didn't get any letter like this. Not everyone. Okay. But it is now a mandate. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't give the letter. If you don't mind, can you give me that hand mic? I'm kind of finding it difficult with this. Yeah. Switch off. No? So OCMS, so one of the things that has happened in the OCMS in terms of, from what it happened in 2020 and now is that CPCB has directed all the states to send the data directly into the CPCB server. So it is not going via any third-party cloud or anything. So this is a real and a significant change, because when they implemented in industries, what happened was the companies which were supplying such boxes were saying that hum manage karenge. That was the way it was handled. So there were a lot of effort taken, in air quality, a lot of effort has been taken. Similarly, in water quality also, there was a lot of effort taken by different, departments of the government. And then now the OCMS portal is a open portal for everybody to register. And then the devices that you buy should be compliant to what they put as a
requirement. For example, the first one, what you see, AstroScan is our product name. There are hundreds of products in the market. There are very good companies also doing it. I'm not here to just sell the product, but I'm telling you that device needs to be, has to go through some of like TUV and different certification is required. Otherwise, the analyzer doesn't get certified or approved by the board. That is when you submit your application. The second part is a data logger. Because now you can't send it to any third-party, cloud. It has to directly go into the OCMS portal. So for that, what we need to do is once you register it, submit the details, they give a token to the email address of the end user, and that to the data logger, and the data logger has the capability to directly send it. And the sequence of sending it has also been fixed now. 8 o'clock means 8 o'clock every 15 minutes. 8:15 has to be the next set of data. So they also look at that as a point. So this is in terms of the new 2025 CPCB spec that has come in. I'll just explain a little more on that. So there are different solutions there. So UV visible spectrometry is one of the techniques. There are multiple techniques. So right now we provide that also as a solution. And then we have the specification of this, which is there. So the process of OCMS onboarding is first step, this is our process, but I'm just talking about the hardware. Once you get the hardware, and then data logger onboarding is happening through the encryption code, and post that the certifications are submitted, and then we get the data live. So typically it used to take 60 days. I think today we are able to do it in 3 days if you have the product and everything ready. And it took us 6 months to crack this, because it was every day 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock CPCB has a live call which they have set for any user to come online and attend this and actually understand how to do this. And we are actually helping also many of our clients to get into that. So the real savings that we are talking about doing water management is, like I said, my initial slides, it's about the cost that we are saving. So 30% of water which we are saving, or the 10% water that we are saving in our fresh water. The second is the STP water being reused. So these are, I think, the two real savings which are there. And the next part we are talking about is the compliance. So today we feel that compliance should not be a burden, because compliance, I think one of the reasons why this is there is, like we are talking about 13% and 24% is not there. So that data will change. The untreated level of, data has to change in every city in India. So I think for that, this data is important because they are looking at the flow meter information in the portal right now, how much has been treated. So you have a consent for 100 KL and you're only treating 10 KL. So that's a problem. So these are some of the things which are being monitored at CPCB level and being instructed to the other boards also, and why so much is not getting treated since they've got a consent for that limit. So this has been one of the ways in which the compliance is been, and we also saw some show cause notices and all that being served to customers, primarily for industries. So we work with some of the industries. So primarily it was because they switch off the data logger. They don't want the data to go. So today there are notices coming in which are saying that you don't have 85% of data of BOD, COD, TSS, pH and flow in our server. So let us know why that is happening. And if you have any issues with the plant, you can go inside the portal and say that it's under maintenance, and every 2 weeks you need to basically update if there's some issue with the plant. So these are things already available. So it makes us much more transparent, much more easier to handle this than sitting with a lot of people telling that this technology is not working, that technology is working. So we feel this is a good thing for all of us as a resident and owners of the property. So yeah, so I have, so I just thought that, today being, BAF, also I just thought, as what we can do here. That is something which we wanted to kind of, tell you. So we do something called as water energy risk assessment for buildings. So we can do a free water and energy risk assessment. So that means how much water, kilowatt per KL, what is the energy that you're spending for your water that you've been using. So how can we reduce it? So our report will be there, which will help you to understand that if is it 10% or 20% or 30%. So we have engineers who will come in and do the study in the building and then give you this report. And then followed with that, we will be looking at the hardware. So one thing that we do is because this hardware requires proper calibration. So if you don't calibrate, I think it's a big headache. I mean, flow meters, quality sensors, everything has a problem. So one of the things when we deployed through Karnataka government, Grand Challenge funds, we decided that we will not sell the hardware. We will basically give it on a kind of a rental model and then, charge a subscription so that my engineer would come there and do all the calibration, making sure that this is up. And the CPCB also today wants annual calibration reports. So if you've done 4 calibration reports, that needs to be uploaded into the portal. So that is also something which is packaged in the way what we've been offering. And when government gave us the funds, one of the things they told us that you should make sure that this is a commercially viable solution for the end customers. So that also Karnataka government had told us. So I think we had done that. So next step is on compliance part, and then we create digital twins and automation of STPs. So the last thing that I want to actually discuss here is on the automation of STPs. So one of the biggest challenges that we have seen, since we've been a company sitting in this data for last 6 years, and we feel that we know wastewater treatment, because BOD, COD we know, and then some data we know everything. So I think the biggest problem is the operational challenges with somebody switching on and switching off. So how do we address this? So this is something that we've been doing. So we've been automating STPs now, so which allows like the Central Park example that I mentioned, allows a better life for the STP operator. So our commitment for doing this is to do that, because tomorrow they also have a family. They're not there to do the dirty job. So how do you improve their life? So that's the focus that we have, and this automation really has helped people do that. And fortunately, with the support of BWSSB, actually we took up first project was 𝗕𝗔𝗙 homes in Bangalore, where we have done the automation. We're doing one at 𝗪𝗁𝗏 and one at Sterling Terrace in Banashnkari. So these are some of the projects that we are, initially over the last 2 months we have decided to kind of get into this. And for this, you don't need to do any capex investment. It will be a complete OPEX. So there's no capex that we're there. So this is basically to tell you that, for BWSSB members, there's a separate price which we want to give. So we can discuss this. I don't want to make it. I'll send you this PPT also. Yeah. So we do this assessment. So I'll just go to the dashboard. So another 2-3 minutes I'll complete. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the patent that I was referring to. So we have a patent for system for real-time monitoring of wastewater treatment plant, which was granted to us in 2018 by the patent team. So before I get into the details, so when we finished the Grand Challenge, what KSPCB told us was, tell us the name of the places where you have installed this, and we'll send out a letter to them saying that CPCB has directed you to send the data to the servers of CPCB. I mean, after 6 years, I'm showing a letter which was sent in 1st December 2020, and which basically said there is a portal, wahan pe please send the data. So I think after 6 years, again they're sending the same letter, because this is a very important, and it's part of there, because one of the reasons what they say is they are not able to monitor if there's pollution happening, right? So their job is to do that, and they need data for doing that job. So this is something which many of the apartments had, and after this letter, within 1 month, they said that only 4 vendors can do this. So in Bangalore city, only 4 vendors have been shortlisted, and we were not there in that after doing this. So at that time, we were fortunate that Karnataka government also wrote to the member secretary of CPCB, where he said that there is a technology that they have validated by doing it in 80 buildings, and then still we were taken out of the list. So that happens when, we talk about we won't import from China, Bharat and all. For the end of the day, we are letting that to happen. So we built it here, and, in 1 month, we were out of this list. So this was a letter sent from member secretary to member secretary of CPCB, and then we went to CPCB, and then we had a chance to explain our case to them, and they basically told us, if any customer is confused about CPCB's OCMS compliance or anything, there's point number 5 in the FAQ where CPCB doesn't certify any companies. So they don't do this job. So today in market, if you see, there are a lot of companies claiming that, we have been certified. So that's not correct. So it's very clearly written, and one of the things very clearly they have written is CPCB neither certifies or assesses any sensor or analyzer. Industry units or customers are free to choose any type of make of analyzer, including indigenous equipment. So, it's in Indian website we are writing about indigenous equipment is allowed to use in India. So, we have to fight. And the unit should have a calibration protocol, and frequency of calibration should be there. So quarterly calibration is the frequency we believe has helped us also maintain these analyzers effectively. And then, manually match it with a lab. So the analyzer company should also be able to claim that. So this is one of the very important thing I feel in customers. So when we were asked, because 80 of our customers in Bangalore were like saying, Varun, green environment is not there in the list. I think you guys have been telling us a lie, that you are that and this and all that. So I think this is a challenge. Every startup, we all come here with a dream that we can do that, this, but the kind of problems that you get is, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, after 6 years, the portal today gives you an approval only because of that. Till now, we didn't have that portal. Every state said they will have separate state portals. So, because of all this confusion, it was difficult. But now it's one single portal in the central.
Okay.
Yeah. So, this is that portal. So, where every day there is a call that any of us can attend as an end user, and then speak with CPCB. So 4 to 5, they are having these calls, and then any company, any customer has completed their integration, they get listed in that. You can see your name there. So then if you're not transmitting data, it will be on top, and then if you're transmitting data, it comes on the bottom. So this is the portal, and on top of that, they are very clearly writing that, it's IoT data logger manufacturer also, they are not certifying. So that is also there on top, very clearly mentioning it's a thing that if you got the product which can get the token and update it and send it to the board, that's what is a compliance. So today I feel, because when we said we will do it on a subscription basis, there were companies, which through the initial list when we were taken out, they said, let them do 100 buildings and make some 100 crores. You guys do your subscription after that. Then we'll put your name in the list. So these were the things which were told to us at that time. So I feel, we should not waste money on things which, if you're not getting the after sales service. So there are many companies who are doing a good job in this space. Yeah. So coming back to just quickly on our dashboard, so what we try to do is we basically monitor different parameters, which is level, pressure, temperature, anything within a building what is required, we monitor that. And then currently we do about 453 buildings. So I will just share a virtual view of an STP operated by my first customer in Bangalore. There is 𝗕𝗿𝗙 Apartments. So one second, I think I need the Wi-Fi to be connected. Just a second. So this is their STP where we have all these flow meters, the equipment running hours, and then finally the treated water quality. One second, I think once. Yeah, so I'm just connecting to the internet. So I'll go real time, yeah. Yeah, so now it's real time, yeah. So this is the data of how much is being treated, inlet to outlet, numbers, blowers running it, the quality of water, energy consumption. So anything we can just click and see. So what is the energy consumption for the last 30 days? So all of these data points is taken. And then we have something called as water mapping. So what I had mentioned is that, so how much sewage comes in, where are these used, what is the excess treated water. So Boston Water, I was expecting Vikas to be here. So we have data of so many buildings that's got excess water. So, and when we did this pilot project with Brigade at Insignia, which is an upcoming building at opposite to, when we go to the airport, opposite the Philips building, that's a new construction site. So that's where we did a pilot where chloride and sulfate, we were checking out the BWSSB water, treated water that they were using. So we did that for 3 months. So there's a real use case where we can supply to the nearby construction sites. So, so there is excess treated water that can be used here. So we look at, different things like, what is the amount of water that is treated, what is used for different purpose, what is the kilowatt per kL of the plant. So why kilowatt per kL is very important is every technology or every supplier who gives a product, this car runs for 300 kilometers. Today we buy it because of that. This STP runs for 2 kilowatt per kL. That's how they sell it. At the end of the day, it runs at 5 kilowatt per kL. And then we are saying, still hum usko chalayenge. There is no problem, I'll chalayenge. So I think that's one serious gap we are seeing. So when we did assessment of different, technology providers, we realized that whatever you do, input to output, and then the energy consumption is critical in taking a decision for a good treatment plant. Today we have, like eco-STPs. Can they solve this problem? So there are many good companies which are there trying to solve this problem. It's about, not spending too much of energy, and then making sure that you get the right output. I think that should be the kind of, pitch we should have to these companies. And some people say, you want that STP, I'll switch off the STP and bypass it. Then you have zero electric. So this is also happening. So CPCB says you can't do that. So because your outlet flow meter is what is getting integrated with the CPCB. So you're not the inlet flow meter. So outlet flow meter basically measures how much you're treating. So 100 KL, you're just treating 10% of that. That's a problem. So this is basically how we do this, once we have this platform, and thankfully we have AI and all that, so much better reports are going to come out from this if there are challenges. So like one of the things that happened when we worked in the Central Park project is that, so the association made a budget for media change, as every STP operator tells you that you should do media change every year, you should do that, this and all that. So when the association did that, and they found that they decide when to do this because they have the data. They didn't find that the flow rate of your filters reduced. Because if you are not using, like for example, you have a sand and carbon filter, it is actually designed for using, low TSS water to clean, because the design of a sand and carbon filter is to treat 400 ppm. So when we design it, we just say 400 ppm. You have to get whatever 20, 30, whatever comes out. But what we do, we use the same 400 ppm to do the backwash. So you kill the filter in 1 year, and we'll make sure that you have to replace it. So these are some decisions which end user has to decide. When do you change your engine, right? Sorry, not engine, something wheel, tire or something like that. So when do you change that? So that's not whenever the operator says, right? That's the world is gone. I think today being, in Tamil Nadu, entire new force has come in from the legacy players. I think that's going to happen. So the data is going to decide, when you need to do that. So that budget was taken to the next year. That was spent on rainwater harvesting. That was spent on something else, right? So these are things I feel today, because this budget is a painful budget. Whatever you do this year, I have to change the O&M vendor. Some other vendor will come, he'll say he's better than the other person, I have to change him. Next is, do pump jayega, wo jayega, ye jayega, and then I have to change that. So this is the headache that everybody is facing. So, because we've been working with many commercial buildings, they're like standard 20 lakhs for refurbishment every year. So this is like a standard budget everybody can pick up from there. So otherwise the water industry will not grow, So that's also the way they look at. So this is what our platform is. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're saying 1.4 kilowatts per kiloliter.
Kiloliter, yes, sir.
1,000 liters.
Yeah. Yeah, so what we have done is the total energy consumed. No. 2 is a kind of an ideal thing for this is an MBR plant. So MBR uses MBR. So
roughly I'm saying if it is a 50 kVA plant.
Yeah.
You're talking about almost 50 kilowatts.
Yeah, so this is a 1 MLD plant. You're just... Yeah, okay, yeah.
Between
Correct. 50 kilowatts. 50 KLD is 50 kilowatts, almost, yeah. That's data, sir.
Maybe data.
Yeah.
But it doesn't justify too much of consumption of electricity. 1 kilowatt, 1,000 liters.
Like I said, it's an APR plant.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. So I think, so this is what we do in terms of, this is TZ Homes. Just we've recently commissioned this plant. I don't know whether my Wi-Fi is again working. So here is one of the communities where plant is, 1 second, personal hotspot on. Yeah, sorry, I'll just switch on my, it just got switched off. I'm sorry for this. Yeah, so basically this is a live view of that, this is a virtual view of the entire thing. They have Borewell, they have tankers coming in, it comes to a common tank, and there are STPs. So this is one of the communities which actually is using the treated STP back for consumption, portable, using an RO plant. So I feel this is first in many cases. Yeah. So many years, sir. Yeah. 15 years. Yes. TZ Homes. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll just refresh it once, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. So this is, yeah. So, yeah, so this is what they do. So just to go back to, I think, what Vijay has told about using the water and making it portable. So the first project that happened in Bangalore was Orion Mall. So that is the first, building where this was implemented. Boson had implemented this. And so this is Orion Mall in Bangalore, live view. So here, water that comes in is measured, and then water is getting pumped here to the overhead tank. And then water coming from the PVR side is also measured, then comes back to the STP. And then we have Boson Whitewater here. So we were there before Boson Whitewater, and now still we are there. So just wanted to kind of say, I think it's a very big advantage we have, if we can do this, because this water can be used for many purposes. Selling is obviously an opportunity, but if we can reduce our overall, because I think the investment that Boson is doing into these buildings, it's taking too much time for them to also recover. I think everybody needs to kind of contribute, is what we feel, to help these kind of solutions to work. So what we found was, ever since that came in, the maintenance cost of the chillers and the cooling towers reduced. So earlier when we were using STP, so actually there's an article published by Brigade. This was published in 2019. Yeah. So they said they saved 3 crore and 42 lakhs of water in Orion Mall. So what happened was, when we did our first pilot, they were buying about 110 tankers at that time, and they were not using STP treated water. So that, once we started monitoring, they decided that we'll fix this issue of the STP, and then we'll try to reuse it. So we had sensors in the STP also. So STP's issue was, on weekends, the water was 300 KL, and 700 KL, and weekdays was 300 KL. It was like, it's running an industry where you have a production very high and the next day is low. So it was very, very difficult for them. So this data, when they understood, the entire operation changed. Because they said, okay, on the weekends, we can't do any cleaning work. Weekends, we are like on our toes. We need to make sure that. So this is how, data helped in taking better decisions and managing that. So here, we saved actually 29 lakhs that year. I mean, today in their budget, that 29 lakhs is taken as because, and they are investing that money into the STPs. So that's one of the ways in which Boson Water was one of the solutions which came in, where, we had issues on maintenance cost of chillers. So today I think if Boson can sell these water back to the chillers, which are there on all these IT parks, it's a great solution for that customers also. So there are buyers who can come in and who can actually buy it with this value add. So we are also working very closely with Boson to see whether we can do it in many other places. But again, regulations, OCMS is there. So I think Vijay was mentioning about KSPCB, saying discharge, no discharge. So at the end of the day, we are the people who have to actually do this in the right way, and they just need the right, I would say, data to show that we are not doing anything wrong. So I think that's the way we look at it. So that's about what I wanted to discuss today. Any questions? Sorry for taking too much time.
Putting in YouTube. Okay, if we were to compare between OPEX and CAPEX, the OCMS model, what will be the comparison?
So OPEX, we sell the analyzer at 4 lakhs. And then there are 2 electromagnetic flow meters which are required. So that's about 40,000 bucks into 2, 80,000. So 4.8. Data logger is 25,000 rupees.
So about 5 lakhs. It's about 5.2, let's say. Yeah. It doesn't impact the KLD I have. Whether it's 100 KLD or 500 KLD doesn't matter.
No.
It's about 5 lakhs of investment is what we're studying.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis about 40,000 is a maxed cap price in the OPEX model.
No, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
The BAF model or?
No. So sorry, sir. I didn't want to actually So basically the first model is OCMS. So it's 20,000 a month. So this includes what I told you was about CAPEX. So there is CAPEX, there is software cost, there is a cost for calibration and spares. So in this 20,000, all of that is included.
And human monitoring, central monitoring.
Yeah. So the dashboard that I showed you right now will be there with you. That's a software, and we'll be visiting the site for the calibration every quarter. So that is included in this.
In that model? We should take an
model
OMC?
is additional. So there's a
AMC or something?
IoT recharge cost, software cost, which comes to around 45,000 rupees a year.
Okay.
And then there is calibration charges. So per visit we charge a calibration because we take it to a lab and test with plus or minus what is the difference.
Can we create a model for people to understand, because we have about 25-30 recipients of this notice in our groups. So if you can make a comparable table saying that this is how the CAPEX looks, this is how OPEX looks. Forget the final pricing on the negotiation, that's a different thing, but general comparison so people know what are they really talking about. Because today the notice is a trigger. They say we receive notice, we don't know what to do. So for us to go to the next step, saying that you received the notice, this is what the court looks like. This is how you need to look at the entire scenario. It is up to the general body and the management committee of the respective apartment to take a decision. That's how we would like to structure it actually.
So the second one is with automation. So when we automate, like I showed the plant, which is 𝗕𝗏 and all is automated. So we are actually the existing operator will be moved out. So they're saying that we don't need 3 people, because if you see the data, the plant is run only for 12 hours.
Okay.
I mean, why are you running it with so many people who they can be multi-skilled people. So this is something which we are quite, trying, because the decision maker is the customer. So you have the data, right?
So the table will make a lot of difference.
Yeah.
That's what I would know.
So automation will include, the level sensors and all that I showed you in that. We don't have that here in this. So it's just 5,000 rupees additional to this, which will come in the automation as well. So the last one is total water management. So that is one WTP, one STP if you have. It's an entire thing. That is including your freshwater management. So if you see, I think Vijay did not mention. So one of the properties that they recently got an award was Brigade Tech Gardens, where when it rains, it goes into a dual media filter, and that gets pumped into the raw water directly. So that is in their water neutrality report. It is actually shown as, water didn't come from 5 kilometers pura nearby. So
let's create this table here. Maybe that will help the. Yeah.
Per building, what is that per building mentioned there?
Yeah.
Does it mean an apartment complex? That's what you mean, or does it really mean per building?
Per building is apartment. Yeah.
That's what you mean.
Yeah.
Per STP, that makes more sense.
Yes, per STP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Varun, another question. Now, the premise on which I think we as apartment residents probably would be interested is with that notification that you said, which is 100 KLD and more, you got to do it. Is that right? That's where it starts for us?
Yes.
Right? Now, if that is the case, and going back to the 𝗕𝗏𝗶 portal that you had shown, they constantly keep referring to industrial users. I don't see any other mention. Does it mean that their reference to industrial users includes industries, malls, residential societies, etc., 100 KLD and more? Is that how I should interpret it?
Yeah, so every state has given a clarification through the letter. So last letter from Karnataka Pollution Control Board, which was sent is 26th of February. It very clearly mentioned it's residential, commercial and all that. So,
okay. The last part to that question is that when they're asking for real-time data, that's what from a residential complex, what is the gain they get out of real-time data? Because the whole tech is going to be as expensive as it is real-time. If it's not as real-time, then probably it doesn't need to be that expensive. So what would they do out of it? Do you have any idea of what sense it gives to them?
I think the first thing is that, see, we give a consolidated daily report. The daily report is like a health checkup for your plant. So that is a very important aspect of, I feel today if you're investing on something, you get your report on that. So that's one benefit. The second is in terms of, again, I say compliance is compliance. Another 2036 also I'll come here and say the same story. Ki letter aa gaya bol ke, So compliance is one aspect of it. Today ESG and all these people are running behind installing this. Unko the compliance is there. So,
okay.
I think these two.
I'm trying to get a compliance issue now.
Yeah. But we can save water. That I would, or we throw us, when we got the initial days, we said 3 months we'll put it. If it doesn't work, we'll take and run. So that is also available. Sir? Yes. They mentioned 30 days, sir, that we'll have to do it.
Anyone has received the notice? 5 of you. 100 KLD. What is the KLD? 5 of you. Did you log it in the BWSSB,
Yes.
KYCS? All of you? You haven't kindly logged, sir. There was a communication that we have sent out. We are trying to assess the magnitude and scope of these notices that KSPCB is sending. Without us being able to assess, we are shooting in the dark as to how many people have been issued these notices and what is the criteria behind issuing these notices also. So, for example...
It's a simple notice.
No, not questions, sir. Please just stay focused on this, sir. I'm talking about KSPCB notices saying, please comply to OCEMS, installation of OCEMS. So we sent an advisory to all our members saying, there are a few who have received it. We want to understand the magnitude of issue so that we can go and talk to KSPCB. So I think a few of you have mentioned, how many? 28. 28 have responded. One gentleman has said he's not responded. Kindly go back and respond to that notice. We want to assess this magnitude and have a conversation with KSPCB. One of the things Varun is mentioning is talking about CPCB. When I had a conversation with KSPCB, they are saying they are also implementing an equivalent system in KSPCB itself. For residential communities, etc. And they are not yet ready for that. So we need to know exactly what their plans also, because at the end of the day, our compliance expectations are by KSPCB, not CPCB. So do we have to send this data to KSPCB or CPCB itself is slightly in doubt. Correct. That is not yet live. So where are we going to put our data is also in question. So we can work with Varun and make sure our monitoring is in place and he's able to send it to CPCB also, but it will still not suffice, but I'm sure he will be able to bring it to
we have been having meetings with, because all of these people who've got letters are commercial buildings here. So these are all letters of commercial buildings. We went back to KSPCB, we asked them. So what they said, so the idea of this doing CPCB integration is every state will have their dashboard. So that will be the IT team here sitting at KSPCB office will get a username, password, one for them, and then inside they can see all these. So it will be operated by state only. Central will not be doing operation of this platform or basically the
just the portal will be there, but execution, notices,
yes,
compliances, monitoring, quality,
everything is done by the team here.
KSPCB.
And this is in all the states. Right now, every state in India has got this letter.
Central.
Which is a cloud created and paid for by the center, but controlled with KC.
So this clarity I didn't get with in my conversation with the senior environmental officer.
Because I was dealing with certain medical oriented industries which is a new area that has come closer to Hyderabad. So in that
No, in the sense that I was asking, are you ready? So he said, no, our website is not ready. We will let you know when we're ready, etc.
both for industrial and this thing. I was not aware of residential, which he is now clarified. But industries, yes, they have to upload it into CPCB, Central Cloud, which the control is from ACB, this thing.
Sir, it's okay. I'm saying even if we have to publish, upload it in the CPCB, no problems at all. How well is our KSPCB prepared? What are they doing about it? What are they monitoring? What will happen thereafter? All of those are questions. You start feeding it and then, suddenly you're drawing unnecessarily additional attention to yourself is a key question.
Yeah.
Sir, leave the industry for the moment. But he has a solution. I think his solution is a lot more than OCEMS itself. And there's an opportunity for OPEX. And I never thought he had a CAPEX model also until you asked the question. But,
so
the
at
OPEX
builder level, so just at builder, Shobha now has told to install in all their buildings. So at builder is investing in all their new properties.
Okay.
Brigade Estates already has said that they will also do it. So we are already in touch with the builders as it is and Prestige. But
As per you, as he mentioned, in any case, he has already asked you to make it able. But as per you, layman, which is preferable to any this thing? Is the CAPEX better or the OPEX better?
That's for NC to decide. We should not ask vendor because the purpose of the question was asked. Because we have too many intelligent people in our communities who would ask this question. That's the reason I'm making it to work. If we get that data, let the general body decide.
Oh, great, thanks. And
7% rate of interest, another it will be 18% rate of interest, and we'll have unnecessarily conflict.
Sure. Yeah, this is very helpful, Arun. One question is on the CPCB. So this is more on compliance side. Are there any general regulations that we need to comply on CPCB side, or we just stick to KSCPB? That will be our standard Bible to follow. Thanks.
So usually. Yeah. So typically, I can.
The letter I received.
Okay.
It does not state clearly whether it should be uploaded to CPCB or KSPCB. They just saying that install online monitoring system. That's all. It doesn't state clearly. I don't think KSPCB is ready. So my understanding after talking to the environmental officer in Bangalore is that it should be uploaded to CPCB for the time being. It may change later on. But I think the data logger and all those things CPCB.
So I can sort of give some context between this confusion between CPCB and KSPCB. So typically what happens is, so for example, all of us received this recent solid waste management rules, right? So typically the rules are, and the acts, they draw their power from someone called the act called the Environment Protection Act, which actually applies across India. And then you have the CPCB, which actually will frame guidelines, and then the respective state pollution control boards actually draw from that and actually implement it. So it's center, CPCB sets the broader framework, and the state pollution control boards broadly follow that. They may make certain, under their jurisdictions, they can make certain exemptions if they choose to, because if some certain subjects are under the state, they can choose to do that, but broadly they end up following whatever the CPCB is prescribing. So all this portal direction, as Varun is saying, is reason he's interacting is primarily because all of that CPCB would have done, and KSPCB is just following, piggybacking on that, just to sort of clarify how this is, including the solid waste management rules, which are framed at the center, gets applied everywhere. KSPCB essentially will just draw from that. And as I said, it all comes from an act which is actually applicable across India, called the Environmental Protection Act. Under the Constitution itself, it draws its powers from a separate section that allows it to be applied across India. You don't need specific notifications for it. Typically, when something like this comes, including just covering the solid waste subject, what you'll do is each state will sort of draw a model framework for bylaws, and each sort of city, town, panchayat will actually modify their own bylaws to update, to keep up pace with the regulation that's done centrally. So just to give some more context as to this KSPCB, CPCB, if you ask Varun, he will say CPCB is what I'm going to sort of levy to, because they are the one, I don't have to worry about one state, because they are the ones actually setting the direction for all the states.
It's very clear. It says PCB, Karnataka State Pollution Control, has assured Government of Karnataka that they will get the installation done.
Yeah, so this would have been, as, I mean, there will be backstory to this will be certain cases that would have been filed at the NGT and all of that is going on, where they had petitions, and as a result, they are forced to actually push down the enforcement, and that's what that is. You have to read in between that to actually see where this stems from. And as Varun is saying, every year this comes up, and
6 years back, you remember?
Yeah, the same conversation, as he said, 6 years back. There will be every lake fire incident which will trigger a set of notices that go to apartments who unfortunately who live in the vicinity of that particular lake. This is how it is, but yeah, I mean, we have to cope with it, and that's why we're talking.
Exactly, that's it. It's all derived from the central.
Yeah.
So my suggestion to people who have received the notice. My suggestion to people who have received the notices, kindly upload it into the BWSSB system and wait for BWSSB's inputs. Because we are going to talk, we have been speaking with KSPCB, we will continue to speak with KSPCB. But this you can independently pursue, because this offers not just the OCMS, but it offers solutions for monitoring, improvement, water quality, water savings, etc. So it doesn't have to be dependent on each other, is my input. And of course, the question of CapEx versus OpEx is an individual apartment decision. But in terms of OCMS, I think any decision will be a bit premature in terms of anything we say until the time we've spoken adequately with KSPC.
So, yeah, so one question. I think you listed various options. But when this plant is installed, 5 lakh is whatever the equipment cost. But there could be plumbing changes and others. Are also those addressed, or that's another thing that apartment need to budget for?
So, again, you're talking about the inside the plant, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, today I thought I should announce this also, but no. So CapEx is because this is like yeah. So last year we had got HDFC's grant. So we basically decided that because all the STPs, when we start automating, that will run with one pump, and then we talk about automation, that is not practical. So we use that money. We also put 50% with that. We took 5 residential communities. We implemented, we gave them pumps, we gave them some filter media top up, all that included into the same subscription, and we were able to, provide these upgrades. So right now at Sterling Terrace, we are doing something like that. So we are ready to do that as well. And our investor, Rain Matters, who very much loves Bangalore, has told us that if you think you want to do that, because like Boson, investing in their capex is something which we really want to do, because we are not going to change your treatment technology or kind of change everything. But the problem is, if you run with one blower and say you need 100% efficiency, that's not possible. So those things we do.
Okay.
So that's why the assessment, the free water and energy risk assessment will give you clear-cut, idea on what is there in the plant. So, my colleague 𝗪𝘁𝗲 is an environmental engineer from Bangalore. All these people have been visiting and giving these reports, explaining exactly where is the challenge that we are facing. Because, we do all the things, end of the day, the dosing pump which is working, right? So, there the person will pour water into the big tank of 2 lakh liter mein 1 liter of pani and then say disinfection ho gaya. That is not correct. So, ORP, oxidation reduction potential, to be maintained, consistent, to have 6 to 8 hours water until the flush. Otherwise, we feel like puking when you flush, right? So these are all problems we have addressed, and this cannot happen with manpower dependency, is what we have learned the hard way.
Yeah. So I see the value of automation. Surely it offsets whatever existing operation costs are. So surely something that we would be interested. But what this notification, which is online monitoring, it's essentially zero value for the apartment. And while it's not only a one-time cost, it's a reoccurring, because I have to pay for maintaining it, as well as, like you said, the 20,000 rupees per month kind of a model. That is another 2.4 lakh, which is actually the more painful thing. So surely something that, if I am an industry, I can account it as my cost of operation, but for apartment, there is nothing. So this is something really no value. Okay.
So value is, so because when we got the 50 lakhs from government, they said, you come with all these things, you build, you want to make a huge top line and run. That we will not do. So with the 50 lakhs, what Karnataka government gave us, they said it has to be commercially viable. So at that time when we did the subscription model, that's the only reason there was a question that why OPEX and CAPEX. It was because at that time all the mentors told us that if you just deploy and run, we don't want to support you. So we are here to make sure our problem is fixed and there is savings. If no savings, don't pay the subscription. Please say that I don't want this, right? So this is part of the, whatever things that we are doing.
Varun, can you go back to the cost?
Sir, you're saying that there may not be value from this. I think there is a significant amount of value in terms of reducing the staff. And by staff, I'm talking about these are almost equivalent to the traditional manual scavenging. If you look at the type of STP operation, some of us, it is tragic that we have to send human beings into that area to work 8 hours, 12-hour shifts. So by reducing the number of people, please upgrade those 2-3 people to some other skills and make sure that their livelihood is not lost. But for the STP, that is not required, is I think his proposition. Automation can take care of it.
To invest in it. Monitoring. That is zero value. Because all the government is doing is, are you complying or not? I can't monitor it with my existing mechanism. You pay for it.
Sir, no.
There is no money that you are paying for this, sir.
No.
It's very clearly written on the website.
I'm putting 5 lakhs.
Okay, for the OCMS device, okay.
I am putting 5 lakhs for that internet cost. I will be paying for it. Any maintenance of that, because that software, I have to pay for it. So it is a cost that I am paying with zero value.
Understood. Yeah, okay.
Is that true?
No.
I am saying if you have a measuring mechanism, if the reports come to you, it is going to be of value. The same reports are going to come to you.
I have all that information today. I don't.
You are doing it once in a month. If you're doing it once in a month, you're not getting it right in runtime. But I can tell you, many of the STPs are not properly functional. On the day there is an inspection, that day we make it functional. Otherwise, it's dysfunctional. So many complaints of odor, so many complaints of color, etc. is an ongoing WhatsApp group message across communities, sir.
All right.
Knows the reality. What you see, the biggest challenge is.
Sir, customers, when they flush, they know the reality, sir. So I think that is a problem that I am trying to address. Tomorrow I have to rent my flat. He should feel happy.
Okay, if it's a compliance requirement, we have to comply. Cost is a different proposition. I just want to go back to the cost that you mentioned. AstroScan is 4 lakhs. Then there is 2 probes, which is 20 each.
2 flow meters. Yeah, you might have, if you have an existing flow meter, you don't need this. But
okay, 2 flow meters.
Yeah. So
2 flow meters.
Yeah, sure.
Each of them is 20,000 each. And
40,000 each. Yeah.
40,000 each.
Yeah.
And data logger?
25.
25.
Yeah.
And what is that 20,000 that is coming into monthly expense?
No, so you don't need to invest in that. No capex. If you do OPEX, and this, okay, and I think I forgot to tell you one thing. So the 20,000 that you're paying, within 3 years, the capex is we transfer the ownership to you. So after that, you only pay for calibration software. So it's only that we are trying to make sure that you don't spend that money on your capex. So the ROI, the table which I'm going to send across will have this, sir.
Okay, so after 3 years, you transfer it, and it will be on a operational cost basis.
Yeah, we'll charge
calibration basis. What is the calibration cost?
So it is like the 55%. That's about some 9,500 rupees will be the per month cost after that.
Per month, 9,500.
Yeah, for the 40,000 one which you showed at the last, you will provide all the instrumentation for
so level sensors, all that is provided.
Raw water, tanker water, everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Back flushing of the WTP.
Yes, sir.
All those will be monitored.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's the minimum
Thank you.
3 years. So please don't go for a full contract. If you want, we can do even a 15 days trial, 3 months trial, because we also want to know whether, because it's a long-term relationship. So we need to like work that out and then do it. Sorry.
Hi. Varun, one of the questions is on the resource management. So most of the STPs, WTPs today, we've kind of coupled them to see that, so most of the STPs, WTPs that we have today, we kind of coupled them to see that there is one resource managing both the plants on a maybe a 8 or 12 hour basis, practically, right? I mean, 8 hours is the plan, but some cases could be 8 to 12. So when we have this automation in place where we're able to collect the parameters real time, there are also activities what the resources do manually also, right? For example, any pump monitoring, some, not just monitoring, there are some actions, physical actions also.
Bar screen cleaning.
Yeah, so all those things, right?
Yeah.
So just trying to see that how far a minimal resourcing plant already running in place could have possibilities of resource reduction. Can it be a 12-hour shift for one person and then remaining data, he just comes in when needed, staying locally? I'm just thinking, could that be?
See, there are very good companies who are doing a lot of work in the market. But what has happened, like for example, we have worked with budget hotels. Okay, what they've said is we can't afford for O&M people. So we will put our plumbers and electricians on this. They will run this. So, and there's a one general shift operator, 100% is there. See, it is only decided after the customer understands the plant is only running for 12 hours or 15 hours. And it's not running. Your blower is on for 24 hours. But rest of the things are only there for like so many hours. So once we have the data, only we can take the decision. See, we have had one very bad experience. I mean, I have to, so Prestige Langley, where we did a project, there was one operator who slept in the night near the aeration tank. He lost his life. I think it was there in the papers and all that. So, it was because he was untrained, he didn't know what to do, he didn't know where to sleep also. So he was there, and it was a very bad incident. And I think if you look at the guidelines of STP by Karnataka Pollution Control Board on design, they had said some guidelines in between. So in that they also mentioned about air being measured in that. So currently we are doing for some hospitals and commercial buildings. It's impossible to be there, sir. So the idea here is that STP operator is not physically sitting inside, looking at the tank, switching on. So that is not there. So they will be there. I mean, they might be outside. They don't need to do all these things. So this is what we were able to achieve, and that is what is our mission also. We don't want them to be there inside the plant. So I think those are the things 100% possible. I mean,
and we only go in when you actually repair work being done, kind of, and then come out, kind of. Right?
The peak flow in technical design, process design, when we made the manual, there's a peak flow 3 times, 4 times. We got this Bill and Melinda Foundation funds. So 24 hours we did composite sampling. So in apartment complexes, in the morning time, what we are getting is around, 150 BOD. We did it for many places, and rest of the time it's 70 BOD. And we are talking about MLSs of something that this and all. I mean, you don't really need all that. These are practical data, and people are using excess water. So if you look at the freshwater data, 135 liters and all is gone. I think we have crossed Dubai with 250 liters per person. So these are things where we are able to bring in savings. So I feel the risk assessment will help.
So I think we'll take a couple of questions. I know it's almost 5:30. Couple more questions, and I think Varun may be around so you can see it. So yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as you told Varun, in the night time, we don't want our STP operator to be there because we have faced 1 or 2 such cases we were looking for something like this. where we can automate at least for night time, and if any problem is there in daytime we can attend, and night time it could be run without this thing. Without, I mean, it's a very hazardous environment inside STP. If you see a lot of mosquitoes, which you can't avoid. Daytime you can manage, but because everybody is there to be watchful. Night time nobody is there. If something happens also, it's very this thing. So there it might help your automation.
So, any last questions?
The STP overhead, I mean the overhead flush tank and all the tanks in the STP. Do you have any solutions, automated solutions for cleaning of the tanks as well? Because our current operator, they arrange for the cleaning, manual cleaning of the tanks.
Okay. So sir, we have. So one is this: if you disinfect your water effectively, the quality of water stays quite well in the overhead tanks. So this is with data we have seen that if you have enough chlorination, that is residual chlorine, your health of the tank is better. So 3 months I think you might have a schedule to clean, right? So that is one. Second is, recently I think the Falcon City issue of sewage getting mixed, and also we have a bacterial quality testing kit. So I think last week BWSSB did for another apartment here who faced issue with E. coli in their water. So this bacterial quality testing kit helps in understanding the health of your tank. So if it is growing within 3 hours, so that's another separate thing, sir. It's actually IIT licensed product. I think Rajesh, you know that bacterial quality testing kit. So that testing kit is something which helps in knowing the health of the tank. But cleaning schedules has to be on a frequent thing, sir. Yeah.
I don't think
we are working on robots.
Yeah, I don't see where manually, because everything can be pumped out, and then what's left behind is only that needs to be washed out, and even that can be pumped. If you're saying overhead tank, I think the risk is very less. I thought you were talking about emptying your STP, which is a different thing, but the risk is very minimal in terms of overhead tanks, and you only need to pump out the water and you can hose it down. I don't think there's a risk. Cleaning your STP, yes, I think PCB is also issuing notices to take in only licensed providers, so that's where the manual risk is very large and should be avoided at any cost.
So the first thing that we look at is the flow rate of the plant. So any plant STP is designed based on the flow rate. So say it's 10 meter cube per hour, or 15 meter cube, whatever is a meter cube per hour. So from the collection to final treated water tank, are we getting a flow rate that is consistent? Because without that, automation will not work, because you get stuck with the other flow rate is less and this is low and all that problem. So that's the first thing. So point A to point B, wherever there's dependency of somebody to go switch on, switch off, levels being overflow, that's a big problem. Because in some places, what we have seen, especially malls, we saw that if you design a smaller collection tank, you're into problem. So another major issue with SBRs we are seeing is that one batch gets delayed by X percentage, there's an issue. So this is the first thing that we automate. So point A to point B. The next thing is auto chlorination. That is, manpower should not be, they have to mix it, and if the mixing is wrong, it will clearly show in your thing that, it is outside, it's not meeting the limit. And today, that is one thing that we do. Next is your filters. So the way we were able to increase the life of the filters is by using treated, disinfected water for backwash. So that actually increased the life, and this also needs to be automated. This is a very important process where, we find that shortcut ke liye we'll use filter feed water. That's what the operator says, and this activity is also automated. So this primarily covers the running hours thing of the plant, and all air blowers, everything works 1.5 hours, or based on the, efficiency of that system, we can do that. So this is primarily a plant how it, is done.
we have played with DO, dissolved oxygen for aeration and all that. I think what has happened is, I think all of you might be also seeing this. Any underground tank, we designed saying that 22% is atmospheric oxygen that will come into the tank. But unfortunately, there's nothing, and exhaust doesn't work. And the minute it switches on, off, again it will switch on. So we have done this R&D a lot of times. Above ground plant, DO with VFD, everything works perfectly well, because in the night, at least 3-4 hours, we can reduce the energy consumption there. So this is something which I feel till today there is no good solution on that. But if we can look at the organic load that is coming in and reduce the thing and all, I think some more work has to be done. So primarily point A to point B, auto disinfection, backwash to make sure that your turbidity of water that is coming out of the filter is always consistent. Post backwash, it has to change. Otherwise, that yellowish color will never go. And like I'm sure many of you, the industries, tannery industry use ORP, that is oxidation reduction potential, to break the color in the water that comes out from the factories. So it's again a solution across all the tannery industries. So basically, high chlorine is dosed at 800 ppm. So when we do in STP water, where that yellowish color is what we need to kill, so for that we need to dose at 350 to 400 millivolt. So these are all, like swimming pool, you need a different, for STPs this is the number that we need to maintain. So all of these things actually are, sir, in that, in the full package. And kilowatt per KL and all is after we get all the data, sir. We look at energy, running hours of the pump, because many places 5,000 hours, Kirloskar says do some service, we don't do it because we don't have data. It runs and one day it dies. So I mean, that's the end of the pumps. So these are things that we will face. So all that we can address here, sir. Yeah. Extreme. It took so much time. Yeah.
How many of you decided to sell your plants and move to an English house? Raise your hands. Thanks.
I want to thank the 3 volunteers for today, Bhavana, Vasundhara and Sakshi. You can stand up right there, please. Thank you, 3 of you, for coming and volunteering. All 3 of you are there, right? Yeah, thank you. I'm requesting Prasad station to...
Basavaraj, Varun and Vinod. Come. All your team members, right?
Basavaraj, Varun and Vinod. We'll try and get...
Okay. No. So we have moved to Brigade Padmini Tech, which is an office. So we are setting up a kind of a data room there. So it's a new, recently completed at Brookfield. So please welcome to our office. And that building Brigade has given us a pilot building to do many of these solutions also.
Okay.
So we welcome you all to our new office.
Brigade, it's Brigade Padmini Tech Valley at Brookfield after Kundanalli. That's a new building of Brigade. So we are all there, and obviously we'll come and meet you. But if you want to see a small data stuff that we do, please do visit us.
That is the visualization that we...
Yeah. So Brigade wanted visualization is there, but we are looking at many metrics in terms of efficiency index. How do we improve this infrastructure? So please welcome, and we need a lot of suggestions because you have much more practical experience. So we also welcome you to our place. Please.
And is there a requirement for us to do a site visit to any of your places? Will there be any value?
100%. I think Century Saras went to Bharati City. All STPs are automated. Bharati City is our customer. Then TZ Homes went there. So everybody went there to different sites. So happy to organize site visits as well. Closest one, I think the Ibis hotels, and there are... Yeah. So the entire Bagmane 48 STP. So we have like that entire stretch is there. So.
And you've today announced a couple of offers. Please do share it with us so that we can circulate it further. Last session for the day. Just wanted to check, how did you feel about this session? Any qualitative information? Mic there, please. contacts of Varun/Varun's team as well as all the other presenters of today and share it with all the registrants. If there are YouTube links, presentations that we can share, we will definitely share. So if we can get the focus back onto this conversation. So happy to hear that. I think what we also did was, made it interactive also, because we didn't stop anyone from asking questions in between the session also. So I think each of you found value is what someone came and mentioned.
And if you can share your contact number.
Sir,
I never heard. So people have been pushing it, and it never goes through. I mean, you are the luckiest MC member.
Thanks for give him an apartment in your.
No, he is buying his own apartments in his own.
So before we close on Tuesday evening, this Tuesday, day after tomorrow, we are meeting BSWML CEO, Bangalore Solid Waste Management Limited CEO, on the solid waste management and the situation that is happening day after tomorrow at Purva Fountain Square, right? In the evening, 6 p.m. This is primarily meant for Bangalore East, but any of you who are interested, if you're having this solid waste management compliance related subjects, please, you're welcome to attend. We will also try and do one in Central Corporation, one in South Corporation, and one in West Corporation in the coming days. We did one in North earlier. So East is on Tuesday. And this month end, we have a sustainable urban living. Subject is urban farming. How we can use our communities. 30th May. Announced. Messages have been sent. Okay. This is at 𝗕𝗂𝘁𝗂𝗿, University of Agricultural Sciences in 𝗥𝗏𝗃, on the way to airport. Please visit. There are a lot of interesting information that is likely to come up there. And in July, date is yet to be, June, date is to be finalized. This a session on urban health. Am I right? Urban health. Under the same series called Sustainable Urban Living. So please do come. Please do watch out for our communication, ongoing communication. Please educate yourselves, educate others in your community, including residents if you are MC members. So with that, we will close for the day. Thanks a lot to all of you.